Hey, welcome, and thanks for your interest in this course. My name is Maxime Cormier, and here's what we'll be building together. I'm a self-taught designer and entrepreneur, and I also teach at a university in Paris. I've designed many products for my own projects and for other startups, something I thought would be impossible a couple of years ago when I started learning web and mobile app design. This was a long and difficult process. There are tons of resources out there that often only cover parts of the design process. And I couldn't find anyone to teach me where to start, what to do next, and what I needed to know to do all that on my own. And this is the reason why I created this course. I designed the course that I would have loved to have when I started, the course that would have saved me a lot of trouble and a lot of time. The goal of this course is to give you a workflow that takes you from your idea to a fully designed version of your product, just before you or someone in your team start coding it. We'll do that by designing a mobile app, an Instagram replica, from A to Z, going through this workflow that you'll be able to use for all your projects. We'll start from the idea, we'll go through extremely useful UX research techniques in order to be able to write user stories, and from there we'll start working on the mockups of the app. We'll then design a first version of the app, we'll work on redesign, and finally we'll prepare the app to be coded. I'll even show you how to create a great icon for your app, and these are the examples we'll design. I'll teach you how to complete each step of the process, explaining the design concepts you need to understand, and showing you how to use the tools you need. This course is really efficiency oriented, so by the end of the course you'll be able to quickly craft prototypes for your ideas, design a complete and beautiful interface, and iterate on the design of your product. This course is for entrepreneurs, programmers, product managers, designers, anyone who wants to build or improve a mobile app. Because as Steve Jobs said, design is not what it looks like and feels like. Design is how it works. There is no prerequisite. You don't need to know anything about design or design software to start this course. The only thing you need is a Mac, an Apple computer. So enjoy the course and I hope to see you very soon. Hey, welcome back. In this video I'll explain how this course works and how you can get the most out of it. This course will be taught with an example. Each lesson represents a step in the design process that will be applied to the app we'll be building. We'll use an existing app, not a fake app as the example. Design is anchored in reality, therefore it's in my opinion way more valuable to work with something that already exists and has proven to work well. I've chosen Instagram because everyone is already familiar with it and it is pretty well designed. We'll work on the iOS version of Instagram. But apart from a few conventions, designing for iOS and Android is pretty similar. Once you've learned how to design for iOS, it will be very easy to design for Android too. And don't worry if you don't have an iPhone, you don't need one. We'll start the course with a few lessons about UX research techniques that will help you create the concept of your app. We'll then build the mockups of the app. And once our mockups are ready, we'll spend some time discussing things like typography and colors in the visual concept section. Then we'll design and redesign the app, and finally we'll take care of the exports and of the icon. What I'm offering you is a complete workflow that will take you from the very start of the design process, your idea, to a complete design of your app. But if you're confident you already know exactly what you want to build, and that what you need right now is to learn how to use a design software, then feel free to start directly with the design and the redesign part of the course. You can always watch the classes you've skipped later when you have more time. Whichever path you choose, the best way to take this course is to apply the instructions given in each lesson twice. First on the sample app, then on a personal project. If you don't have a personal project, identify a small problem that you or people you know have, and that you could solve with the mobile app. Don't worry if your idea seems trivial. Your goal is not to build a multi-millions business, but to get you used to apply the concepts you've learned to different challenges. If you have a hard time coming up with an idea, try to identify the problems the apps you have on your phone are trying to solve. Choose one and start from that and try to forget how the app is currently solving the problem and what its interface looks like. If you already have a personal project, like your startup product for example, and have already started working on it, it's great. But you can also consider choosing another personal project in order to really start from the beginning for the sake of the course. It's up to you. If you follow the instructions during the videos, then apply everything you've learned and done for the example app to your personal project. You'll really get the most out of this course. Make sure to download the files attached to this lesson. They will be useful during the whole course. You'll find 3 folders. The cheat sheets are summaries of what I'll be teaching you in the course that I made for you. So if there's something you don't remember and you're not sure about, just have a look in there. The lesson files are all the files we'll design during this course, ordered by lessons. You often have a start file and a complete file. The start file is the file you should open at the beginning of a lesson, and the complete file allows you to compare your work with mine at the end of the lesson. And I put the templates that we will use and some more that you might need later in the templates folder. Okay, so let's get started now. I'll see you in the next video. In this course, as we'll be designing an app, we'll be building a software interface. That means we'll mainly be working on interaction design. Interaction design is about shaping digital things for people's use. It's about helping people achieve specific goals through an interface. This could be withdrawing money from an ATM, taking a picture with your phone, or checking your emails. So this is different from industrial design, where the goal is to solve a problem by crafting a physical product that will be mass-produced, taking into account material and production lines constraints. It's also different from graphic design, which is more meant to be looked at. Let me now introduce you to 2 concepts you need to understand: UX and UI. They stand for user experience and user interface. You've probably heard these terms before, but it's not always clear what they correspond to, and I want to make sure the distinction is clear in your mind. UX, user experience, deals with the overall experience associated with the use of a product or a service. It requires a good understanding of the user and of the system of the product the user interacts with. UI, user interface, is the specific interface of this product. It is the tool, the point of interaction between a human and a system. Therefore, UI is a part of UX. Let's borrow Elia's example and pictures to illustrate this. Here our problem is, what is the best way to sell the content, represented by the cereals, to our customer? The whole user experience will include serving them into a bowl full of milk and allowing the user to eat the cereals from the bowl, and that is thanks to the interface, which is the spoon. Let's see what that means if we take our sample app. We have our UI, which is made of several UI elements like the navigation bar, or the clickable text, or the tab bar. So really UI is what is displayed on the screen to accomplish an action. Whereas UX answers a different question, which is why. Like, why is this page the home page? Why do we have 5 tabs that include a blue tab? And the answer to the why is not something you can figure out on your own. The only way you can find the answers is by talking to people, observing them. A good UX relies on a good understanding of the user's needs and personalities, a clear view of the architecture and the way the product works. Without a minimum of this, we can't hope to craft a functional UI. In order to build a great user interface, we need to work on user experience first. This is why our workflow that you'll be able to use for all your future projects will start with some UX design techniques before diving in the design of the interface. Hey, welcome back! I haven't mentioned what design software we'll be using throughout the course yet, because I wanted to take the time to do it. If you've already used the design software in the past, chances are it was one of Adobe's products, probably Photoshop. And you might be a bit surprised that I've chosen not to work with Photoshop. There is a very simple reason to this. Photoshop was not created for us. It was not designed for web and app design. The initial purpose of Photoshop is digital image processing. And don't get me wrong, it's very good at this. And it's great if you're a photographer looking to enhance your photos. And I know a lot of web and mobile app designers still use Photoshop in their work. And that's actually what I used to do. But following the lead of many great designers, I've switched to Sketch. Sketch is a great design app for Mac and Mac only, and this is the reason why you need a Mac. It has been created specially for web and app design. It is purpose-built for user interface design, so every feature is crafted around those ideas. Only 20% of Photoshop features are actually useful for UI design. Everything else is not related to UI. It can be really frustrating to have to find your way through thousands of options and tools that are completely irrelevant. On the contrary, Sketch is very simple and very intuitive, yet very powerful and very efficient for UI design. When I switched from the Photoshop Illustrator combo to Sketch, it took me only a couple of days to be fully proficient. And a week later, my productivity had been multiplied by 5, and the outcomes of my designs never looked so good. If you're already a heavy user of Photoshop, Illustrator or Fireworks, this might raise your eyebrows, but bear with me, you're going to love switching to Sketch. If you still need to be convinced, here are a few more good reasons to give Sketch a try. Everything in Sketch is vector-based. If this doesn't mean anything to you, let me explain quickly with this example. Images like JPEG, PNG, and GIFs are bitmap images. That means that they are made of pixels which are tiny dots of color. Vector images are composed of lines and curves from one point to another. A series of interconnected lines and curves makes up a single vector path. Vector graphics use geometrical primitives which are all based on mathematical expressions. And because vector-based images are not made up of a specific number of dots, they can be scaled to a larger size and not lose any image quality. So, unlike bitmap graphics, they are very flexible because they can be resized without them losing precision. This is very useful because when you design, you try different things, you change shapes and resize elements all the time. But Photoshop is pretty bad at handling vectors. Let me show you a quick example. This is Photoshop. We'll start by drawing a square with rounded corners. It looks pretty good right now. Let's try to resize it and see what happens. Now look at the corners. They don't look very good, do they? Let's try to do the same thing with Sketch. We'll draw square, we'll make it red, just like the other one. And you can see that the rounded corners are pretty fine. Let's try to resize it. The corners stay exactly the same. And this is why when working with Photoshop, you often need to work with Illustrator to deal with this, because Illustrator is a vector editor. And this going back and forth for such simple operations like that is just too tiring and time-consuming. Vector-based drawing is by far the best way to design websites, icons, or interfaces. When you'll have tasted it, you won't want to go back. Exporting assets with Sketch is also easier than with Photoshop, especially with mobile app design where we have to export assets for multiple resolutions. Photoshop sucks at doing that. Sketch makes the process of exporting assets much easier, and I'll show you how. Sketch is also lighter than Photoshop in terms of hard drive space, and it uses less memory. If your computer is more than 2 years old, good luck for running Photoshop with more than 2 or 3 files open. My teammates can attest it. Running Photoshop on my previous MacBook used to make me crazy. And it's also way cheaper. Sketch is $50 and that's it. For Photoshop CC you have to pay $25 a month. If you're still a bit skeptical, don't just take my word for it. Read the articles from great designers, including designers from Google, who have switched to Sketch to have their opinions. You can find the links in the description. If you're completely new to this and you've never used a design software in your life, all this might sound a bit confusing. But don't worry, in a few lessons it will all make sense. And let me tell you, you're lucky you won't have to go through the pain of taming Photoshop. If you're doing some freelancing, or plan to do some, and that you're concerned that your clients are used to Photoshop, don't be. Firstly, you'll be able to export your assets however you like, PNG, JPEG, whatever, and it's way easier than in Photoshop. Secondly, push your clients. You don't need Photoshop for UI design. They don't either, especially since they're not designers. If they have to open your files, buying Sketch will be less expensive and manipulating your work will be way easier. Photoshop is complex for designers, so you can guess it's very hard to handle for someone who doesn't work with it every day. Now, let's download and install Sketch. Go to bohemiancoding.com and click on Sketch. You have two options. You can buy it on the Mac App Store or download the free trial. If you buy it on the Mac App Store, it's $49, so you just launch the App Store and wait for it. Click here. For me it's already installed, but you'll have a download or install button. If you don't want to spend $50 right now, you can still download the free trial. It should be very quick. Here we go. Unzip the file you just downloaded And see how light sketch is. And it's already ready to use. This trial lasts 14 days, so try to complete the course within the 14 days if you don't want to pay for Sketch. But the $50 are definitely worth it. Thanks for watching this lesson, and I'll see you very soon for the next video. This lesson is the first in the UX research part. This could take a whole course to itself. In fact, hundreds of books have been written about the subject. And at first I wasn't sure if I was going to cover the subject, but I really think you won't be able to do a good job designing your app without understanding a few basic principles and without going through a few exercises. I've made it concise and simple, and I've selected the main techniques and concepts you should know about to be really efficient. I think this section is a good example of the Pareto rule, which is the 20% of knowledge that will allow you to accomplish the 80 or 90% most important tasks. Design is the art of solving problems, and you can't hope to craft a good product with a good design if you don't understand what problem you're solving. The big risk when you have an idea is to think too fast. We think about how a product is going to work and look like, what cool features it could have. We all do it because it's exciting. But because we're doing that, we tend to overlook the root of our idea, the problem we're trying to solve. This is why Dave Mackler, founder of 500 Startups, a famous startups incubator, often tell people who pitch him their ideas, your solution is not my problem. What it means is that he's more interested in a problem that really bothers people than in a product idea that someone thought was cool. And the purpose of this lesson is to help you make sure the problem your app is trying to solve exists, and to make sure you understand how it exists. The entrepreneur in me tells me to make a side note here. This course is about design, not about business, but if you're an entrepreneur, the two things are deeply intricated. And if you're not an entrepreneur, well, you might become one sooner than you think. If you haven't heard about the Lean Startup by Eric Ries and Customer Development by Steve Blank, take a few minutes to go through the resources I've linked to in the description. The core of the Lean Startup and Customer Development philosophy is that everything you do in your work as an entrepreneur must follow the cycle hypothesis, test, and learnings and refine. And it's exactly the same thing for design. This is how I encourage you to work, and it's actually how we'll work on our problem. So let's start with the hypothesis. What do we think our problem is? Let's pretend we are at the start of Instagram a few years ago. The problem hypothesis for our app will be that it's complicated to share pictures taken with your phone on social networks. But that's not enough. We need to make an hypothesis about who has this problem. College students use their smartphone a lot, and social networks a lot too, so that's a good first hypothesis. So how can we test that? Well, it's pretty simple. We're going to talk to these people to make sure that they really have this problem. In the next video, I'll give you a few tips about how to talk to potential users. Thanks to these conversations, our hypothesis will be validated or invalidated. The insights we'll get during these conversations will allow us to refine our hypothesis. Maybe this problem exists, but for another category of people, or maybe these people have a stronger pain than the one we had identified. In our conversations, we could have learned that college and high school students don't really care about sharing pictures on social networks with their phones. They just want to take funny pictures and send them to their friends without having to fear that these pictures get out of hand. This could be a great pivot towards something we could call Snapchat. But let's say that's not what happened. What happened is that only some of the people we interviewed really cared about that problem. People who already take a lot of pictures and want to share them, like photo bloggers or people who happen to love photo and technology. So we'll change our customer hypothesis. And we'll go talk to more of these people to make sure this new customer hypothesis is right. And after interviewing them, we might discover that what was really preventing them from sharing pictures taken with a smartphone is that smartphone pictures are not very pretty, and thus not really worth being shared. So our customer target is interesting, but if we tackle another problem for them, the fact that smartphones pictures look dull. I'm not making this up. The goal of Instagram really is to solve these two problems. If you go to instagram.com, about us, FAQ, you can see in the how did the idea come about section that The goal is really to solve these two problems. Mobile photos always come out looking mediocre, sharing on multiple platforms is a pain, and 3 most uploading experiences are clumsy and take forever. 2 and 3 are, in my opinion, 2 components of a more general problem, so I've merged the 2 to keep it simple for now. Because I really want you to understand something. Don't try to solve more than 1 or 2 problems at once. You lose your focus and so will your app, and this is the best way to make it irrelevant and cluttered. Remember, good designers solve problems, great designers solve the right problems. So this is your homework. If you're already working on a personal project, take a piece of paper and write down your problem hypothesis in less than 10 words. Same thing for your customer hypothesis. That's it. Pretty simple, right? You don't even need to go out to talk to customers yet. By the way, keeping a piece of paper with your validated problem on the wall near your desk is a good thing to do. This will allow you to make good decisions. Whenever you find yourself working on a new feature, a screen flow, a particular UI element, ask yourself, does that really help solving my problem? Talking to your users is crucial to validate your problem, but also to get to know them. You really need to take some time to understand who they are, what their lives are like, and how your product will fit in their lives. Like Henry Ford said, if there is any one secret of success, it lies in the ability to get the other person's point of view and see things from that person's angle as well as from your own. Hang out while users hang out to understand the context of use of your product. Do the things they do to understand their constraints. For instance, if you're working on a GPS, you have to spend some time in a car, on a highway, on a countryside dirt road, stuck in traffic in the city. Sometimes you can use your hands, sometimes you can't. So you might have to consider voice input, and this will be a design challenge you'll have to face. A good way of keeping your user in mind when you design your product is to use personas. It's also a good tool to keep track of what you learn by your users. Personas are models used to represent your users that will help guide decisions about product features, interface, and even visual design. It's basically a canvas that you will fill with details about your target's profile. But once again, personas are intended to serve as surrogates of real potential users, to remind you of them when you're not in front of them. They shouldn't become an excuse to not work face-to-face with real users. The canvas is made of 4 blocks: facts, pain, behavior, and goals. The best way to use this tool is to first build a proto-persona. Proto-persona is the prototype of the final persona. It is our best guess as to who our user is. It is the customer hypothesis in a more detailed way. So let's start filling the canvas with our hypothesis. The first block is facts. Facts are factual relevant information about our user. As you might recall from the last video, we said that our user is likely to be a college student, so 18 to 23. He has an intense activity on Facebook, notably sharing pictures, and he also owns a smartphone. Defining all this also allows us to know exactly who we want to interview. Next block is pain. For now, we don't need to give too many details. The pain is our problem hypothesis. And you might recall from the previous video that our first hypothesis was that sharing pictures from your phone is complicated. Next up is the behavior the user currently exhibits because he doesn't have our solution. So for us it will be that he keeps most of his pictures on his phone and shares very few of them, and that he sometimes sends phone pictures by text to his friends when he wants to make sure they see them. And finally, what goal is the potential user trying to accomplish through the behavior that our solution will do better? This is really important and really interesting, but not always clear or easy to find. The question we're trying to answer here is not what are they trying to accomplish, but why? It's a first step in the understanding of the user psychology. And understanding your user psychology is a huge asset in design and in business. Did you know that Mark Zuckerberg's major in college was psychology? So why are college students sending pictures to their friend by text? I think a fair guess would be that they're trying to get feedback and approbation. You could put a lot of things about your user in the persona, so stay focused on information relevant to the problem and potential product you're working on. Keep in mind that all demographic informations are not always interesting. Focus on those who predict a specific type of behavior. For example, there might be cases where the age or line of work of the persona doesn't imply much, while the fact that they have a specific device like a smartphone really does. Once your proto-persona is ready, and this shouldn't take more than an hour, you can proceed to the interview in order to validate the problem and the persona. Allow me to give you a few tips for these interviews. First, talk to your target. Find people who correspond to your persona and get out of the building and go talk to them in person. And talk to them one-on-one. Define your goals and keep them in mind. Here your goal is not to pitch your solution. You're not trying to convince anyone. You want to make sure the problem you've identified is real, and you want to get to know your potential users better. Get ready to hear things you don't want to hear. Actually, help people tell you things you don't want to hear. Ask open-ended questions. This is really important. When asking about the problem, don't ask people, "Do you have this problem?" but rather, "Can you tell me about the last time you did," and you insert the action that would lead to the problem. And once the person answers, you can add, "Okay, and did you face any problems while doing this?" Always rephrase what people tell you. This is a great technique, maybe the greatest of them all. It will allow you to make sure you understood what the person told you and also give them an opportunity to add details. Look for insights and make sure to write them down. They'll be useful to refine your persona and useful when you start thinking about a solution once you've validated your problem. Validate with currency. The best form of currency is money. If you can find people willing to give you money because they want you to solve the problem, even though your solution doesn't exist yet, this means this problem is worth being tackled. But currency can also be email addresses or phone numbers from people who really want to hear from you once your solution is ready. And finally, refine your hypotheses and go test the new ones. This getting out of the building might take some time, and you might have to refine your hypotheses several times. But this is great. This will bring you a lot of insights. Once you've validated your problem and customer hypothesis, you can go back to your persona and fill it with everything you've learned. So let's see what ours would be like. We'll start by writing down the problem we've validated just above the persona. Now let's talk about the facts. It's important to give a name to your persona. You can even add a photo or draw a picture. This persona is going to become your best friend, and it's always easier when friends have a name and a face, right? So we'll call our persona Kevin. It's not necessarily a college student. He's actually more likely to be 25 and to work in a startup. And he does own a smartphone and share pictures on Facebook from his computer, but most of the time they were taken with his real camera. Next block is pain. Here we can add details about the problem that the people we've interviewed have told us about. These details are clues about how we should solve the problem. So we have phone pictures don't look good, but Kevin doesn't always have his camera with him, and sharing pictures is complicated. Also, there's too much going on Facebook, and pictures taken by friends are lost in the middle of a lot of informations. In the behavior block, we can write down that we've learned that our typical user uses Photoshop to enhance his pictures, but not for fun pictures, for pictures taken with his camera. The next two hypotheses were right, so we can leave them here. And also we've learned that Kevin, the typical user, puts picture on photo networks like Flickr, but he doesn't really get his friend attention there. And finally, the goals for Kevin are indeed to get feedback in the probation, and he wants to look cool and show his artistic talents. Just to be clear, this is not the result of what Instagram did. This is just an example. Actually, Instagram is a pivot of Bourbon, a check-in app like Foursquare. With time, you probably have more than one type of people using your product. But for now, stick to one persona, or two if you're working on a two-sided market. But that's the only exception. Alright, it's time for you to work now. Start by filling your persona. You can find the canvas in the folder of this lesson in the files you've downloading at the beginning of this course. Get out and talk to potential users as soon as you can. And keep in mind that you have two goals: test your problem and understand the potential users. Take notes and refine your hypothesis. If you're only working on a small idea for the purpose of this course, you might not need to do all that, but it would be a great training for your future projects. However, if you're working on a real business hypothesis, I strongly suggest that you validate that the pain you've chosen to solve really exists, and that it exists for a category of people that you really understand. Of course, this is not something you should do only once. Looking for feedback from users is one of the core activities of a good designer. Each step of your workflow should be punctuated by talks with users or potential users. Once we've made sure we're solving a real problem for a category of people we really understand, we can start thinking about a solution. That means a product made of features. Most of the time, the solution ideas will come from the insights you get during the interviews you made, so don't forget to write them down as you do the interviews. I'm sure you already have plenty of feature ideas. You were probably thinking about them even before validating your problem. While this is not really a good thing, don't beat yourself up. It's what everyone does because it's what gets us excited, envisioning a product that millions will use, right? The best way to deal with this is to write down all your ideas and to keep thinking. Do not throw yourself completely at the first ideas you'll get. You will probably miss the real gems that can come out of your brain. So focus on quantity, try to be as exhaustive as possible, withhold criticism, be unself-conscious, and don't hesitate to write down anything that comes to your mind. Let me give you a few tips to get creative when looking for a solution and feature ideas. A good way to start this exploration is to take the main terms of your problem and to do a semantic exploration of each of them. These are our two problems, and these are the main terms. Here's what I usually do next. I take a piece of paper, I draw a sun, more or less like this, with at least 10 branches, and I write down one of the terms inside the sun. And I force myself to write at least one word for each branch. Sometimes it comes easily, and you find yourself adding branches or sub-branches. Sometimes you have to force yourself to think. These words can be noun, verbs, adjectives, whatever you like. You can think about the word in the current context and out of the context, so you can broaden your apprehension of the subject. Let's try with photo. Pause the video and write down 10 words related to the word photo. Pause it now. So these are my words. They will surely be different from yours, but that's okay. Do the same thing for the other terms and put them in a table like this. This semantic exploration is meant to help you broaden your horizon. The outcome, the words themselves, are not what's more interesting about this step. It's the process itself, because new ideas will spring along the way. So let's go on. Another good technique is to look at other digital or physical products that solve a similar problem. For instance, what do we usually do to showcase a printed picture? We put a nice frame around it. Maybe we could put digital frames around the pictures taken with our phones. Next tip is to look at common human behaviors when trying to solve a similar problem. What do people do when they want to look better? That's right, they put on nice clothes. And can photos wear clothes? No, not really, but maybe we can cover them with something. Also, think about what your target is already using. If we check our persona, we can see that Kevin, our target user, owns a camera. Photographers sometimes change lenses. Maybe we can find a way to add lenses to smartphones, hardware or software. Another great technique is to think about the key issues that affect the problem. Let's think about the other part of a problem for a minute. Sharing pictures from your phone is complicated. Why? Because photos take time to upload, and even more time if you have to go to every app you want to share your picture on. So it would be great to have a single place where you can select the networks you want to share the photo on. What you can also do is pretend you're trying to solve the opposite problem. How would you do it? If you wanted to make pictures look even less good, we could pixelate them. So maybe there's a way to sharpen the pictures we take with our phones. Trying to solve a similar problem in a different field can also be very interesting. For instance, what do we do when videos don't look good? Well, the first problem is usually that the video is shaky, and this can be solved by using a digital stabilizer or a tripod. Photos are sometimes blurry as well. Maybe a stabilizer would make sense. This is a very similar field, but you could choose a totally different field. It can also be interesting to brainstorm with monetization in mind. What would you sell that solve your problem? Did you know that Instagram's first business model idea was to sell filters? And that's actually what Path do. So don't worry about repeating yourself, keep writing, and don't hesitate to take a few breaks to empty your brain. If you use these techniques, You should come up with a lot of solutions or feature ideas to solve the problems you've identified. Your job now, and it might not be easy, will be to prioritize these ideas. So, to do that, ask yourself two questions. Among these ideas, which ones would be the most efficient to solve the problem, and which ones are the most feasible? Take a minute to look at this very interesting quote from the creator of Gmail and Google AdSense. It says, "Pick 3 key attributes or features, get those things very right, and then forget about everything else. By focusing on only a few core features in the first version, you are forced to find the true essence and value of the product." And among these key features, you must pick one. This will be your one feature, your key feature. This doesn't prevent you from having other secondary features to make this one feature work, but your one feature will be what all your app will be focused and oriented towards. So how can you choose this top feature, this one feature? I think by now you know the answer. Go talk to people and pitch them your ideas. I won't be repeating it each time, and it might not be necessary for each single step of the workflow, but as I said, design is an iterative process, and the iteration cycle always involves user validation. So what you did with the problem, you should do the same to validate your solution idea. Same thing for your mockups and your first designs. Don't be afraid to show them to people. The feedback you'll get will be amazingly valuable, even if it's not good feedback. Actually, especially when it's not good feedback. Don't just take my word for it, give it a try. Once you're clear what your key feature is, only keep the sub-features that you might have come up with that are related and needed to make that one feature app work. Draw a simple table like this to have a clear view of what you'll be building. Applying filters to photos to make them look good will be our one feature. It's very simple. You don't need to learn how to use any tools like you would with photo enhancing software, and it's potentially quite effective. Making photos beautiful is useless unless people actually see them. That's why our two sub-features will be to let people share them easily on social networks, but also to give the user a feed of his pictures that other people can see. This last choice is comforted by what some people told us when researching the problem and refining our persona. So we'll have filters, feed, and share. And one last piece of advice. Don't get emotionally attached to a feature. This happens a lot and can cause you to waste a lot of time. Commit yourself to satisfy your user needs, not to specific features. Hey, welcome back to the course. In this lesson, we'll be talking about storytelling design, which is a crucial step before moving on to mockups. One of the biggest things that has helped me is learning how to become a better storyteller and the power of a story. And by this, I mean, if you want to build a product and you want to build a product that is relevant to folks, you need to put yourself in their shoes and you need to write a story from their side. So we spend a lot of time writing what's called user narratives. This is a quote from Doug Dorsey, founder of Twitter and Square, and let me explain why it's very interesting. Now that we know what we want our users to be able to do with our app, and that we understand who they are, it is time to start figuring out how they will interact with the product. In order to do that, we'll create user narratives for our product that will illustrate every step in the user's journey through it. I will refer to them as narratives or stories. That means the same thing. The persona we've defined earlier will be the voice of the story. That means we won't be saying the app should do something, but I, as Kevin, will do something. So remember to write your narratives using the active voice. There's two types of user narratives. One that's more generic, that says, "As Kevin, I can take a picture and apply a filter to make it beautiful." The other type of narratives is more detailed and explicit. It describes each step of the flow. I click the photo button to take a picture. Next story is I can swipe to choose a filter. Then when I click a filter, it alters the image accordingly. This second type of stories is very useful for many reasons. It allows you to make sure you have a comprehensive approach of the flow and that you're not forgetting anything. It will also be very useful when coding the app, especially if someone else is doing it, but it can be a bit tricky to write all these stories without a visual support. That's why we'll be doing that in the next lessons as we're building our mockups. For now, we want to get a general sense of how the app will work. Describing the flow of the app is a good premise before we start creating a visual draft of it. And it's also a good way of coming up with essential subfeatures that we might not have thought about in the precedent steps. Now, let's describe what our user will be able to do with the app. The first step will be to write a goal story, and you can use this template to do that. As a user persona or user type, I want to accomplish something so that some benefit happens. So for us, it will be, as Kevin, I want to take a nice picture of what I'm doing so that people can see that I'm doing something cool. Notice that the goal is something we found out earlier when talking to our potential users and that we put in the persona. Next step is to break this goal story into smaller pieces explaining what the user will do. So let's start with our first goal story. As Kevin, I want to take a nice picture of what I'm doing so that people can see that I'm doing something cool. I will open the app, I take a picture, I apply a filter to make it look good and therefore worth being shared. I can add a description to my enhanced picture, and I can select on what networks I want to share my enhanced picture on. What I advise you to do is to use post-its. Write each story, the goal story and the small stories, on a post-it and stick them to the wall. That way you'll be able to move them around and modify them easily. While doing this, don't hesitate to try a few different things and combinations and compare them to see which one will be better. Again, a good way to do that is to show your user the different possibilities. And try to remove as much friction and unnecessary steps as you can when you organize your stories. Here we could have told the user to choose the filter before taking the picture, but asking the user to take the photo first is easier, he doesn't have to think. Making the first step of the flow very easy will maximize the chances of him completing the task. So we'll go back to selecting a filter after taking the photo. We also said that one of the pains we wanted to solve was that pictures on other platforms such as Twitter or Facebook are lost in a massive amount of information, and that the solution would be to create a feed of photos only. Let's think about that feature and its narrative using a tool I like. It's called the Desire Engine Canvas. This canvas was created by Neriel, who's an entrepreneur and writer who writes mainly about business and psychology. There's the link to his blog in the description, and I strongly advise you to have a look at it. It's full of great insights. He calls this canvas the Desire Engine Framework, and this framework is designed to help you build a product that will engage people and get them hooked. It is mainly useful for consumer products, but it can still lead to an interesting reflection if you're working on a B2B product. After all, B2B clients are humans as well. This canvas is made of 4 boxes: the trigger, the action, the variable reward, and the commitment. This canvas, as every tool I give you in this course, is in the files you downloaded at the beginning of the course. You can print it and use post-its to fill it. Let me make some space here so we can start filling the canvas. Trigger is pretty self-explanatory. It is something that triggers the use of the product. For us, it's when a user sees or does something cool he wants to share with other people. And this is an internal trigger because it is something the user feels that triggers the action. But before the internal trigger becomes effective, you usually would have to set up external triggers like sending a notification saying that the user could share on your app the photo he has just taken, or reminding him the usefulness of the app by sending him a weekly email saying that 10 of his friends have posted pictures on the app during the week. Our main action is that the user enhances his picture and share it. This is pretty straightforward. Next up is variable reward. Studies have shown that when we work to get a reward, our level of dopamine is at its higher point not when we get the reward, but while we're working to get that reward. What gets us excited is that we're expecting something. And this is where it gets very interesting. The same studies have shown that our level of dopamine goes through the roof when the reward is not predictable, when it's not always the same. In some cases, it can be powerful enough to shut down the areas of the brain associated with judgment and reason, while activating the parts associated with wanting and desire. Think about slot machines or lottery. Not knowing exactly what we're going to get gets us really, really excited. So what could be a great variable reward for us? Well, since people share pictures because they're looking for other people's validation and attention, the like mechanism seems perfect. It's very simple, it's a one-click action, and it allows the user to see how much validation he gets in a very simple and straightforward way. And this is how our app can become very addictive, like a game where the goal is to find the coolest thing to share to get the more approbation we can. Likes usually come with comments, so let's not give our users any frustration. Let me make a quick side note here. Giving the user feedback is one of the most important principles of design. If a user does an action and nothing happens, he'll be completely lost. And this is valid even for tiny design details like when a user uses a button. On the web, when you see a button, hover over it and click on it. It usually changes. It becomes a bit darker or it moves a little bit as if you were pressing it. These three states are usually called normal, hover, and active. The likes and comments are also a way of giving the user feedback on his action. Alright, let's go back to the canvas. The last box is commitment. This commitment phase has two goals, and I'm quoting Nerial here. The first is to increase the odds that the user will make another pass through the design engine when presented with the next trigger. Second, now that the user's brain is swimming in dopamine from the anticipation of reward in the previous phase, it's time to pay some bills. The commitment generally comes in the form of asking the user to give some combination of time, data, effort, or money. The commitment implies an action that improves the service for the next go-around. Inviting friends, stating preferences, building virtual assets, and learning to use new features are all commitments that improve the service for the user. There's two things we could do here. Make the user follow other people and invite friends to the app, and we could also redirect him to his feed so he can see other people's pictures and he can like them. He's himself waiting for people to like his pictures, so he'll be more inclined to do the same for other people's pictures. And by doing so, it will encourage these people to continue using the app. Seeing other people's cool pictures will also entice him to post some more cool pictures of his own in the future. We could even combine both by putting a subscribe to people or invite friend option in the user feed. This is not something that Instagram does, but it could be really interesting. Okay, this should be a good basis for the feed narrative. So here it is. As Kevin, I want to be able to see my friends' pictures and give them feedback so they know that I'm giving them validation. So I open the app and access my feed of my friends' pictures. I can like my friends' pictures, I can comment on them, and as I scroll down my feed, I'm invited to follow more people or to invite some friends to the app. We can also update our main action narrative and add my pictures is shared on my followers' feed. That would probably be enough for the first iteration, but let's pretend for the sake of the course that we've done a few iterations and gotten some feedback from our first users. And one thing we had not thought about is that our product works great when a lot of people are already using it and that each user has many friends on the app. But right now, the first users feel lonely and they're not getting much feedback. So we should allow the users who are already using the app but who don't know each other to see each other's pictures. Let's write a narrative for that. The goal story will be, as Kevin, I want to be able to see other people's pictures and give them feedback. And we'll break that into smaller stories. I can access interesting pictures from people who are not my friends. I can like the pictures and I can comment the pictures. And let's use what we've learned with the Design Engine canvas to make the story a bit more interesting. Being published in this interesting pictures from other people section could also be a variable reward, a kind of jackpot reward, the You Super Cool reward. If we say that you have to get a high number of likes to get this reward, this will entice people to take very cool pictures, to invite their friends to use the app so they can like their pictures, and to interact a lot with people on the app. So let's update the main action. My picture is published to the Explore section if I get a high number of likes. And we'll add two more narratives. A notification. As Kevin, I want to know when people interact with my pictures. I open the app, I go to the notification section, and I'm able to see who has interacted with my pictures. And finally, the profile story. As Kevin, I want to access my information and pictures. So I open the app, I can go to my profile. I can see how many people I follow and how many people follow me. I can see my pictures, I can find more people to follow, I can invite friends, and I can change my profile picture. It's impossible at this stage to be sure that you have all the stories, because things will evolve as you design, but also because you have to actually flow through it in a user interface to see what's missing. Assume that you'll be uncovering a good chunk of new stories as part of designing the user interface. Also, keep in mind that even if we've organized narratives in silos, users will actually jump around back and forth between these different silos. What's great about this process is that it's not only a way for you to understand what you'll be designing, it's also a way to prioritize and organize your work when you or someone in your team will actually be coding the app. Agile and Scrum methodologies use user stories as the center of the organization of the development of the product. A final word on making user or potential users write these narratives. 3 reasons why it's interesting. First, once you've pitched them your solution, they might have a very different mental representation of it, and they might think about things or flows you haven't thought about. Second, they will phrase the stories in their own domain-specific language and make comparisons specific to the domain. And third, they will have a naive approach. They won't think about technicality when you might be refraining yourself because of that. But be careful, you cannot just rely on that. As Dieter Rams said, good design is innovative. And I'm sure you've heard what Henry Ford supposedly said about that matter. If I had asked what people wanted, they would have said, faster horses. Okay, we're done for this lesson. Next video we'll talk about and we start working on the mockups of the app. I guess you're impatient to start designing the interface of the app. Well, you're about to. During this lesson, we'll transform the user stories into drafts of the screens. These drafts are called mockups. Mockups or wireframes are for web and mobile projects, while a blueprint is for architecture of buildings, a representation. They usually follow the Pareto rule and allow to quickly lay out how the app will work and what it will roughly look like. It's basically the 20% that represent 80% of the visual interface. Wireframes should be as bare as possible. You want to judge the user experience, not the look. So at this point, we won't be working on fonts or colors, for instance. The reason why we're doing that first is that when you start by designing a pixel-perfect UI right away, all the feedback you get from your team, from your potential users, and even from yourself is about colors, fonts, and alignment. And that's not what you're interested in right now. Right now, you want to make sure the concept of your app makes sense. When you sketch your concept on paper or on your computer, people talk about usefulness and usability of the product, not about aesthetic details. Once you've nailed the concept, you can start designing a more detailed version of the UI. When you're building mockups, you're building the layout of your app. And there is a very simple rule that you should keep in mind to organize your layout. Content is king. Almost every web or mobile app is in a way or another a tool for handling content. And behind the term content, there is a wide variety of things and formats. It can be news, messages, informations, in the form of text, photos, graphic representations, or maybe maps. But whatever the kind, content is central. So you should always start your reflection about the layout of your app by thinking about the best way to display your content according to what you want your user to do with it. The most common actions you can perform are creating, consulting, sharing, and managing content. It can be interesting to ask yourself for each of your screens what you're trying to do with your content. Our content is pictures, and depending on what we want the user to do, we won't display the pictures in the same way. They will be big when the user consults them and smaller when he shares them, for instance. There's a lot of apps, desktop or web-based, that are dedicated to building mockups. And you might find yourself working in a team where they use balsamic mockups, for instance. But all the designers I know who are working in Sketch do their wireframes in Sketch. It's very easy and simple, and it also means that you don't have to pay to buy one of the wireframe softwares. Besides, this would be a good way to get to know Sketch. For now, don't worry if you don't understand and if I don't explain what everything you see is for. I'll explain everything later. We're just going to play Lego, and all you need to know is how to copy and paste. In case you don't know, it's Command C to copy and Command V to paste. I've created a template that you can find in the files you've downloaded at the beginning of this course. It's in this course folder and it's called Mockups Template 1x. You can also find it in the Templates folder. This template contains all the basic elements you need to build your mockups. Building mockups is a bit like playing Lego. You add bricks to come up with a representation of your future product. And thanks to Sketch, you can also edit the basic elements. It's like being able to change the size, the shape, or the colors of your Lego bricks. Pretty cool. This template is made of two parts, the elements and the iPhone frame. Each part is contained in an artboard. One here and one here. In Sketch, an artboard is a fixed frame inside the infinite canvas. This is the infinite canvas, and we have these two frames here, elements. You can see the blue outlines right there. So we have the elements artboard that contains all the bricks, all the elements you might need to start building your wireframes. And we have the iPhone frame artboard in which you will put these bricks. The artboard itself is the white part you can see here. This corresponds to the screen of the iPhone, for instance. The iPhone frame is just to help you visualize the interface within the iPhone. So we'll start with the navigation system. As you might remember from the previous videos, there are 5 main narratives that will shape the app. I want to take nice pictures and share them. I want to see my friends' pictures. I want to be able to see other people's pictures. I want to know when people interact with my pictures. And I want to access my information on my pictures. These are starting points of 5 different flows, so we'll use a very common iOS pattern for navigation system, the tabs. So we'll copy and paste these 5 tabs bottom bar. Double click on it to select it. Make sure the whole folder is selected over here. Press Command C and then select the screen frame, this artboard, and press Command V. So it copies and pastes the elements inside the screen. Let's zoom in a little bit. We can move the block around using the arrows on the keyboard or the mouse, just like this. You can see how Sketch helps you put it in place. The red line in the center tells us that the block is well centered, and the ones on the side indicate that both sides of the block touch the edge of the artboard. So let's put it just down there, make sure it's well aligned. Perfect. Our key feature, the ability to take beautiful pictures, will be placed in the center. So we'll change the label. Let's zoom in a little bit again. Double click over here on the label and double click again to select the text and change the text to camera. Good. The first tab on the left will be our home page. So we can write feed. This will be the home page where the user can see his friends' pictures. Or maybe we can write home. That's better. The next tab is the Explore tab. So let's change that. Again, if you want to select the text, you have to click several times on it. This tab will be the Notification tab. And this one will be the Profile. Okay, great. Let's zoom out. We'll complete our navigation system with a top bar. Select the status bar just over here and the top bar one. You can do that in the artboard or in the left panel, and do the same thing that we did with the bottom bar. So copy and paste. Okay, now let's zoom in a little bit over here. The status bar seems to be well aligned. Let's just, okay, this is great. Make sure that you see this red line over here. It says that the two elements are well aligned next to each other. We don't need the back button, so we can just hit the backspace key to delete it. But we'll keep the other button for later. And we can change the label to home for now. Let's put it all caps. We could leave the sample icons in the tab bar. That would be completely fine for mockups. But let me just show you how to change them if you feel like you really need to. We'll start by selecting the camera icon in the Elements artboard. And we'll copy paste it in the iPhone frame artboard. In order to do that, press Command C with the icon selected, and on the left panel in the screen artboard, select the bottom bar and press Command V to paste. If the element is copied outside of the artboard, just grab it and place it on the screen, on the iPhone screen. We'll place the camera icon on top of the star. Again, watch how Sketch helps us position the element. We'll then hide or delete the star icon. So go to the left panel in the bottom bar folder and the Call to Action tab. To hide an element, click on the eye that appears when you hover over it. And to delete it, select the element and press the backspace key. So grab the camera in the left panel and put it in the Call to Action tab where the star icon was. Let's do the same thing with the other icons. We're going to pick the house for the Home tab, the world for the Explore tab, the bubble icon for the Notification tab, and the user icon for the Profile tab. We can select multiple elements and copy-paste them at the same time. If you're picking elements on the artboard, hold the Shift key while clicking on the icons to select multiple items at the same time. If you're selecting them from the panel on the left, hold the Command key, because if you use the Shift key, it will select all the elements between the two elements you've clicked on. Okay, I'll show you another way to copy and paste these in the iPhone frame artboard. Once they are selected, hold the Alt key and in the left panel drag them and drop them in the screen artboard just above the bottom bar folder. They will be copied in the same place in the screen artboard, so let's roughly position them where they belong. We'll put them in the right folder in the panel on the left. So we have the selected tab, which is currently the Home tab, and the three other icons will be in the Normal tab folder. To select an element inside a folder, click several times on it. The first click will select the first block or folder of elements, the second one the folder within it, etc., until you get to the final element. You can also hold the Command key, and this will allow you to directly select the element you want. Now, let's adjust the position of the icons. It's often more precise to use the arrows on the keyboard to position the element, so give it a try. But don't spend too much time on this. These are only mockups, not the final product. And finally, we'll change the color of the icons. To change the color, we'll pick one of the 4 shades of grey I've pre-selected for you for the mockups. Click on the link button at the top of the right panel to see them. So select the Home icon and click on the white square, right? And select the 3 icons in the Normal tab folder and select the light grey. Good. Notice that I have hidden the icons that were there before. You can do the same thing by pressing the little I next to the name. Okay, so let's fold these folders. We can even fold this element artboard. Now that we have our navigation system sorted out, we have the basis of all our screens. The 5 tabs are the starting point for the 5 main stories that correspond to 5 different flows. So we'll copy the first screen 5 times to illustrate that. But before we do that, we'll group the status bar, the top bar and the bottom bar by selecting them in the left panel and going to Arrange, Group Layers. We can do the same thing by selecting them and pressing Command G. We'll name the group, double click on it, I'll name it navigation, and we'll lock it so we don't risk messing things up when working on the content of the screens. So right click on it and select lock layer. When elements are locked, you can't select them in the artboard. This prevents from clicking and moving things by mistake. You can always unlock an element or a folder by clicking on the lock next to its name. See? Now I can select them. Okay, so right click on the iframe frame artboard, on the screen artboard in the left panel, and select duplicate. Let's zoom out a little bit, maybe a bit more. If you hold the shift key and press the down arrow key, this will move the artboard 10 pixels by 10 pixels. If you don't hold the shift key, it will move, but only 1 pixel by 1 pixel. Okay, another handy way of doing this, so let's delete this one. Delete layers. Another way of doing this would be to select the artboard, select it, and go to Arrange and Make Grid. We'll have 5 rows and only 1 columns because we want to have it 5 times, and let's put 300 pixels margin. Make grid. That's it. We have our 5 screens. Now let's give these artboard names that make sense, and let's order them properly. This is the top one, so we'll put it at the top right here, and we'll call it home. We'll give them the names of the tabs. Explore. See how the name changes over here when you change the name of the artboard. We've got screen here, so if we select it and change its name to camera, it should change as well. Look at that. Screen, notif, and profile. Great, now let's change the selected tab so we know where we are when we're zoomed in. To modify a locked layer, you don't necessarily need to unlock it. You simply have to work within the left panel instead of directly in the canvas. Go to Navigation and to the bottom bar, go to the selected tab, and we'll move this rectangle over here to the right. It's 64 pixel wide, so let's put it 64 pixel away on the x-axis. Just type plus 64 and Sketch will do the math for you. This one is pretty easy, but it can be very useful. This is the x field in the position coordinates. Now we have to put the icons in the right folder, so select the Explore icon and select its label and drag them into the selected tab folder. And the Home and its label now belong to the normal tab. Last thing we need to do is change the color, so select these 2 elements and change the color to white, and now change the color of the Home and its label to light gray. We'll also change the title of the screen. So you go to top bar, home, hit enter, and now you can change the title. So here would be Explore. Good. I'll let you do the same thing with the selected tab and the title for the notification and profile screens, and you can leave out the camera screen for now. Press pause now and hit play when it's done. So your notification screen should look like this, and your profile screen should look like this. If it's the case, good job. We left out the camera page because the navigation will be a bit different. This is our main feature and we want to make sure people use it well, so we will reduce the number of options in the screen and keep only what's crucial to the completion of this user story flow. So we'll get rid of the navigation bar over here. Let's go to the camera, navigation, top bar, and get rid of it. And same thing for the bottom bar. Getting rid of these navigation bars will allow the user to keep a strong focus on the completion of this funnel. The whole screen will be dedicated to the completion of the task, and we can just keep the status bar here for now. Let's have a look at the key feature narrative to make sure that we know what we're doing. We'll try to have one or two of these steps only on each screen, so only one or two of these smaller stories. Let's plan the flow now. For each step, we'll add a small description at the bottom. This will allow us to be very clear with what we want the user to achieve in the screen we're designing. So select the text tool in the toolbar or press T on your keyboard and click just below the iPhone frame. Change the text to I take a picture. If the text is white, like this, it might be the case, just select the text, make sure you have the text selected, and change the color to dark gray over here. Position it nicely. Okay. Now select the camera artboard by clicking on it in the left panel. We'll copy it, so Alt Alt and drag and drop it next to the preview screen, just like this. We'll add some text too, so press T and click just below the iPhone frame. We'll write I can swipe to choose a filter. When I click a filter, it alters the image accordingly. Only 2C, not 3. Okay. We'll resize this field, so just grab the handle and resize it, just like that, and position it below the iPhone frame, just like this. Okay, we'll also change the name of the artboard, so double click on camera copy and change it to filters page. Okay, and duplicate the screen by doing the same thing we did for the previous one, so Alt Alt and drag and drop the screen next to the previous one, like this. We'll add some text. What we can do is take this text box, Alt Alt, and drag and drop it just below to copy it, and we can change the text. We'll write I can add a description to my photo, and I can select the networks I want to show it on. That's it. We might need to resize it a bit, just like that. Okay, perfect. Now let's rename this page to share page, just like that. And finally, after the last screen, we add a text field that says, my picture is shared on my followers feed, and it is published to the Explore section if I get enough likes. So let's grab this text field, copy it over here, like this, and say, my picture is shared on my followers feed. It is published to the Explore section if I get enough likes. Okay, fine. We'll also add arrows to make sure that people understand the flow, even if it seems pretty obvious. We can grab the arrows in the element artboards. We can take these ones. You can hold the Command key to select the arrow. Press Command C, and then the right artboard and Command V. So we have the arrow just here, we can position it here, perfect. And we'll copy paste it, Command C, Command V, put it here. We'll also add one last one just right here. In case you were wondering what I just did, I just selected it and pressed Command C, Command V, so you see that it duplicated it. Okay, so let's group all these arrows and commands over here together. Select them all in the left panel and press Command D. We can rename the group to comments, and we'll lock the group so we won't mess with it by mistake. So right click and lock layer like this, and that's it. Let's start filling the screens now. Select the image element in the element artboard, this one, and copy it. So select the camera artboard, press Command C, then select the camera artboard and press Command V. Okay, let's position it and center it roughly on the screen. Yep, see how Sketch helps us again. Why is the photo square? Well, here's what Kevin Systrom, Instagram's founder, has to say about this. We realized that if we were going to do photos, that would have to be different and stand out. Square photos displayed really well in the feed format, and frankly, we just like the aspect ratio better. This is not uncommon. A part of Twitter's identity relies on the 140 characters constraint. Okay, so now we need a button to take the picture. A big and clear call to action. So let's zoom in a little bit and click the shape button in the toolbar over here and select oval. Otherwise, you can also just press the O key on your keyboard like this. Hold Shift. This will allow you to make a perfect circle. Not doing this would result in drawing an oval like this. Okay, so let's draw this. We'll give it a width of 90 pixel, like this, and a height of 90 pixel too. We could also click this little lock so when we resize it, the proportions are kept, like this. See? We'll get rid of the border over here, like this, and we'll change the fill and make it dark to indicate that it's a strong call to action. Let's position it and center it roughly. That's it. Now grab the camera icon that we used earlier, this one, copy and paste it in the camera artboard. Where is it? Over here. And place it on top of the button. Now change the color by clicking this white square, and we'll resize it. So click the lock to make sure that the proportions are kept and give it a width of 40 pixel. Let's put it where it belongs. Yeah, right. So now we're going to group these two layers, and we can rename the button to Take Picture button. Okay, good. Once our user is here on the screen, his only option is to take a picture and go further. This is good, this is very focused, but we can't really not let our user go back. What are you supposed to do if you just click the camera tab by mistake? So we'll add a cancel button. Select the standard button on the top bar in the element artboard. Just over here, you can press Command to select the button. Make sure the whole folder with the label is selected, and copy paste it in the camera artboard. Make sure it's really in the artboard and position it roughly like that. We'll rename it. You can just click on it or select the layer in the left panel that says label, and we'll change to cancel. Let's adjust the position of the image a little bit. Same thing for this button. That looks better. We'll also add an explanation for the first cancel button in the camera screen. So let's just add some text, press T, and say goes back to the page, the page the user was previously on. Put it here, and we'll copy paste one of these arrows. We have to select it in the left panel. This is the one. As usual, press Command C and Command V. Grab it over here, or you can do it because it's locked, obviously. You can move it with the arrows on your keyboard, just like that, and put it in place. Okay, so we'll move this a little bit as well. And grab one of the handles of the arrow to change its orientation. And move it with the arrows keys on the keyboard. Okay, should be fine for now. Maybe we can change the color of this text because we can't see it really well. Make sure that it's the dark gray that is selected, and put this text inside the comments with the other comments and the arrows. I think it's time for us to save for the first time. Don't forget to do that from time to time, otherwise you could be really frustrated. Normally you would have to press Command S to save, but as this is the first time we're saving and as we're working in a template, it's better to duplicate the file first. So go to File, Duplicate, and this will create a new version of this file. Now we can save this file by pressing Command S or going to File, Save, and choose wherever you want to place your file. And change its name, obviously, to exercise file, for instance, whatever. I'm pressing cancel here, but you have to press the save button to save, obviously. Okay, let's take care of the next step, the filters page. In this screen, we want the user to choose a filter and see it modify the image live. So we'll copy and paste this image from the previous screen in the new screen, just like this. We'll keep a similar interface. We'll just replace the Take Picture button with a list of the filters preview. So copy and paste this big image just below, like this. And make sure the lock is locked to keep the proportions, and give it a width of 80 pixels. Let's zoom in a little bit. Put the filter in place and duplicate it 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. The last one should be partially outside the screen to show that the user can swipe horizontally. Now select the 4 little images and click the Distribute Horizontally button, just over here. The 2 elements on the outside stay in the same place, and the ones in between will be evenly distributed. That means that the blank spaces between each of the selected elements will be the same. Okay, so we'll use checkboxes to indicate which filter is selected. Select in the artboard elements, select the checkboxes, this one, and this one, and copy paste them in the filters page artboard. Just make sure that you put them in the right artboard, like this. Let's put the filters here, and we'll put the checkbox just above the first filter, and one unchecked box on top of 3 other filters. Make sure to select the whole folder, because if you select only one of the circles, like I just did, this won't work. So copy and paste it, and use the arrows on the keyboard to make sure they're in place, like this. Copy and paste it again. Okay, so the big image seems to be a bit too low, so let's put it a bit higher. We'll also add 2 buttons, one to validate here and one to go back in case the user wants to change his picture. So go to the Elements artboard, and in the top bar 2, this one, select the back button and the CTR button, and we'll copy paste them in the filters artboard. So press Command C and select the filters page, but we won't use Command V this time to paste them. We'll go to the filters page right here. You can zoom in a little bit if you want. We'll right click on the artboard like this, and we'll select paste. This is a more precise way of pasting elements. So position the buttons, like this, and change the labels. We'll write camera and next. And we'll also add labels to the filters. So press T and click just below the first filter, change the text to filter, make sure it's well aligned with the image, that's it. Select the text field and press Command C, Command V to copy paste it. Then use the arrows while holding Shift to move it correctly. If you want to adjust it, just use the arrows without holding Shift. This will only move the element 1 pixel by 1 pixel. Once again, holding Shift will allow you to move the element 10 pixels by 10 pixels. So do that 3 times. Next step is the share screen, that screen. So let's go to the Elements artboard, and we'll use the top bar 2, that one that we used before. So copy it, select share page, and right click on the artboard. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit and make sure it's well aligned, like this. And we'll delete this button because we don't need it. Next, we want to allow the user to add a description to his picture. So this will be very simple, a text field for the caption and a text field for the location. Let's have a look at the elements. Okay, so we'll use this thumbnail text field and this regular text field. Copy them and paste them in the right artboard. Okay. Let's put that one here, that one here. Perfect. We'll change the text to add a caption and add a place. Let's move the text field a little bit because we want to add an icon over here. we'll choose this place icon. Don't know if you can see it, this one. So copy it. Let's unzoom. Select the share page and paste it right here. Great. You can adjust the position by using the arrows, and we'll change the color to a light shade of gray, just like this. Okay, next part of the screen is I can select on what networks I want to share my picture on. So we'll add a title, press T and click just below the text field and write share, all caps, just like this. We could make it medium or bold. Let's make it medium. Make sure it's aligned on the left. Good. And we'll use this table, the table 3 by 2. Copy it and paste it over here. Position it like that. We'll change the labels to Facebook, email, Flickr, Twitter, Tumblr, and Foursquare. We can even add the icons. So we'll move the labels a little bit to make some space for the icons, like this. We'll go to the Elements artboard. We have Twitter, Foursquare, Facebook, Foursquare, Tumblr, and Flickr. We'll copy them, go to the share page, and paste them here. Let's put them where they belong. Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr. Oh, we forgot the email icon. Flickr, Foursquare. Take some time to adjust them. Let's grab the email icon. This one. Copy and paste it where we want to paste it. Okay, now we'll change the color of the icons so they match the color of the text. Like this. And to show that, for example, I don't know, Facebook is selected, we'll change the color to a darker shade of gray. And finally, we'll change the labels of the navigation buttons. The CTA, which will be, CTA means call to action, by the way. Share. That's it, will be back. Great, I think our first flow is finished now. Looks pretty cool, right? We now know how the user is going to make his picture look cool and share it easily. In the next lesson, we'll continue working on the mockups and we'll take care of the 4 of the main flows. In this lesson, we'll continue the mockups we started working on and we'll complete the 4 remaining flows. So let's start with the feed narrative. As Kevin, I want to see my friends' pictures and give them feedback. The steps for this narrative are: I open the app and access a feed of my friends' pictures. I can like the pictures and I can comment on them. We also have, as I scroll down my feed, I'm invited to follow more people or invite friends, but we'll leave out that last one for now. If you still have the sketch file from the last video open, you can continue with this. Otherwise, you can go to this course folder in the files you've downloaded at the beginning of the course and open the file called mockups2 start file. Okay, so let's get to it. Under the first screen, the home screen, we write what we want the user to be able to do in the screen. So we'll grab one of these comments, we'll copy it, Command C, and we'll paste it by right-clicking just under the screen. We'll select paste. Before we change the text, we're going to group these comments and arrows. They belong together in a group called camera comments. Okay, now let's take care of this one. What do we want the user to do in this screen? Well, I scroll to see my friends' pictures. I can like and comment. Good. Our two keywords here are pictures and friends. So we need to be able to see who's posting and what is posting. Let's have a look at the Elements artboard. We're going to use this user photo and this username. So click until you select both of them, like this. Command C, and then we'll select the home screen, and Command V, right click and paste just over here. We'll position it like this, should be fine. And we also need a big image like this one. Same thing, Command C, home, paste, like that. Great. Hold on, that's better. Great, now we will need to be able to like or comment the picture. For action like that, the button is the simplest option. We'll take this normal button, Command C, select home, and then paste it underneath the image. That's good. We can rename it to like and copy paste it for the comment button. Comment. The rectangle, is a bit too small, so we'll resize it. There's a few options to do that. You can grab the handle of it and move it around. You can also click the little arrows over here, up and down. If you click the width field, you can use the arrows on your keyboard to do the same thing, to go up or to go down. And if you hold the Shift key while pressing the arrows, you will go up and down by 10 pixels. And you can also add 10 pixels by writing plus 10, and Sketch will do the math for you. Okay, so let's make it simple. Do something like this, maybe a little bit bigger. What do you think? Okay, great. Showing the users how many people have liked the picture and displaying the comments is a good way to entice people to like or comment themselves. So we'll do that now. We'll use two icons to represent like and comments, but before that let's make some space between the photo and the buttons, something like this. And let's grab the icons we'll need. We'll take the heart and the bubble, copy, select home and paste just right here. We'll put the comments, the like first and the comments afterwards, like this. Now we'll add some text. We'll write the name of the users who have liked the picture. Username 1 and username 2. Okay. We'll also change the color of the heart and of the bubble to the light gray. We'll duplicate this text field to use it for the comments. We'll have this nice guy called username3. We'll comment it on the picture. We'll duplicate the text field for the comment, and he's saying something like, oh, cool comment, maybe cool picture. Using bold text for clickable text and regular for non-clickable text is a good and broadly used convention. The username would be clickable and the comment won't be, so we'll change the weight to normal, normal, like this. Last thing we need to do on this screen is to add a refresh button. So all we need to do is to add the refresh icon because we already have the shape of the button. So let's take this shape, like this, come and see, home, zoom in and right click paste, like this. Next up in the narrative is I can like my friend's pictures. So we don't need another screen to do that. Clicking the like button will add the name, our name, to the likes counter over here. Let's quickly point that out in the mockups. We'll select this arrow over here. We'll copy paste it. We don't need to select the home actually. We'll copy paste it here. And we'll write clicking the like button updates the like counter. We'll change the weight because this is back to normal and we want it to be bold as before. We'll also resize this text field like this, and you can see that it's not the right color either, so we'll select the darker shade of gray. Now let's deal with a comment action. We'll duplicate the home screen over here. So I selected the artboard and then I ordered Alt and drag and dropped the new screen next to the previous one. Let's move it a little bit and we'll rename the artboard comment page. We'll also add an arrow to indicate the direction of the flow, so we can use one of these. Like this. So, what do we want the user to be able to do in this screen? Well, we want him to read existing comments and to add a comment of his own. So let's write that down below the screen. I see existing comments and I can write a comment. Great. Now, delete everything inside the screen except for the navigation, like this. Select everything and you delete them. Let's start with the list of comments. Let's have a look in the elements artboard. We'll use the third list element. Copy it and paste it in the comment page. Let's position it. like this, and duplicate it a couple of times. Okay. Good. Now we want to be able to write a comment. So copy paste the keyboard over here. We don't need the bottom bar because we want our user to be focused on what he's supposed to do in this screen, which is write a comment. We'll also need to give him the possibility to go back. We won't need that button again, so we can get rid of it. Go to the navigation folder, the top bar one, and you have the refresh button you can delete, like this. We'll also change the name of the screen to comments, and we'll add a back button. Let's have a look where we can find one. Over here. That's it. Alright, I think this narrative is down. We're going to group the comments corresponding to the feed flow. So let's have a look, where are they? Over here. Let's group them, and we'll call them feed comments. We can put this group inside the comments group, so they will be locked. Make sure it's really in the group. If it does what it just did for me, like this, it means that it's not inside the group. So make sure the elements inside the group are on the same level here. Okay, next up is the Explore tab. As these pictures were probably not taken by the user's friends, it is less likely that they are pertinent to him. This is why it might be a good idea to display several of them at the same time instead of just one, and let him click on one if he's interested. So let's write this down below the screen. We'll use the text tool and we'll write we have white text here, so select it and change the color to dark gray. What's going on? Oh, we're good. I scroll to see popular pictures from other people. I can click on a picture to see it full size. Very good. Don't know why the text is showing as white as I'm writing, but that's okay. So we need to add another screen with the full size picture. So we'll select the Explore page and we'll duplicate it like this, and we'll duplicate this comment, put it below this frame, and we'll write what can we do in this screen? Well, I can like or comment the picture. It should be fine for now. For the first screen, we'll use one of these elements. Yes, this one. the images grid. Make sure that you select the whole folder and not just one of them, like this, and copy paste it inside the Explore screen. Like this. Okay, maybe we need to add one more row. So let's have a look. How can we do that? We'll select these three and copy paste them. Move them with the arrows on the keyboard. Like this. And we'll place this folder, the images grid, below the navigation folder. Like that. For the next screen, we'll copy paste everything that's inside the home, because it's basically the same thing. We'll go to the Explore copy. Oh, we have to change its name too. And we'll paste everything in there. Just like this. Now let's change the name of the artboard to full size picture page, and let's change this title. Oh, sit dull. In the navigation, let's change the title to photo. And as there will be many likes, we'll replace the names of the users who like the picture by the number of likes. So we'll say, I don't know, there we go. This text will also be clickable and will take us to a screen with the name of the likers, the people who like the picture. So we'll need to use another screen for that. But before we do that, we're going to get rid of this button. So go to the top bar and select the refresh button over here and delete it. Again, we are not able to select it in the artboard because this folder is locked, as you can see here. We could have unlocked it, but you can also work inside the left panel. That's quicker in my opinion. And we also need a back button, so we know where it is now. Over here, select it, copy and paste it in the full size picture page. And we're good. I just noticed that we're missing something here, the refresh button, so we need this icon as well. We'll go to the Explore page and we'll paste it here, like this. Okay, so let's take care of this third screen we were talking about. We'll duplicate the full-size picture page by selecting it in the left panel, holding Alt, and we'll drag and drop it next to the previous screen. Make sure it's correctly aligned. That's it. Let's have a look at what we can use in this artboard. We'll use the list element 1, so this one. Copy it. Go to the full size picture page copy because we haven't renamed it yet. We'll get rid of everything inside the page and paste what we've just copied. You can use the arrows on your keyboard or your mouse to move this block. And for now, we'll keep this thumbnail. It will help us position the different elements. But we're going to change this. We can get rid of this text and rid of this text and center that one. like this. So now let's copy this list element 1. There's copy it once again. What we can do is that we can select the 3 elements and copy paste them like this. Now we can select the 6 element and copy paste them like this. Might be a bit too much though. Should be fine. Again, what we need to do, let's group them. It's going to be easier. We'll call this group list. And we'll put the navigation top. We need to put the back button on top of the navigation too. So, looks good to me. Oh yeah, let's get rid of the thumbnails. We don't need that now. And finally, we'll just add an arrow from the previous screen to this one and from this screen to this one. I mean, from this screen to this one and from this screen to this one, obviously. So let's go to the comments, see if we can use one of these arrows like this. Paste and paste. And again, we'll group these comments into the Explore comments folder. And last thing we need to do is to change the name of this artboard to like this page, for instance. Okay, we can fold everything. We'll just add one more caption for the Lycos page. So, what are we supposed to do in this screen? Well, not much. I can see who has liked the picture. Position it, make sure it's a dark gray, and put it in the right folder, like this. So we have a back button. I think we're all set. So far we've done the 3 first flows, the key feature or camera, the user feed and the explore section. The notification and the profile flows are left out as exercises. We'll stick to a very simple version of the profile. This is not very crucial for the moment. So open the file called mockups2 exercise file and fill the blank screens. And you'll be able to compare what you've done with the mockups complete file when you're done. One last thing, these mockups are pretty thorough. If you feel like you need to spend some more time figuring a few things out first, or if you're working with your team, a good thing would be to try to do these mockups on paper first. You can just grab a piece of paper and draw the shape of an iPhone and the shape of the screen and start drawing whatever you want to try inside this screen. Now that we have the blueprint of the app, it is time to start thinking about its visual identity. What it will look like, feel like, what colors and fonts we're going to use. And this is the visual concept of the app. A big part of this process is to find inspiration. Inspiration is not a gift from the gods that comes to you out of nowhere. The best way to get inspired is to look at others' work. And if you feel like this is stealing other people's ideas, well, it's kind of the point. As Picasso said, good artists copy, great artists steal. And if Picasso said that, I think we're good to go. You can find in the description a link to a very interesting article on the subject by a great designer who also writes a lot about sketch. Collecting things you like from the web is an important part of your work as a product designer. There are many tools that you can use. I personally like GimmeBar. You can find it at gimmebar.com. It is a browser plugin that allows you to collect images, videos, and web pages from the web. It's a lot like Pinterest, but more straightforward when it comes to collecting inspiration. It also allows you to capture entire web pages, and this can be really useful when you're looking for web design inspiration. Let me show you how it works. Okay, so let's sign up. You can do that with Twitter or with your email address. I'll use a fake one, a fake username. It tells us to use the bookmark button, but I prefer the plugin. So we'll go to the Chrome Web Store. If you're not on Chrome, I guess you'll have to use this button and follow the instruction over here. But if you're on Chrome, I think it's better to use the plugin. So go to chrome.google.com/webstore and look for GimmeBar. Choose the second one from Zomnium. It is free, yes, we'll add it, and now you can find it here. So let's find some inspiring things to collect now. For that, we'll go to Dribbble.com with 3 B's. Dribbble is absolutely great for finding inspiration. It is the show and tell website for designers. A lot of amazing web designers, mobile app designers, graphic designers, illustrators are very active on this platform, and they upload their ongoing work every day. You can browse through the popular shots that we're doing right now, or you can look for specific themes like, I don't know, iOS app, yes. Let's see the latest. So let's have a look. This looks interesting. What we can do here is collect it. Give me a bar, so press the button, grab the image and put it in your private stash. You can add a comment or add it to a collection. We'll create the first collection like this. Hit the down arrow key to select the collection to make sure it's in it and press enter. Okay, that's nice. Let's find something else. This is kind of cool. Yep, already knows the collection. Can close it. Let's go back and try to find something else. Let's pick that. You can sometimes see bigger shots like this. And no matter what the size is, you can still add it to GimmeBar. So let's grab it, put it in the private stash and in the same collection, just like this. Now let's go back to GimmeBar and to our library, and normally we should be able to see, yes, the images we've collected like this. This is very useful. Let's go back to Dribbble for a second. There is a great color tool here that you can use. It shows you the main colors used in the shot, and if you click on it, you can see other shots that contain the same color, and you can change the color. So when you're working with a specific color, it is great to find inspiration. And if you find a designer you like, you can click on his name and browse his different shots. Anyone can create an account on Dribbble, but you must be invited to be able to post your own designs. which is not the case on this other website I'm going to show you, Behance.net. Behance is also a great design showcase website. You can sometimes see beautiful stuff. Let's have a look. iOS app. This looks nice. Yes, iOS 7 icons redesign. Looks cool. Okay, since we're working on a mobile app, there are a few websites that display screenshots of mobile app UI and flows. I'll show you one of them. It's called patterns.com, P-T-T-R-N-S.com. There are many websites like that, and I've put more links in the description. You can usually browse screenshot by tasks or UI patterns. So let's say we're working on, I don't know, the profile of our app. We can find inspiration over here. Okay, this is the profile in Twitter. This is the profile in Instagram, the new version. This is the profile in Vine, Kickstarter, and so on. So it can be very useful to spend some time on these websites. I'll show you another one, but again, you can find some more in the description. This one is called uxarchive.com. We can browse by apps or have a look at the latest uploads. You can also choose the task, so I don't know, maybe adding something. This is the way you can add something on Pinterest. Let's have a closer look. I also recommend that you sign up to Sidebar. You can find Sidebar at sidebar.io. It was created by Sasha Greff, who's very cool and very talented designer. You can sign up just over here and you'll receive every morning an email with the 5 best design links of the day. It's very cool. It keeps you up to date with new products, news, articles, and all kind of stuff related to design. Collecting inspiration is something you should do all the time, not only when you're working on a project. Whenever you find something interesting or inspiring, don't hesitate to put it in your gimme bar. In the next video, we'll work on the visual concept of the app and we'll talk about typefaces. In this video, we'll talk about typography. This is not something you should spend too much time on right now. The process of dealing with text and choosing typefaces or fonts is really iterative, since it's pretty hard to choose a font without seeing it in context. And the best thing to do is usually to start with Helvetica, and then experiment when your designs are a bit more advanced. But I wanted to give you the basics of typography theory to help you make better choices when choosing typefaces and ways to display your text. What's important to understand is that typography is both verbal and visual. When your content is mainly text and when there's a lot of it, users usually scan through the page to get a general feel and then take the time to read or not. This means that the way the text looks like influences the reader to read or not, and influences the way it's going to read the content. The typeface, the size, the position of the text can therefore serve or harm your content. That's why it's important to have a general understanding of how these things work. Alright, so let's dive in and start with the basics. The type size, also called the cap height, is the overall height of capital letters. The ascender is the upward tail on letters like H, L, T, B, D, and K. The descender is the downward tail for letters like G, Q, and Y. The counter is the white space located inside letters like O and P. And the X height, or corpus size, is the height of the letter X. Therefore, it doesn't include ascenders or descenders. The X height is the distance between the baseline and the mean line. and the baseline is the line upon which most letters sit and below which descenders extend. Depending on the font style, some or all these parts will be present. Kerning refers to the process of adjusting the space between individual characters. Kerning is used to make certain combinations of letters, such as A, V, W, A, M, W, or T, A, look better. This is an important concept for people who design typefaces, but for us this shouldn't be something we'll have to deal with a lot. But if you want to understand a bit more how it works, this little kerning game by Method of Action is pretty nice. You can find it at type.method.ac. So, while kerning isn't really something you should deal with a lot, tracking might be. Tracking, or letter spacing, refers to a consistent degree of increase, or sometimes decrease, of space between letters to affect density in line or block of text. The difference with kerning is that letter spacing refers to the overall spacing of a word or block of text, while kerning is about adjusting the spacing of two particular characters. Letter spacing is very useful in news design. In Sketch, you can adjust the tracking in the inspector by changing the value of character spacing over here. You can even use negative values to have a tighter tracking. You can give it a try. You have the sketch file in the folder of this lesson. Don't increase tracking in lowercase text, as word shapes tend to break up like this. It becomes more and more difficult to read. However, headlines often benefit from slightly tighter tracking like this. Next up is pronounced leading. Leading refers to the vertical space between lines of text. By adjusting the amount of leading between lines, the text can become more readable and less pinched. Let me show you what I mean. In Sketch, you can adjust the leading in the inspector by changing the value of line spacing. The leading value includes the size of the font, so this means that right now there is no leading in this paragraph. The readability of this text would surely benefit from adding some leading like that. The leading value should usually be 1.2 to 1.5 times the size of the font for body text. And you can use a smaller amount of leading in the title than in the body, 1.1 or 1.2 times the size of the font, so something like 54. Okay, this looks much better, doesn't it? Now let's talk about text alignment. This is probably something you're more familiar with. There are 4 types of text alignment that you can use and that you can find in Sketch. Left, this is the most common and easy to use. It's actually the default alignment. Center, use it mainly for titles. When you need to draw attention, don't use it with long pieces of text like this. It's pretty hard to read. Right, this is usually used in letters or on business cards. You probably won't use that kind of alignment very often. And justified, it creates alignment on both the left and the right side. It is mainly used in newspapers, but be careful when working with justified alignment. It can sometimes lead to the creations of rivers of white space throughout the text body. This is not the case here, but if this happens, select the words where the tracking is important and reduce it over here to correct the aspect. Notice that when I select a word or a few words like this, it takes me directly to the text panel in the inspector on the right. If we go back and if we adjust the character spacing, tracking over here, this will affect the whole paragraph, the entire block of text. If you want to change the tracking for the selected words only, select the word and make sure you're in the text panel. So if you're there, you have to go to more and then you can change the tracking over here. The measure is the name given to the width of a body of type. There is an optimum width for a measure, and that is defined by the amount of characters in the line. A general good rule of thumb is 2 or 3 alphabets in length. That's about 52 to 78 characters. This means that, depending on the size of the text, the absolute size of the measure will change. Another good rule of thumb to keep in mind is to increase your leading proportionally to your measure. So small measure less leading, and wide measure more leading. It will increase legibility. Typefaces are usually what people refer to when they talk about fonts, but please, don't ever mix typefaces like I did on this title. A typeface is a design for a set of characters. Helvetica and Times New Roman are two different typefaces, for instance. We'll also see in a minute that they belong to two different families of typefaces. So, if this is a typeface, what's a font? Well, it's okay to use font as a synonym of typeface, but just so you know, a font is a specific size, weight, and style of a typeface. In Sketch, you can change the typeface by clicking on the text, go to More. You can do it here, but I prefer doing it in this panel. And you can change it to whatever you like. You can also change the size over here and the weight here. So for instance, medium or heavy. There are three main typeface families: serif, sans serif, and script. Let's start with serif. A serif is a small line attached to the end of a stroke in a letter or a symbol. A typeface with serifs, like Times New Roman, belong to the serif family. Serif typefaces also use a combination of thin and thick strokes. Serif typefaces look a bit conservative, but are easy to read for longer pieces. If you have books on your desk, pick one of them and have a look. They probably use a serif font. Now, sans serif. In French, the word sans means without. This is why typefaces without serif are called sans serif. Unlike serif typefaces, sans serif have even strokes. They look more modern and they're great for headlines and buttons. They're also usually pretty easy to read, unlike the third typeface family that we call script. Script fonts imitate handwriting. They're often used for logos or titles, but they shouldn't be used for body text. There are dozens of subcategories. You don't need to know about them to produce great designs, but if you're interested, you can check out this website. The link is in the description of the video. So, can we combine different typefaces? While it's always easier to work with only one typeface, mixing two different typefaces can sometimes give beautiful results. If you want to give it a try, avoid using two fonts from the same family. The main reason you'd want to use another typeface is to add some contrast. Therefore, use a second typeface that's not too similar from the first one and change the size, the weight, or color. This is what I'm doing on this slide, for instance. You can also check medium.com. Medium.com is a blogging platform, so they have to deal with a lot of text, and they use a sans serif typeface for the titles and a serif typeface for the text body. But be careful, typefaces that are too disparate may not get on well, so trust your eyes to see if the association seems to work or not. For mobile app, I strongly recommend that you use only one typeface throughout the app. By doing this, you'll make sure to keep consistency and avoid looking sloppy. Of course, you can use a different typeface for your logo, and this is even recommended. That's actually what we're going to do with our app. So, where can you find nice fonts? Well, Google Fonts has a lot of great fonts that you can use for free. Just go to google.com/fonts. And Sasha Greff has also written 2 articles about Google fonts that he likes, Google Web Fonts that don't suck, and more Google Web Fonts that don't suck. The links are in the description. You can also check ilovetypography.com and myfonts.com/bestsellers. But as usual, the best way of finding fonts is to steal from others. So look around and find text design that look good and try the fonts. If you want to identify a font, you can go to whatthefont.com, myfonts.com/whatthefont. We'll use it in a minute. You can even install a Chrome extension to identify fonts used on websites. All these links are in the description, of course. Okay, so let's find out what typeface Instagram uses for its logo. This new logo is custom made, so we'll use the previous one. We'll copy the image URL, we'll paste it in myfonts.com/whatthefont, and now we have to identify the letters, so INS, okay. So the matching font is Billabong. Let's look for Billabong font in Google. We'll download it. Okay. Once the file is downloaded, you can unzip the file. So there we go. We have this new font. We'll look for a font book. There it is. And we'll just drag and drop it on top of the other ones. That's it. Now, if we open Sketch, we should be able to use this new font. So let's give it a try. Look for the Billabong font right here, and there you go. We'll try with Instagram to make sure that it really looks like logo. Yep, that's it. And before we finish this lesson, we'll start the style guide of the app. So open a sketch file and write in sample. This will be the name of the app. Choose the Billabong font and change the size to 96. Add another text field and write normal text. This time we'll choose Helvetica Neue. So this one. We'll change the size to 24 and make sure that it's not bold or italic or anything. And once you've done that, save it wherever you want. Call it Style Guide. Thanks for watching this video, and in the next lesson we'll talk about colors. See you soon. In this video we'll talk about colors. A good design should work without any colors, and this is the reason why we used only grey in the mockups. However, color is one of the first elements of the design that will be perceived by the user, and therefore it plays a big part in the aesthetic perception of the design. Color is also very useful to improve balance and hierarchy. Choosing colors effectively requires you to understand the basic concept of color theory, color schemes, and to have a good overview of color meaning. This will allow you to create a consistent color palette for the app. But before we get to that, I find it very useful to understand how a color picker like the one in Sketch works. So let's start with that. Okay, first things first. Color perception is a component of visual perception, or sight. And visual perception is the ability to interpret the surrounding environment by processing information that is contained in visible light. It is basically the result of the encounter of light and a functioning eye and brain. This means that color, like everything else we see, is an information contained in light. And light can be reflected by an object. This is what happens when you see an apple, the fruit, are generated by an object, like the screen you're currently looking at, which can be on an Apple computer. And depending on the case, colors are formed differently. In the first case, with the fruit, we'll talk about subtractive colors. And in the second case, with the screen, we'll talk about additive colors. So let's start with subtractive colors. Physical objects, when struck by light, will reflect back certain wavelengths of light to your eyes. If pure light hits an apple, all colors are absorbed except for red. Red is the only color reflected back towards you, and therefore it is the color you attribute to the apple. It is the same thing with paint or ink. Pigments in the paint subtract wavelengths from the light. And the color that a painted surface displays depends on which parts of the visible spectrum are not absorbed and remain visible. The primary subtractive colors are cyan, magenta, and yellow. And logically, when you mix all the colors, the entire visible spectrum of the light is absorbed, and this gives us black, which is the absence of light. On the contrary, monitors' displays generate their own light. Colors are created by mixing light of two or more different colors. That's why we call them additive colors. Each pixel of your screen is composed of a red, a blue, and a green subpixel. Every color displayed on your screen is therefore created by mixing these three colors in various quantities. Red, green, and blue are the three additive primary colors. This is the reason why we use the RGB color model when dealing with colors on digital screens. I'll show you what I mean. Open a new sketch file and draw a square. You can select the shape here, or you can just hit R. Hold Shift and drag. The size of the square doesn't matter, but make it big enough so you can see the changes. Let's get rid of the border. That's it. Now click on the fill right here, and you should be able to see the color picker with the three letters RGB. If instead you have HSB, click on one of these letters. I'll explain later what these HSB letters correspond to. Alright, R stands for red, G for green, and B for blue. So, if we enter 0 for each of these values, can you guess what color will be displayed? Yes, black, that's right. Do you see why this makes sense? We're dealing with additive colors here, and additive colors are created by mixing light, and the three primary light colors are red, green, and blue. If we don't have any red light, green light, or blue light, then we don't have any light at all. We have darkness, we have black. The intensity of each color ranges from 0 to 255. This is the range that a single 8-bit byte can offer. Therefore, 255 of red is pure red. And if we add 255 of green, can you guess what color we get? Yes, yellow. Now let's add 255 of blue. And of course, the result is white. If zero intensity for each component gave us the darkest black, it makes sense that having all three colors at full intensity gives us white. You might have noticed along the way that the hex value over here changes each time we change the intensity of the colors. This hex value is made of 6 hexadecimal numbers. A hexadecimal number is a value between 1 and 16, represented by a number or a letter from 0 to F. 0 being the first value, 9 the 10th value, A the 11th value, and F the 16th value. Each color intensity is represented by 2 hexadecimal numbers, 00 being the smallest intensity and F being the strongest. The combination of these 2 hexadecimal numbers allow to cover the 0 to 255 range of intensity variation for each primary color. So a little bit of red, 1, a lot of green, F, and some blue, A, will give us this color. The X code of a color is often used on the web to refer to the color and is widely used in the design world as well. But this RGB model we just talked about can be a bit unintuitive when it comes to creating more complex colors. For instance, how would you create dark orange? It's a bit hard to guess the quantity and intensity of red, green, and blue you should add to obtain such a color. This is why the HSV or HSB model was invented. These three letters refer to three-handed concepts that allow a more intuitive definition of color. H stands for hue. It is the most basic of color terms. A hue is a color in its purer form. When we refer to colors like red, blue, yellow, orange, we're usually talking about hues. The value of the hue ranges from 0 to 360, and as you can see on the hue scale, it starts with red and it ends with red. This is because the classic representation of hues is a wheel. On this wheel, the primary additive colors, red, green, and blue, are located at the corners of an equilateral triangle. Therefore, the value of red is 0 or 360, which is the same thing. Green's value is 120, 1/3 of the perimeter away from red, and blue's value is 1 more third of the perimeter further away, so it is 240. So let's go back to our sketch file. Make sure you select the rectangle. Click on one of these three letters, RGB, to toggle to the HSB model. We'll write 100 in the S field. So 360 or 0 will be red. If we type 120, we should get some green. And 240 will be normally blue. Make sure you have 100 in the other fields. You don't have to know these numbers by heart. The hue scale over here allows you to select the colors easily. Next letter of the HSV or HSB model is S. S stands for saturation. Saturation refers to the purity of a hue. The more a color is saturated, the closer it will be to the pure hue. The less it is saturated, the closer it is to white. We can add this dimension to the color wheel. We'll have the desaturated colors in the center and the fully saturated colors on the border. Saturation can sometimes be represented like that, with fully saturated colors at the top and desaturated colors at the bottom. In Sketch, saturation is the x-axis of this color picker. Saturation ranges from 0 to 100. That corresponds to the percentage of saturation of the color. So here's the fully saturated red, and if we go down, you can see that the red square is less and less saturated. You can also see just over here that the picker is moving from right to left. Finally, we have the V or B, which stands for value or brightness. Brightness is a measure of the amount of light reflected from a color. It is basically how light or dark a hue is. This adds a third dimension to the model. And this cylinder is a complete geometric representation of the HSV or HSB model. But don't worry if this isn't crystal clear. What's important is that you understand how the color picker works. The cylinder doesn't really matter. So let's go back to Sketch and play around with the brightness. In Sketch, brightness is the y-axis. Unlike saturation, brightness values range from 0% to 100%. As brightness goes down, the square's color gets closer to black, and the picker moves along the y-axis, like this. You might be asking yourself what this last A field means. This stands for alpha, and it sets the opacity of the color. If we place, let's see, a blue square, behind the red square, and that we change the opacity of the red square, we should be able to see the blue square behind, like this. Maximum alpha, which means full opacity, is 100%, and minimum alpha, which means total transparency, is 0%. Alpha is independent from the HSB or the RGB model. This is why it stays here when we toggle from one model to the other. The whole point of this lesson was to make you understand how the color picker works. I've tried to make it as simple as I could, but if you find it too technical, Don't worry, this won't prevent you from using it and from understanding what follows about how to choose colors. Your homework for this lesson is to play this game about colors. Go to color.method.ac. And that's it. Now that you know how the color picker works, let's talk about color theory. Color theory is the art of mixing colors to achieve beautiful designs. It was developed by painters, therefore it relies on the subtractive color system, and not the additive color system, the one we explored in the previous video. I know all this might be a bit confusing, so let me first make the distinction between the two again. Additive colors are created by adding light. So at first there is no light, only darkness. Then lights of various colors are added to make new colors. So let's say we turn on a red light, and then we add a green light, we'll get a yellow light. The three primary additive colors that allow to create all the other colors are red, green and blue. This is the RGB system used for computer screens. The main reason why you need to know that is to understand how the color picker works. That was the subject of the previous video. So this was useful from a technical point of view. What we want to understand now is how to choose colors and how to associate them. And this is what we call color theory. And this is useful from a design and aesthetic point of view. As I said, color theory was developed by painters, so it uses the subtractive color system, which is the color system used in painting, of course. The term subtractive comes from how when these colors are mixed together, they absorb some wavelengths of light and reflect others. Subtractive colors start with white light. Wavelengths are then subtracted by the surface the light is reflected on, and this creates other colors. And as you might remember from painting classes in primary school, the three primary colors that can be mixed to create other colors are red, yellow and blue. The color wheel used in color theory relies on the subtractive color system. This is why it is different from the additive color wheel we talked about in the previous video, and that you won't really need to use except when explaining to your friends or teammates how color is created on their phone or computer screen. On the contrary, the subtractive color wheel will be your best friend when mixing colors, and we'll use it quite often. The color wheel starts with the three primary colors blue, red and yellow. And the secondary colors are then created by mixing primary colors 2 by 2. Red and yellow makes orange, red and blue purple, and blue and yellow green. Finally, tertiary colors complete the color wheel. Each tertiary color is a mix between a primary and a secondary color. For example, red-orange is a mix between the primary color red and the secondary color orange. Of course, we also have all the colors in between, which are created by doing the same operation, which is mixing adjacent colors. On top of that, we can add tints, shades, and tones to the color wheel to extend the palette. If a color is made lighter by adding white, the result is called a tint. If black is added, the darker version is called a shade. And if grey is added, the result is a different tone. Alright, now that we have colors to choose from, let's talk about how to choose them. What we'll be doing in this lesson and in the next one is create a color scheme. A color scheme is basically the choice of colors we'll be using in our designs. And these are 3 examples of color schemes. A good framework to come up with color schemes is to first select the base color, then select secondary colors by using harmony principles. This is where we'll use the color wheel we just talked about. And then polish our scheme by adjusting tints, shades and tones. So we'll start by selecting a base color. The base color sets the general mood of your design. Colors usually bear different meanings, and using red as a base color will tacitly imply a different message than using blue, for instance. You need to have a good understanding of color psychology to choose a color that represents the purpose and meaning of your app. But before we start, I need to warn you, despite the science behind color theory, appreciation of colors stays subjective. Personal preferences and cultural differences play a huge role in the perception of colors. So, use the following suggestions, but keep in mind that colors can have different meanings, especially depending on the part of the world where the people you're building your product for live. As usual, always keep your user in mind. For instance, in the Western world, red is often associated with love and passion or danger and blood. But in China, red is the color of prosperity and happiness. In other Eastern cultures, red is worn by brides on their wedding days, while in South Africa, red is the color of mourning. One of the designers I've interviewed while preparing this course told me, for my last project, a tutoring startup in China, I worked heavily with warmer colors. Reds and yellows are really important in Chinese culture. They are related to royalty and success, and we wanted to communicate that sort of vibe. We wanted clients to see the site and think, whoa, these guys are the best, and will really offer my kid an opportunity to succeed. This guy is called Cole Townsend, and he's a really talented designer. You should check out his work at coletownsend.com. The link is in the description. The most common way to classify colors' meanings is to group them in three families: warm colors, cool colors, and neutral colors. The distinction between warm and cool colors is funny because in reality it's quite the opposite. The warmest part of the flame is blue, and in the sky the other stars radiate blue and the coolest radiate red. But anyway, let's start with warm colors. Warm colors include red, orange, and yellow, and variations of these three colors. Warm colors are vivid, energetic, and positive, and they're often associated with sun, summer, or fire. They express warmth, passion, happiness, enthusiasm, and energy. Red is the color of fire and blood, but also love and passion. Use it as a base color if you want to convey the following meanings: energy, strength, power, romance, determination, action, confidence, courage, vitality, desire, or danger. Red can be a bit overwhelming if used too intensively, especially in its purest form. But it can still make a great base color. It is, among others, Path, Meetup, and Pinterest base color. The designers from Path have chosen a darker shade of red to make it less aggressive. The designers of Meetup have used a different hue of red. And Pinterest app only uses red for title and active buttons. Red has a high visibility and advances to the foreground. Therefore, it is very useful for call to action. One of the best examples of this is the notification on your iOS home screen. Look at this screenshot. The first thing that catch your eye are the two notification badges. Yellow is the color of the sun. As you can see, it is the brightest color. It's associated with happiness. Use it as a base color if you want to convey positive meanings like hope, joy, cheerfulness, or wisdom and intellectual energy. It can also mean danger, although not as much as red. If you want to use it as a base color, use a slightly darker shade for a background or a header background. You'll keep the joyfulness without the blinding aspect of the pure hue. Or use it to brighten black and white designs and to stimulate and get the attention of the user, like Amazon does for its buttons and stars. Orange combines the energy of red with the happiness of yellow. It's a vibrant color that commands attention without being as overpowering as red. Use it as a base color if you want your product to convey energy, joy, tropics, enthusiasm, creativity, success, determination, attraction, encouragement, stimulation, and strength. It can also make some people think about autumn because of the falling leaves. Play a bit with the different hues. You'll see that you'll get different feelings depending on what you come up with. The guys from Sunrise did a great job at using a vibrant orange for their header, button, and links in the former version of their app. It is another very effective color for calls to action. It has one of the highest visibility rates, so elements that contain orange will stand out and grab the user's attention and can effectively highlight important elements of any design. The touches of orange in the SoundCloud app helps structure the page, and LinkedIn uses orange for notifications because it is the complementary color of blue. I'll explain what complementary means in the next video. Cool colors include green, blue, and purple. They are the colors of water and nature. While warm colors are said to arouse or stimulate the viewer, cool colors tend to calm and relax. And while warm colors are said to advance or appear more active, cool colors tend to recede. Therefore, they are less often used for getting the attention of the user. Blue is the color of the sky and the color of the sea. It has the opposite effect of red and slows metabolism, breathing, and heart rate. So don't use it to grab a user attention. Use blue as a base color if you want to convey stability, depth, expertise, trust, intelligence, or if you want to create a calm and clean environment. Another interesting point about blue is that it suppresses the appetite, so don't use it when trying to sell food products. The meaning of blue depends a lot on the exact shade and hue. Light blues are often relaxing and calming. Bright blues can be energizing and refreshing. Runkeeper, a fitness app, uses a bright blue, for instance. Dark blues are excellent for corporate sites or designs where strength and reliability are important. Facebook is a good example of that. Also note that using blue for links is very common on the web. Green is the color of nature. Green has many of the same calming attributes that blue has, but it also incorporates some of the energy of yellow. Use it as a base color if you want to convey growth, renewal, fertility, freshness, and hope, but also healing, wealth, money obviously, stability, endurance, harmony and safety. Green is a great base color for creating a calming design because it's the most restful color on the human eye. Dark greens are representative of stability, and olive greens are more representative of the natural world. Green is also very commonly used to signify validation. I'm sure you've seen green checkmarks in many apps. Purple combines the stability of blue and the energy of red. It is the color of royalty. Use it as a base color to convey power, nobility, luxury, wisdom and ambition, but also things like extravagance, creativity, mystery and magic. Purple is also a popular color with children, and light purple is often seen as feminine and associated with romance. Except for light purple, purple can be a bit overwhelming. Since it's a combination of blue and red, it can be used efficiently as a call to action too, like in the screenshot from Director on the right. Also, note that by default on the web, purple is the color of a clicked link. And finally, we have the neutral colors. Neutral colors often serve as the backdrop in design. They are commonly combined with brighter colors. Their emotional impact is less important, and they're much more affected by the colors that surround them. The two main neutral colors are black and white. Black itself is often associated with death and darkness or mystery, but it also represents elegance, power, strength, authority, or prestige. Black is a great anchor for any color scheme because it contrasts very well with most colors. It's also very efficient to bring out pictures. If your background is black, your text will probably be white, and this can sometimes be a bit hard on the eyes. So, if you have large quantities of text, avoid that option. In design, black is commonly used for typography, but try to use a slightly lighter tint of black for your text. It will be more pleasant to read than pure black. And our last color is white. White is often associated with cleanliness, purity and perfection. Space, objectivity, goodness, innocence, purity, virginity, that kind of stuff. It usually has a positive connotation, and it's seen as clean and safe. That's why it is heavily used by the healthcare industry, but also charities and religious groups. It's also the color of wedding in Western civilizations. It makes a great best color because it contrasts very well with any color, just as black does, but it doesn't overwhelm the contrasting color, making it easier on the eye. Using white as a base color will allow you to let other colors have a larger voice. Thanks to its objectivity, it will be easy to use several other colors if you need to. If you have a lot of content, especially text or images, don't think twice. White or light gray is your background color. You will have to try many different colors, shades, tones and tints before you find the right one. Among the files you've downloaded, there is a color theory cheat sheet with a summary of what I've said in this lesson and what I'll explain in the next one. It will be very useful when doing this work. Don't forget to look around for inspiration and to test your ideas in your designs. So, once you've made up your mind about the color you want to use as a base color, add it to your style guide. You can use the file we've created in the lesson on typography or the one that's in the folder of this course. We'll just draw a square, remove the borders, and I'll write the hex code of the color we'll be using. And that's it. Now that you know more about the meanings of colors, let's see how to mix colors together to come up with a great color scheme for our design. The color wheel is very useful when creating color schemes. Traditional color scheme patterns are combinations of colors based on their relationship to each other. And these traditional schemes can help you to quickly come up with harmonious and interesting palettes. Monochromatic color schemes are made up of different tones, shades and tints within a specific hue. These are the simplest color schemes to create, as they're all taken from the same hue. Monochromatic color schemes tend to be unified and harmonious. This makes them pretty effective at establishing a general mood. But the downside is they can become monotonous due to the lack of diversity of hues. Complementary color schemes are based on colors opposite to each other on the color wheel. For example, red and green, or blue and yellow. Complementary color schemes are tricky to use in large doses, but work very well when you want something to stand out. The complement color is best used as an accent color. A yellow call to action on a page dominated by blue will be quite effective, for instance. A scheme with one hue plus two others equally spaced from its complement is called split complementary. This color scheme has the same strong visual contrast as the complementary color scheme, but has less tension. Analogous color schemes are based on colors adjacent to each other on the color wheel. Analogous color schemes are often found in nature. They're pretty harmonious and pleasing to the eye. However, they don't provide a lot of contrast. What I recommend you to do is to choose one color to dominate, and a second to support the main color, and a third color for accents. You can of course adjust tints, shades and tones to set the hierarchy between colors, but we'll talk about that in a second. Triadic color schemes use colors that are evenly spaced around the color wheel. They offer both contrast and harmony. Use one of these colors as the dominant color, and the other two for accents. And finally we have the rectangle, tetradic or double complementary color scheme. It uses four colors arranged into two complementary pairs. This rich color scheme offers plenty of possibilities for variation, but it can be a bit difficult to balance, so the best way to use a scheme like this is to use one color as the primary color and the others just as accents. Alright, let's now try to take one of these traditional schemes and see how we can play around with it. In order to do that, we'll work with Adobe Kuler, that you can find at kuler.adobe.com. The app is made of a color wheel that you can make bigger by clicking on it, and 5 colors that you can find here but also on the wheel. 5 is a good number to start working on your color scheme, but you might end up with more than 5 colors further down the road. You can select a traditional scheme like analogous, monochromatic, triadic, and move the colors around while keeping the geometry of the scheme. So this can be pretty useful. You can also select a custom scheme if you want, where you can do anything you like and place the colors just as you feel. You can also choose what color model you want to use. So click over here, you can use the RGB, CMYK, HSB, and we'll use the HSB because we know how it works now. So let's see if we can work on an analogous scheme. Our base color is the one in the middle with the white arrow that you can also see on the color wheel. And you can move it around if you want to place it here. It will still stay the base color. You can also set another color as the base color by clicking in here, like this. And of course you can change the color of the base color by moving it around on the wheel. So this is a nice color scheme, but we can adjust the saturation and brightness to add some contrast to it. This is the saturation, and this is the brightness. By playing around with saturation and brightness, you can add more contrast to a color scheme like this, like we just did. Let's now see how we can create a color scheme from scratch, and you can do that in color by working from a picture, and that's pretty interesting. Once the picture is uploaded, Color creates a nice color scheme for you. And you can change the color mood to bright, muted, deep, dark, or a custom where you can do whatever you like. And you can move the pictures around. For instance, we can move that one here, use that one, something like this. You can also download the mobile app, so you'll be able to save color schemes from anything you see using the camera on your phone. You can also work with the color wheel on your mobile phone, save color schemes to adjust them later on your computer, so that's pretty useful. So let's go back to the color wheel. There are two very easy ways to come up with your own very effective schemes. And the first one is to choose one color and take a few tones, tints and shade of this color and choose another color that's at least 3 spaces away on the color wheel. I'm talking about the simplified color wheel with the primary, secondary and tertiary colors here. We'll start by choosing our base color. You can make the wheel a bit bigger if you need to. And we'll copy and paste the hex code for the next color, and we'll adjust saturation and brightness to have a darker shade or a lighter shade. We'll do the same thing for this color and the next one. I can do some adjustments as we're working on the scheme. And now I'll try to find the accent color. Something like this, for instance. But the easiest way is to start by using only one color, So choose a hue and then use shades and tints like we just did of this hue to create the natural colors that will go with it. That's actually what we'll do for our application. So let's start with our base color. We'll put it over here. We'll use the base color we've defined in the previous video. We can use the HSB coordinates or the hex code. We'll use the same hue for the next color, but we'll have no saturation and almost no brightness to create a very dark color. And we'll repeat the process for the next colors, increasing the brightness each time. Something like this. And your homework for this lesson will be to add the new colors to our style guide. When working on color schemes for your own projects, you will need inspiration, like for everything else in design. So here are a few resources, but you'll find tons more on the internet. Try typing color schemes, color palettes, stuff like that on Google, and you should be able to find some interesting stuff. What I suggest is that you start by checking Dribble. As I've shown you earlier, for each image you can see the colors used, and if you click on one of the colors, you'll see other designs that use this color. This is great if you want to see what colors other designers are using with this base color. For example, a dark red with various shades and tints of red, or dark blue, sometimes with orange. Let's have a look at another color like, I don't know, yellow. A lot of designers use the complementary color with yellow, blue. That works very well. Some purple in this. It's quite interesting. Green with purple can be interesting too. This looks like a good call to action. Stands out a lot. Spend some time exploring colors in Dribble. This can be very interesting. You can also check this website, colorlovers.com. There's a lot of different schemes and palettes that can be pretty inspiring. Also, don't forget to go to Color and to explore existing schemes by other designers or other people. And what's cool is that you can also play around with these existing schemes. Let's click on edit, and you can start with this as a basis and then play around with it. Of course, you can sign up and create an account in order to be able to save your schemes and to share them if you want. The best way to get better at this is to practice, so try to explore what we've learned and come up with color schemes that you like just for the sake of it. Doesn't have to be for any specific project, just enjoy playing around. Okay, welcome to this exciting part of the course, starting with this video in which we'll be designing the actual user interface of the app. So Sketch is the design software we'll be using. I've already shown you and you've already used a few of its functionalities, but as we're going to work a lot more with it, I believe giving you a quick tour can do no harm. Don't panic if I don't get into details. Rather than showing you how everything works right now, I'll show you the tools you need and how to use them as we design the app. This is just a general overview. Sketch interface is minimal by design. And that's what makes it so intuitive and easy to use. So this is the toolbar at the top. It is where you can find the most important actions. It contains all the tools you will need to make your drawings. We'll see how to use them in the following videos. Just remember that by right-clicking on the toolbar, you can customize and add more tools to it. So if there is a tool that I'm using that you can't find, check there. You can add a tool to your toolbar with a simple drag and drop, like this. For instance, let's add colors to it. And if you want to delete a tool, just drag it out of the toolbar while the customize window is open. Otherwise it won't work. You can't drag it here if the customize window is not open. On the left you have the list of all the layers, and in Sketch each object is a layer. If you draw a rectangle like this will create a new layer, and if you draw a circle like that, or a novel in this case, this will create another layer. You can go to the toolbar to create shapes over here, but in the following videos I'll mainly use the shortcuts. So we have R for rectangle, O for oval, U for rounded rectangle, and L for line. This border over here is by default, but it's a bit annoying, so we'll remove it by clicking here. And you can set any style by default by selecting a shape with the desired style and going to Edit, Set Style as Default over here. So the new shapes we'll be drawing won't have this border normally, see? If you want to resize an object, hold Shift to keep the proportions, like that. And holding Alt while resizing one side will resize the opposite side symmetrically, like this. It's also very handy that once your shape is drawn, you are automatically switched to your select tool. There's no need to switch back and forth in order to select a shape or to move it. Notice that there is a small preview of the layer next to its name. This can be useful when looking for a layer you haven't renamed. Talking about renaming, by right-clicking on a layer, you have access to more options like renaming, locking or hiding, or using as mask. On the right, you have the inspector, and this is where you adjust the properties of a selected layer. Like the position over here, the size here, the color here, the borders, the shadows, and so on. And finally, the white space over here in the middle is your canvas. Sketch uses an infinite canvas, so I can draw something over here, zoom, and then go further down, draw something else, and if I unzoom, at some point I should be able to see the other shapes. But you can also give the canvas a limited size by clicking Artboard over here, and you can select one of the presets over here. So we'll select the iPhone 5 portrait, for instance. Or you can also draw a canvas. Make sure this Artboard tool is still selected, and you can draw canvas like this. Here you can see that these shapes or layers are now inside the artboard on the canvas, but also in the artboard folder in the panel on the left. And of course, as you see, you can have multiple frames. You can delete them by selecting them in the left panel and right-clicking and hitting delete, or just selecting in the left panel and hitting the backspace key. Of course, you can also change the size of a frame if you need to, so select it and you can change the size over here, for instance, or if you select artboard, you should be able to change its size like this. Now let's get rid of all of these and these two as well, and go to Artboard, choose iPhone 5 Portrait, and keep this file open. I'll use it to show you something in the next video. So see you in a bit. In this video and the next ones, we'll start by designing the iOS 6 version of Instagram, and later on we'll work on our own iOS 7 redesign. The reason we're doing this is because iOS 7 embraced the flat design trend, as opposed to the skeuomorphic approach that was prevalent in the previous iOS version. Skeuomorphism design imitates the aspect of real-life objects, like this calculator for instance. Flat design is more simple and some people would say more elegant. There's a stronger emphasis on content and the UI uses less effects like shadows, glows, gradients or textures. But you might need to use these effects at some point, and I want to show you how to do it properly, and that's something that the previous version of Instagram did quite well. So wait until we finish the design and the redesign of the app before you start working on your own project. If you still have the sketch file from the previous video open, that's great. If not, that's fine. Just open a new file, click Artboard, iOS Screens, and iPhone 5 Portrait. Now, open the iPhone 5 frame template 1x. This file is in the folder of this lesson or in the templates folder. Now let's have a look at the dimensions of the two files we have opened. Over here and over here. As you can see, the default iPhone artboard that we just created is twice as big as the frame in the file you just opened. So why is that? Well, the iPhone 5 and 5S, like the iPhone 4 and 4S, is a retina display device. That means that the resolution is twice as big as on non-retina device. A single pixel in a non-retina device is taken up by 4 pixels in the retina version. Just in case you're not sure what a pixel is the smallest unit of measurement on a screen. Pixels are tiny squares that are part of the display, and if you look very closely at your screen, go ahead, do it. You should be able to see them and the gaps between them. So pixels are smaller on a retina screen than on non-retina screen. That allows more precision on the display, and that's what we refer to as a higher resolution. A point is a resolution-independent measure. A point can be made of 1 or several pixels. On a non-retina display, each point is made of 1 pixel. In the case of a retina display, each point has a height of 2 pixels and a width of 2 pixels, so it's made of 4 pixels. This is why there is the same number of points on the retina and on non-retina screen of the same size. But when we design, we have to take this into consideration. On our computer, the dimensions are in pixels of the same size, not of variable sizes. So, one retina point will appear twice bigger than one non-retina point. This is why if you design a box with a width of 40 pixels and a height of 30 pixels for the iPhone 3, you will need to scale the width to 80 pixels and the height to 60 pixels if you want it to appear as big on the iPhone 4 or 5. If you're designing for other devices and need the dimensions of the screen and pixel density, check that link. Screen size is written this way, but it's in the description. Just to make sure we've understood this non-retina retina thing, let's have a look at the iPhone's resolutions. Where are they? Over here. Okay. So you can see that the iPhone 3 has a pixel density of 100% and the iPhone 4 and 5 of 200%. So despite the fact that they have the same physical width of the screen, the resolution over here is twice as big. That means, again, that for each pixel on the iPhone 3, there is 4 pixels on the iPhone 4 or 5. If you need to design for Android and need a converter for the different resolutions, you can go to thanlax.com/blog/density-converter, scroll down, and you'll be able to use a very handy converter. So, because phone screens have different resolutions, it will be easier for you at first to start designing for the lowest resolution and then make your design twice or 3 times bigger if the other resolutions you're designing for are twice or 3 times more important. We could do the opposite and reduce the size of every element once the design is finished, but because there is no such thing as a half pixel, we would have to keep in mind to use only multiples of 2 when setting dimensions. A 1 pixel border or a box with a height of 235 pixels would appear blurred when divided by 2. Another alternative would be to design every element for each specific screen separately, and that's probably what you'll end up doing later on, but it takes way more time and we want to focus on efficiency. So for now, we'll work on 1x as opposed to 2x if we were designing directly for Retina display. Alright, let's get to it now. We'll work with the template 1x that we have already opened. You can close the other one with the artboard created by Sketch. And let's also open our mockups to see what we have to do. We'll start with the home screen just like we did with the mockups, and just like we did with the mockups, we'll start by designing this navigation system. Okay, so let's unhide the status bar over here and create a rectangle. Make sure it's 320 pixels for the width, and the height doesn't really matter, but we can, let's put 60. Change the color to black and make sure to align it until it touches the status bar. We'll change its name to background top bar, and we'll put it in the status bar folder, and we'll lock this group. Great. Now let's create another rectangle, same width but with a height of 44 pixels, like this. Let's zoom in a little bit. We want to have rounded corners, so we'll change the radius to 4. But we don't want these two angles to be rounded, so we'll double click on the shape until we see these small white circles. We'll select the two corners we want to modify by clicking on the first one, holding Shift and clicking on the other one. And now you want to choose the straight point over here. And if we click out of the shape, yes, we're good. Let's position it like this. And let's resize the background top bar. We don't want to see it below. So like this. A height of 30 pixels should be fine. Now we want to change the color of this top bar. Let's rename it top bar. Great. We could use a single color like the one we've said earlier, the base color. That would be something like 66, 53, and a hue of 215, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we could do that. But we'll use a gradient that goes from a light to a darker color to give the impression that the shape is embossed. So instead of selecting color here, select gradient, like this. The white circle around the stop shows you which color point is selected, or which stop is selected. We can change the place of the stops like this in order to orient the gradient. We can also add stops in the middle and change the color, for instance. Move them around like this between the two other stops. And of course we can delete them by hitting the backspace key. So click on the stop at the top and change the color to this one, 538388 for the first color, And we'll do the same thing over here, but with another color, a darker one. 2A, 5A, 8, 3, like this. Now, let's add a border at the bottom. We could use this border tool, but this would create a border all around the element, and we just want it at the bottom. So we'll use an inner shadow instead. Click on the plus to add an inner shadow. Okay, so we don't want it to be blurred, so we'll say 0. And we don't want it to be at the top. See, right now, this shadow is at the top because we have 1 in the white field. We want it to be at the bottom, so we put -1 like this. As you might have guessed, Y is the horizontal inner shadow, and X is the vertical one, like this. And Y, like this, at the bottom or at the top. Okay, so -1 in the Y field. So we'll leave the X blank, the blur blank, and the spread is an option that allows you to have shadows coming from all sides. Let's zoom out a little bit, I'll show you. Like this. But we don't want that either. We'll change the color of this border to 063, 056, sorry. And we'll change the opacity to 100%. Like this. Nice border. Let's now add a slight glow at the top of the bar. We'll use the same tool, the inner shadow. But this time, instead of entering a specific color, we'll use semi-transparent white. So white, opacity 20%, like this. Hold on, we need to change that. We don't want it to be blurry, like this. And this time we put 1 in the white field and not -1 because we want this inner shadow to be at the top. And finally we'll add a shadow to this shape. So select shadows, not inner shadows, click the plus, put 1 in the white field because we want the shadow to be at the bottom, and see, it's almost as if it was coming from underneath the shape. We'll keep the shadow a bit blurry, but maybe less too. I think is good. We'll also change the color. We'll keep a semi-transparent black, but 40% opacity instead of 50%. Looks good. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So what's next? Well, let's have a look at the mockups. Okay, the refresh button now. We'll add a rectangle. Press R as usual. Give it the right size, which will be something like 35 by 30 pixels. And place it 7 pixels away from the right side of the screen. We can do the math in Sketch, so we could do 320, which is the size of the screen, minus 35, which is the width of the button, minus the 7 pixel away from the border, 7 pixel margin, and this will be it. But we can also do it manually, so we can select the shape, place it against the border until you see this red line, and then hit the left arrow 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you select the rectangle and hold the Alt key and move your mouse over the top bar, you can see that we have a 7 pixels margin at the top on the right side and the bottom. So this is good. We'll change the radius to 3 to have rounded corners like this. Yep. And now let's work on its recessed look. We'll start by changing the color to a gradient. This time we'll use the same color at the top and at the bottom, but we'll change the opacity. So the color will be, the Xcode of the color will be 1F4C73. We'll copy it for later. We'll change the opacity to 5%. Now we'll select the one at the bottom, paste the hex code, and change the opacity to 50%. Yeah. We also add a border, this time with the border tool, because we want it to be all around the shape. Let's get rid of this one. You can get rid of an effect by dragging it outside of the panel like this. So a 1 pixel border like this, but we'll change the color. The Xcode will be 0D3A62, like that. Let's go back. We'll change the border style, or position, sorry, to inside. That's better. Now we'll add a glow just below the button. So we'll use a shadow for that. So add a shadow. Put 1 in the white field and 0 in the blur field. Let's zoom in a little bit so we see what we're doing. We'll change the color of the shadow to 537C 9C, just like this, and make sure the opacity is set to 100%. And there you can see the glow just below the button. So a shadow can also be a way to make a glow. Alright, we also add an inner shadow to our shape, so click plus. We'll have -1 in the white field. We'll keep it a bit blurry, so 1. And we also add a spread of 1, like this. Now let's change the color to 1F4C73, and we'll keep the opacity set to 50%. Let's go back. Okay, last thing we're going to do on this button is add a shadow at the top. So we'll use the inner shadow again. Okay, 1 is fine. This is at the top, as you can see. And we want it to be blurred, but maybe a little less, sorry. And let's change the color to 0E3B64 with the opacity set to 100%, like this. Combining these shadows with the light shadow at the bottom, the dark inner shadow at the bottom too, and the dark inner shadow at the top is very efficient when trying to give a recess fill to an object. So we might use that again in the future. And finally we'll add our logo. So press T and write in sample. We'll change the size to 34, like this. Put it in place. We'll change the font obviously to the one we downloaded earlier, Billabong, like this. Let's center it. Yep. We'll change the color too. So let's go to more color. And actually we won't change the color over here because we want to add a gradient. So we'll use a fill like this. And we'll select the gradient. We go from E8 EEF3 to 96 AEC2. Just like that. Okay, let's go back. We'll also add a shadow on this logo. Okay, we'll have one in the white fill. A little bit blurry. Let's zoom in a little bit to see what we're doing. Okay, something like this. Let's change the color to black. Yeah, with the opacity set to 100%. And we'll add another shadow, actually a glow. So what do? -1 to be at the top. We don't want it to be blurry, so like this. And we'll change the color to a light color because we want it to be a glow. So ECF0F4 like this, opacity set to 100%, just like that. Let's go back. But as you can see, we have something wrong going on here. So in order to fix that, select the text and go to Edit, Convert Text to Outlines. So this will convert the text to a vectorial shape. And now just click this little arrow and try to find the M and the A and click Union. We'll talk about that a bit later on. Now just do what I indicate. Do the same thing with the P and the M and click Union, and we're good to go. Let's now rename the different layers. So we have in simple, that's fine. We have the refresh button. And we'll group these 3 layers. We'll call this group top bar. A few tips when working with groups. If you hold the Command key, you can select layers individually, like this. If you hold Alt and Command and click, you'll get drop down menu with every layer under your mouse, so that's pretty useful too. And you can also activate the click-through option to the group by right-clicking on it and selecting click-through. You'll be able to select layers inside the group easily. But we won't do that for now. Alright. We'll add the refresh icon later on in the next video. Now we're gonna take care of the bottom bar. So we'll draw a rectangle like this. We'll give it the proper size, which is 320 by 45. Put it at the bottom, just like this. And change the color to black. Let's have a quick look at the mockups to see what we have to do. We have 5 tabs over here. We have the selected one, the normal tabs, and we have the call to action in the middle. Okay. So we want 5 tabs. 320, which is the width of this element of the screen, divided by 5 is 64, but we'll need 4 1-pixel separators, and that means that we'll have 4 tabs with a width of 63 pixels, and our middle tab will have a width of 64 pixels. So let's do this. You want to give it a width of 63 pixels and a height of 44. So we just have a 1 pixel border at the top with the black bar. You can copy paste this shape by pressing Command C, Command V, and make sure that it's only 1 pixel away from the first one. We'll copy paste it again. Same thing, 1 pixel away, but this time, as we said earlier, we want it to have a width of 64 pixels. Copy paste this one with the width of 63 pixels and place it where it belongs, so just 1 pixel away from the first one, the previous one. and do that one more time. Great. We'll start with the normal tabs, so this one, and this last one, and we'll take care of the call to action and the selected tab afterwards. What we're going to do is we're going to give a random color to this layer and duplicate this layer, change its color, and change its size. We want it to have a width that is 2 pixels smaller than the element underneath, so we can have this orange border of 1 pixel on the left and on the right. 1 pixel smaller over here, so we can have a border at the top too. Okay, so your element should have a width of 61 pixel and a height of 43 pixel. Okay, let's style these two elements. Well, actually, we'll group them first. These two. We'll call it the Explore tab because this is the second tab, and the second tab is our Explore tab. And we'll style these two elements. We'll add this one to start styling that one. We'll add a gradient. The color at the top will be 73797F. And the color at the bottom will be 3C4144, like this. And we'll change the name of this rectangle to border, because this will be the border of this button. It won't stay yellow, obviously. We'll change it to a gradient. The color at the top will be 4D5358, and the color at the bottom will be 2D3237, like this. Okay, looks fine. Let's zoom out a little bit. Now we're gonna rename this layer to tab, and we'll copy paste the style of this element, the border element, to these two rectangles. Okay, so right click on this layer, copy style, we'll select this one and this one, not this one and this one, and we'll paste the style. Now what we need to do is to copy this element, the top one, and put it on these two. So what we can do is do this. Move it with the arrow keys or with the mouse, whatever you like. We can group them, and this is the native tab. Rename the layer. This one is the border layer. Border. And we'll do the same thing with the last one. But this time it will be a little bit different because we don't want to have a border on the right side, so we need to make it 1 pixel bigger to make sure that there is a 1 pixel border here but that there is no border over here. Let's group them. Rename the group Profile tab and make sure we give the proper name, border. Giving names to your layers might not seem very important, but when you'll be working with a lot of them, it will make your job much easier. Okay, let's close these. And let's take care of the middle tab now. Okay, so we'll basically do the same thing but with different colors. So let's add a gradient. The color at the top will be a light blue, 8CAAC5, and the color at the bottom a bit darker, 4A7396, like this. Now let's draw a rectangle. I haven't pressed enter. we'll make sure that we have a 1 pixel border on the left side, the right side, and at the top. 62 by 43, that's good because the layer underneath is 64 by 44. And we'll change its color with a nice gradient. The color at the top will be 5382A9. And the one at the bottom 2D5C83. Okay, let's zoom out to see what it looks like. Alright, last step we need to take care of is the first one, the selected. But before we do that, let's group these layers. This is the camera tab. This is the border. And this layer is the top layer. Now zoom in. And for this tab, we'll also use a gradient, but a bit different from the one we've used before. This is going to be a radial gradient. Make sure you select the stop that's in the center and put it right here. Now let's grab this one and make the diameter of the circle a bit bigger than the width of the rectangle. Now select the color stop in the center of the circle. We'll change its color to something a bit closer to white. 828282, and the opacity to 20%. And for this color stop, we'll make sure it's black, yes, 0, and we'll change the opacity to 60%. Let's make it just a bit bigger. Yes, something like this. Let's zoom out. What do you think? All we need to do now is to group these two layers. Home tab. This is actually out of the group, and we call it select tab, because we might need to move it around later on. Let's just order these groups. So we have home, explore, camera, notif, and profile. We'll just group all these layers and groups, and we call that bottom bar to keep it very tidy and clean. So I think we're done with our navigation. Great. In the next video I'll show you how you can preview your design on your device, and in the one after that we'll add the icons and we'll continue working on this interface. Being able to preview your design on the device you're designing for is essential. It is the only way to be sure that what you're doing really makes sense, and it will allow you to spot potential flaws. Luckily, Sketch makes preview on device very easy with this feature, Sketch Mirror. All you need to do is go to your App Store on your iPhone and look for Sketch Mirror. It's $5, so if you don't want to spend $5, no worries, I'll give you an alternative that is free but a bit less practical because not built in Sketch. If you have downloaded Sketch Mirror on your iPhone, make sure your computer and your iPhone are connected to the same Wi-Fi network. I'll do that on my phone right now. Open the app on your iPhone, and the icon we had here should have changed to this Connect icon. Click on it, and you should be able to see the preview of your design on your iPhone. That's this simple. Okay, if you decided not to install Sketch Mirror, or if you're designing for Android, you can use Scala. Go to django.com/mac/Scala preview. The Mac app and the Android app are all free, so let me show you how they work. Mine is already installed. So once you've downloaded and installed the app, just open it and open Scala on your Android or iOS device. Now what we need to do is export a PNG version of this screen. So we'll click Export here, we'll say Create, and we'll make sure that we also check the Also Exports as double size, and we'll export. I will export it to my desktop. Make sure that the format is PNG and export. So on my desktop I now have a frame.png and a frame at2x.png. The at2x is a convention for Retina ready files, and everything in the Retina files has been scaled up, as you can see. Now select the at2x file. Make sure that on your mobile device you click on the little computer in the bottom bar on the left and that you select your computer, allow connection, and drag and drop the at2x PNG file. And you should be able to see your design on your mobile device. If it is zoomed in, double tap on the screen to zoom out. So Scala is a great software, but it's a bit more complicated to use, and it doesn't allow live preview unlike Sketch Mirror. In the next video we'll continue working on our interface and we'll start adding some icons. Welcome back! In this video and in the next one, we'll add icons to our existing design. When it comes to icons, you have two options: using existing icons and designing your own. The easiest way and the fastest way is often to use existing icons, and I'll show you where to find them and how to integrate them in your designs. But you can't always find exactly what you're looking for, and this is why I'll show you how to design your own icons in the next video. If your sketch file from the previous video is still open, it's great. Otherwise, go to this course folder and open the start file. Alright, the first icon we need is for the refresh button. So go to this course folder and open the icon set by Brett Jones that look like this. Zoom in a little bit and select the refresh icon over here. Press Command C to copy. And let's zoom in on this file too. Right click on top of the refresh button and hit paste to paste it over here. Now let's zoom in again and make sure we center the icon like this. Now let's have a closer look at the icon. This icon is made of several shapes. If you click on the little arrow on the left of the icon in the layer list, you can see the subpath of the shape. These are all the shapes the icon is made of. So we have triangle, we have a circle, we have another one. And as you can see, what's great about this is that Sketch lets you modify all the subpaths of the icons very easily. We'll see exactly how this works in the next video, so don't worry if it seems a bit confusing right now. The first thing we need to do with this icon is resize it. When we're resizing an icon, we're resizing all the subpaths at the same time. And most of the time, everything goes perfectly fine, but sometimes the subpaths can behave in a strange way. So in order to be sure to keep the aspect of the icon, we'll select it, go to Edit, Path, and Flatten. Like this. Now we're going to give it the proper size, a width of 15 and a height of 18. Make sure it is still aligned. We'll center it on the button. Okay. Let's get rid of all these effects over here. We don't need them. So uncheck the checkboxes and drag these fields out of the panel. We don't need the reflection either. And we'll only need one fill, so we can get rid of it too. Okay, let's take care of the color. So this gradient is made of 3 color stubs. We won't need the one in the middle, so just select one and delete it like this. And we'll change the gradient. The first color will have E5, ECF1. And for the second color, well, make sure the opacity is set to 100%. For the next one, we'll put 97 AEC1. Same thing, make sure the opacity is set to 100%, like this. This looks a bit flat, so we'll add shadow to this shape. One in the white field will be a bit blurred, so only one. And we'll select a black with the opacity of 50%. Okay. We'll also use a glow using the inner shadow tool. Remember, a shadow or an inner shadow doesn't need to be black. You can use white or semi-transparent white to add a glow effect. So Y1 blur 0 and white opacity set to 50%. Let's have a closer look. Okay. Adding a black shadow at the bottom and a white inner shadow at the top makes an object come out of the screen. Let's see what it looks like without these effects. See? Doing the contrary like we did with the button, where we have a black inner shadow and a white shadow, gives a recessed aspect to the object. Okay, I think we're good with the refresh icon. Let's zoom out to see what it looks like. Okay. Now, let's say we find another icon that looks better than the first one we used. So, open the iOS 6 UI template by Marcelo Marfield in this course folder. It looks like this. And let's say we prefer this refresh icon. We'll select it. We'll copy it. And we'll paste it just next to the first one. Now, we don't want to do the same work we did earlier again, so what we need to do is right click on this icon, select copy style, right click on this one and select paste style, just like this. Let's resize it. We'll give it a width of 15, make sure this lock is locked. Okay, we'll delete the first one and we'll put this one where it belongs. It's as simple as that. Before we move on to creating our own icons, I just want to show you this website. Sketchmind.co. All these are sketch files that you can download for free and reuse in your designs. It's great if you want to learn and see how people are using Sketch and are making the design. It's also great if you're looking, for instance, for icons. You might be able to find interesting icons or iOS UIs, or if you want to if you need a specific button or a specific interface. This website is full of great files and is often updated with new files from the designers of the Sketch community. Now let's just imagine we couldn't find any suitable icons in any Sketch file. There are many websites where you can find icons, but there's one I particularly like, and this is the nonproject.com. There's a lot of icons on this website, so don't hesitate to check it, especially if you need unusual icons such as, I don't know, let's look for a guitar icon. See, we have plenty. Let's look for refresh. Okay. To download them, you need to sign up, but you don't necessarily need to buy them. You can download them for free. All you need to do is to make sure that you attribute the design of the icons somewhere in the app. So in the credits or something like this. What you download is an SVG file. I'll show you. So unzip the file you've just downloaded, and if you open it, you can right click on it and open with Sketch, just like this. Because luckily Sketch can handle SVG files very well. So all we need to do from now is to copy this shape and paste it in our design, like that. But that was just to show you, we don't need that one, so I'll get rid of it. And to end this lesson, we'll just put our icon in the top bar and and regroup the icon and the refresh button. We'll call it refresh button. In the next video, we'll create the icons for the tabs at the bottom of the screen. See you soon. In this video, we'll learn how to create our own icons. Using what you will learn in this lesson, you will be able to create almost any kind of graphic elements with a bit of practice. Not only icons, but more complex shapes or illustrations if you need to. The one concept that took me a while to understand and that liberated me from the I don't know how to draw, I'm not a trained designer complex is that you can create almost any graphic representation by assembling simple shapes like squares, rectangles, circles, triangles, and by using a little bit of design software magic. So remember, all you need is to find inspiration and to have a good understanding of how to assemble shapes. We've talked about inspiration already, so don't wait for it to come out of nowhere. Look around and don't hesitate to copy others. That's the way it works. And as of your understanding of how to assemble shapes, let's get to it now. So zoom in, and we'll start with the Home tab icon. Okay, so let's draw a rectangle, hit the R key on your keyboard. We'll give it a width of 15 pixels and a height of 11 pixels, like this. We'll also need a triangle for the roof, but in order to be sure it's the right triangle, we will create it by modifying a square. So let's draw a square. Remember to hold Shift if you want to draw a square. We'll give it a width and a height of 15 pixels, like this. Now double click on it, and you will see that the vector points appear when you do that. Select this one and delete it by pressing the backspace key. We now have a right triangle, and to complete the roof, we'll create two other rectangles with a width of 17 pixels and a height of 3 pixels. Yep, good. Another one, but with the width and the height reversed, like this. Now select the rectangle we've just created and the roof, the triangle, and we'll align the two shapes on the left and on the top using the align tools over here. So select left and top, like this. We'll do the same thing with this rectangle, left and top. But before we put it on top of this rectangle, select these three shapes and we'll use a Boolean operation to combine the three in a single shape. The Boolean operations are over here. Click Union and see how they're now regrouped in a single shape in the left panel. As we saw earlier with the refresh icon, the Boolean operations are non-destructive. This means that you can still see, access and modify the three shapes by clicking the disclosure arrow over here and selecting the shapes inside. See how I can still move them or resize them if I want to, and they're still assembled in the same shape. And this little icon shows you which Boolean operation was used to assemble the different shapes. The layer list is ordered from bottom to top, and it's the same for the subpath in the shape. So the Boolean operation you pick will combine the layer, this layer with the layer below, and this layer with the layer below. These Boolean operations, these tools are very important, and let me show you quickly how each of them work before we move on. Let me just draw a rectangle and a circle. I'll select the two shapes and I'll click Union, so they're now merged in a single shape. If I change to Subtract, it will subtract the first shape from the one below. If I click Intersect, we'll only keep the intersection of the two shapes. And if I change to Difference, it will remove the part where the two shapes are overlapping. Let's now get rid of these two shapes and continue working on our icon. Okay, we'll rotate this shape, this roof, by clicking on the rotate tool in the toolbar. If you rotate it like this, it will rotate normally, but if you hold shift, it will rotate like this, and that's what we want to do. Okay, once you've done that, select the roof and make sure that you place it just on top of this rectangle. Let's now merge these two shapes. Click in Union, yep. And we'll take care of the door. So let's draw a rectangle of 6 pixels by 6 pixels and a circle with a diameter of 6 pixels too. Okay, this is not good. Okay, we're good. Place the circle just on top of the other shape, so the diameter should be aligned with the top edge of the square, just like this, and merge these two shapes as well. Choose random color so that you can see it when we place it over the house, but just before we place it over the house, actually it might be better if we have a width of 5 pixels like this. Okay, select the door and the house and click Subtract. Okay, we have our first icon. Let's position it on top of the selected tab, and we'll change the color to a gradient that goes from E8, E9, EA to 89093. We also try to add a shadow. This should be easy. Don't want it to be blurred, and we'll give it an opacity of like 50%. We also add a glow at the top with an inner shadow, so Y1 blur 1, and you know to do this now. White 80% opacity, like this. Okay. Let's now take care of the next tab, the Explore tab. We'll start with a triangle. We'll give it a width of 8 pixels and a height of 13 pixels, like this. Select the shape, and we'll use a very handy tool to create copies of this shape and to rotate them. Go to Edit, Path, and Rotate Copies. You want 3 copies in order to have 4 triangles, so write 3 and click OK. Now make sure you can use this handle, but in order to be more precise, we'll switch to Pixel View by going to View, Show Pixels. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see what we're doing. This view is pretty useful when you want to be very precise in your designs, which is often the case when designing icons. So we want these shapes to have a height of 30 pixels, and we have two triangles with a height of 13 pixels. That means we want 4 pixels between them. So drag the handle until you have a blank square, precise one, not like this, but a very precise blank square. You want to be at the limit of this, so not this, but a blank square like that. Let's zoom in again so we can see. Blank square of 4 pixel by 4 pixels, so not like this, not like this, but like that. So the handle should be at the intersection of these 4 pixels. See, this is not good. This is good. This is in order to be very precise. Okay. Let's zoom out a little bit and click out, select the shape, make sure that you have a width and the height of 30 pixels. If it's not the case, well, if you have like 29.3 or 30.6 or something like that, change the width or the height to 30. Okay, we don't need that view anymore. Let's now select the shape and duplicate it. You can right click and select duplicate or copy paste. This new shape, we're going to rotate it holding shift so we can position it like this, and we're going to resize it and give it a width and a height of 22 pixels like this. Now select the two shapes and align in the middle and in the center so you can have a shape like this. Select the two shapes and merge them. Okay, we're almost done. All we need now is to have a nice hole in the middle, so we'll create a circle of 6 pixels by 6 pixels like this. And we'll change the color in order to be able to see the circle when we put it on top of the shape. We're good. See how Sketch helps you position it. And I'll select the circle and the star shape and click subtract. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit and put this icon on top of the bar and on top of its tab. And now all we need to do is to select this icon, right click, copy style, this one, right click, paste style. Okay, now let's take care of the camera icon. Okay, let's start with the body of the camera. So a square of 26 by 26. We want rounded corners, so we'll change the radius to 3. And we'll draw another rectangle with a width of 20 pixels and a height of 12 pixels. We want rounded corners at the bottom but not at the top, so what we can do is select the shape, change the radius to 1, double click on the shape to edit it, select these corners and change to straight point over here, like this. Now let's change the color so we can see it when we place it on top of this shape. We gave it a width of 20 pixels so we can have a border of 3 pixels on the left side, the right side, and at the bottom. So make sure that it is 3 pixels away from the left side and obviously the right side, and from the bottom, just like this. When you're done, select the two shapes and click on the right Boolean operation. This one is subtract, but I just want to show you what you can do if you select the wrong one. Let's say we select union. We can go in the shape and select here the right operation, which is subtract. Okay. Now let's draw a circle of 16 pixels by 16 pixels. We'll change the color. Make sure it's well aligned. If you can't see with the red guides that sketch provide, change the color. And I'll show you another way of using the Boolean operation. What we could do here is select this shape, and then select the right Boolean operation. What we can also do is drag this shape in the left panel inside this shape and change the Boolean operation. This time it will be union. Okay, I'll show you again with two other shapes. We want a circle with a diameter of 10 pixels. Place it here. Drag it on top of the other shape, and by default the Boolean would be union, but this time we want it to be subtract, like this. See how we kept the consistency of the border. We have a 3 pixels border over here, and same thing like this, because these circles, this circle has a diameter of 10 pixels and this one of 16 pixels. It's very important to be consistent in your designs. Last shape is a square of 5 pixels by 5 pixels with a radius of 1. Select it, change the color, place it 3 pixels away, consistency, from the top, and 3 pixels away from the right side. Okay, let's do it that way once again, and select subtract. Okay, we now have our camera shape. Place it where it belongs, like this. Let's copy the style and paste it. Let's now take care of the notification icon. Start by drawing a circle with a width of 27 pixels and a height of 24 pixels. Like this. Now double click the shape to enter the vector edit mode, which is characterized by the presence of the vector point. When you hover over the segments of the shape, your pointer changes, and it allows you to add a vector point. Let's zoom in. We want to add a first point right in the middle of this segment. And in order to do that, we can hold the Command key, and the point will automatically place itself in the middle of the segment, which is delimited by these two vector points. So we'll hold Command key and we can click just anywhere on the segment, and it will create a vector point just at the middle. Now we'll do the same thing with this segment. Hold the Command key and click, and once again between these two vector points, hold the Command key and click, like this. Now you want to place a vector point just below this one and one just above that one. I'll explain in a minute why. Then click on this point and move it with the arrow keys on your keyboard. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure the point is still selected and change the mode to straight point, like this. And do the same thing with this one. Be careful not to select the adjacent points, so you want the points inside these two, and do the same thing. Select straight, like this. These 2 points, this one and this one, are useful because they allow us to keep the circle a circle. If we didn't have them, because we changed the point mode to straight for these 2 points, the circle would look like this. Okay? Let's now grab a heart to finish our icon. Go to thenonproject.com and look for heart. Okay. Choose an icon that you like. And I'm gonna select this one, looks good. Download it. You must be logged in to download it, and don't forget to attribute the icons you use from the None project to the creators in your designs. Then unzip it and open it with Sketch. Okay. Make sure you select the shape of the hair, copy it and paste it in your sketch file. We'll give it a width of 13 pixels. Make sure that you lock the proportion lock. And that's it. Place it on top of the bubble like this and subtract it. Okay, very good. There seems to be a little bug on my computer. I haven't restarted it for a long time, maybe it's the reason why. But it should be working on yours perfectly. Now you can continue adjusting a few things if you want, like, whatever you like. If you want it to be a bit bigger or a bit smaller. And finally we'll position it where it belongs and copy paste style just like this. And finally we'll take care of our last icon, the profile icon. As usual, we'll start with a simple shape, a rectangle of 25 by 18. We'll give it a radius of 2. Yeah. We'll need another rectangle, the width of 8 pixels and a height of 10 pixels. That will be the picture on the icon. We'll center it, and this time we'll place it 4 pixels away from the left side. We need 3 other little rectangles with a width of 7 and a height of 2, like this. Change the color so you can see it when it's on top of this shape. Place it 4 pixels away from the right side. Copy paste it and align it with this shape at the bottom. And what we can do is copy paste it again, select these 3 and use the align option that's called distribute vertically. So you're sure that this one is right in the middle between this one and this one. Okay, let's select these rectangles, these 4, not the one behind, and click Union. So now we have 2 shapes, and we'll select these 2 shapes and select Subtract. Put it in place. And apply the style of the other icons. Okay, let's zoom out to see what it looks like. It looks pretty fine to me. To finish up, we'll rename these icons. Home, Explore, Camera, Notif, and Profile. We'll make sure that they're in the right folder. And that's it. In the next video, we'll add some content to this screen. See you soon. In this video, we'll add content to our screen. But before we do that, let's just group the top status bar and bottom bar to make sure the layers don't move while we work on this page. So select them in the left panel, hit Command G and change the name of the group to navigation. Lock it by right-clicking on it and selecting Lock Layer. Okay. Now let's have a look at our mockups. Going to need a profile picture, a username, a photo, a like icon, a comment icon, some names over here, a comment, a like button, and a comment button. Okay. So we'll start with the user picture. In the assets folder of this lesson folder, you have a user photo. This is me, but you can change it. You can use your own face. Actually, that would be better, but I'll use mine for now. You can just drag it and drop it in your sketch file like this. Now let's make it a bit smaller. As you can see, it is not a perfect square, and if we change the proportions, this will deform the picture, and we don't want it to do that. Instead, we're going to use a mask. So draw a square of 32 by 32, like this. Make your image a bit smaller, and place your square on top of the image. I'll make the picture a bit smaller again, like this. Now what we're going to do is drag this layer in the left panel below the picture. We're going to right click and select User's Mask. Notice that this dot here indicates which layers are concerned. So if we had more layers above, they would be concerned too, and we would need to do right click and ignore underlying mask in order for them not to be inside this mask. Or another technique would be to group these two so the other layers are not affected by the mask. We'll call that user picture. You can still continue to move your image and resize it, but we'll only see what the mask let us see. So okay. Now, if we want our design to look good, we want objects to be aligned when we can. And in order to do that, we'll create a simple grid that will allow us to position our elements correctly. What we can do is go to View, Show Rulers, and double click on the ruler to create a guide. So I can grab it and place it manually like this against the border of the button and try to be as precise as I can, but I won't be very precise. Instead of trying to put the guide against the border, what I can do is unlock the navigation, select the refresh button, hold the Alt key and hover over the bar, so I see that there is a 7 pixels margin between the button and the edge of the screen. And I know that I can lock the group again. So our screen is 320 pixels wide, if I'm not mistaken. Navigation 320, yep. And we need to place the guide 7 pixels away from the border of the screen, so we need it to be at 313 pixels, just like this. We can do the same thing on the other side. so we need it to be 7 pixels away from the edge of the screen. Again, you can just double click like this to create a guide, and you can drag and drop it outside the ruler to make it disappear. Let's put it at 7 pixels like this. If we zoom out and we move the picture, it will be attracted like a magnet by the guide. But I find these red lines a bit annoying, so we'll use the grid tool in a little bit unusual way to do the same thing. Go to View, hide the rulers and the guide. We'll select Show Grid in the View menu and Grid Settings. We'll change from Square to Layout. We'll give a width of 320 pixels with 2 columns, and check the gutter checkbox. We won't touch this one, but we'll change the column width to 7 pixels. And click the gutter width text field to make a change accordingly. Click OK, and we got it. It's more discreet. What we now want to do is put this picture 7 pixels away from the top bar. What we can do is select an element, press the Alt key, and hover over an element, and this will calculate the distance between the two elements, the selected one and the one we're hovering. But what we're doing right now is we're hovering over the navigation group, and because navigation group is made of top bar, status bar, and bottom bar, it takes up the whole screen. So what we have to do is take the top bar outside of this navigation group, select our element, press the Alt key, and then hover over it. And you can see that we have 15 pixels between the two elements. So if we move it 8 pixels up, we'll have 7 pixels between the two. Let's put the top bar back in the navigation. Now we need a username. Press T to add some text. But before we do this, we need to make sure that this navigation group is locked. Now, change this to a username. You can put yours. I'll put my username. We'll change the font to Helvetica Neue, actually the typeface, and the size to 13. This will be clickable text, so it will be blue, the blue we agreed on earlier. The color is 2E5E86, and it will be bold. Like this. Let's see, it is 8 pixels away, so we'll put it 1 pixels toward the left. And we might add some tracking. Something like 0.25. That looks a bit better. Now, we want to have a big, beautiful picture over here. I've provided you with one in this lesson folder, in the assets folder. Copy paste it inside the sketch file. You're going to need to make it much smaller. Give it a width and a height of 612, like this. Where is it gone? Make sure it's inside. Actually, 612 would be if we were designing for Retina, so it's out this. What you can do is use the math that you can do in Sketch, so divide it by 2, 306. Let's see, we're 8 pixels away from the profile picture, so let's adjust this. We're good. and it's perfectly aligned with the guides, so we're fine. Next is the likes. What we'll do is we'll use this icon. So let's go to navigation, bottom bar, and notif tab. Select this icon, copy it, and paste it over here. Our left panel is getting a bit messy, so let's tidy this up. We'll group the user picture and the username. The group we'll call user, and we'll change the name of this to photo. Okay. The user icon is great because we have the like icon. If we drag the shape, the heart shape out of this complex shape, it's right here, and we also have the comment icon that we keep for later. Okay, let's start working on the likes. We don't want borders. We're going to resize this shape because it's a bit big. We want to give it a width of 12 and a height of 10. Now let's move it against the border and make sure we have 7 in the X field, and we write the names of the people who have liked the pictures. So let's say it's a nice guy, and that liked that picture. Another one, these pretty cool friends of mine. What we can do instead of doing the restyling of the text is go to the text over here, click more, and set this text as a new style. So if we select our text again, then select new style, and this style will be applied automatically. Let's zoom in. We'll make sure that this text is 7 pixels away from the picture. Let's center this icon, something like this. Okay, let's now take care of the comments. We have this icon for the comments icon. We want to get rid of the different effects completely. We'll change the color to the same color as the heart. Oh, but we need to choose a color instead of gradient first. So this magnifying glass allows you to pick any color from your sketch file and apply it to the selected object. And these two will have the same color. So now we need to resize this bubble. Give it a width of 13 and a height of 10. We'll position this icon 7 pixels away from the heart icon, so 3 pixels up. We'll drag this, pressing Alt to copy it. Make sure that this one is 7 pixels away, and that these two are aligned on the left. We'll change the name to, I don't know, I have plenty of cool friends. Keanu Reeves is one of them, of course. And now we want the comment. I'll say something like, this picture makes me sad, because Keanu Reeves is very often sad, and I'm glad I can be of help to him. We'll change the style to actually the weight to light, the color to 5C, 5C, 5C. Let's zoom out a little bit to see what it looks like. Okay, let's position it a bit better. Let's select these 2 layers and copy paste them to add another comment. This time it's my friend Exhibit talking. Actually, we'll use the hashtag here because that's what the user can do, and we'll change the style to clickable to, but not the primary clickable, so we won't put it bold like for the name of the users, but we will use the blue color to indicate that it's clickable. Now let's group and rename stuff. This and this should be grouped together. These are the likes. And these are the comments. Now let's take care of the buttons. But before we start designing these buttons, I just want to show you something. Something that is mainly used in CSS, but it is very important to understand that as a designer too. When you have a button or an element or content, whatever, you have your content and around it a border that delimits the size of the element, and the border can be visible or not. The distance between your content and the border is called padding. Padding is therefore inside an element. And the distance between this element, the border of the element, and what's around it is called the margin. So the margin is outside of the element, outside of a button if it's a button. We'll start with the like button. Draw a rectangle. For now you can choose the width of something like 62 or 64 pixels. The height will be 22, and this is the right one. We want to have a radius of 3, and we change the color to a gradient that goes from E1, E1, E1 to C7 3 times. We'll add a border, select inside. See the difference? When it's inside, the border is actually inside the shape. If you select outside, the border is around the element but outside, and center is between the two. We want it to be inside the shape. Just keep in mind that if you select outside, the shape will actually be 2 pixels wider and 2 pixels taller. So inside, 1 pixel, and we'll change the color to A5 3 times. We'll add an inner shadow. Put 1 in the white field and 2 in the blurred field, and a spread of 1 as well, so we can see a bit of shadow on the sides. And we'll change the color to B1, B1, B1. And we'll change the opacity to 100%. B1, B1, B1. Alright, let's now add an icon. We'll use that one. So copy it and paste it inside the button. We'll change its color to 737373. Actually, we'll use a gradient that goes from 737373 to 5D 3 times. We want this icon to be just a bit bigger, so we'll give it a width of 13 pixels and a height of 11 pixels. Let's zoom in and position it, the icon, so that you have a padding of 7 pixels, just like this. We'll also add a shadow to this icon, a white one. Don't want it to be blurred. White 100%. And also an inner shadow. That won't be blurred either. And we'll change the color to 4D, 4D, 4D with the opacity of 100%, like this. Okay, let's now add some text. Right, like. And we want to change the size to 12. And weight to Helvetica normal. Try to put it 7 pixels away from the heart, and we'll need to resize the button to have a padding of 7 pixels on that side too. So width of 62 minus 5, we have 7 on this side and 7 on this side, so we're good. Let's now style this text a little bit. The color will be 6 times, and we'll add a shadow, white one. This is a bit too thin. Maybe we should change the weight to medium. Yeah, this looks better. Let's resize. Okay, now that we've made it bigger, we need to make the button a little bit bigger too, because our padding is now 6 pixels. Select the button, +1. And we're done with our like button. Let's group these and call it like button. To create our comment button, we'll work from this one. So duplicate it. And we know that comment is a longer word than like, so we can already resize this one a little bit and change the text to comment. We can get rid of this icon, select this one and paste it inside this button. We're going to make it a bit bigger, but first we're going to restyle it. So we copy the style and we'll paste it to this icon like this, and give it a width of 14 and a height of 11. Put it inside the button. Make sure that it is 7 pixels away from the border, and also 7 pixels away from the text, and the command is 7 pixels away from this border, so we're lucky. If it's not the case for you, you can just resize it like this. But make sure you select the right thing to resize. What I just did is that I clicked on the button, so it selected the group, and when I resized it, it resized the entire thing, so the icon, the text, and the rectangle. So make sure that you really select not the button group, but the rectangle, because this is what you want to resize. Let's change the name of this button to comment button. And we position this button 14 pixels away from this one. So 1, 2, and we have 14, yeah. Zoom out. Now we're going to take our buttons and place them against the margin over here. We might need to select the like button and check that it is well aligned with the border. You can also check this in the position line with the X and Y coordinates. And adjust the place of the comment button. Let's zoom out a little bit and get rid of the grid. Our first screen is now complete. Thanks for watching. I hope you're enjoying this course, and I'll see you very soon. Hey there, welcome back to the course. I hope you're enjoying it. In this lesson, we'll design a couple more screens for this version of our sample app, and in the next videos, we'll redesign it and make it more iOS 7 friendly. After that, you should be able to handle the tools pretty well and apply what you've learned to your personal project. You'll have to spend some time designing on your own, figuring out how to resolve design challenges that are specific to your project using what you've learned. This is crucial to really interiorize the lessons of this course. The screens we'll be designing in this lesson are the screens from the camera flow. So open your design file from the previous lesson or the start file in this course folder. We'll start by creating a new page, so click on this page 1 button and then on this little plus. This will create a new artboard. Go back to the first page and select the whole frame. Copy it and paste it in this new page. Once you've done that, you can get rid of everything that's in there except the iPhone 5 frame. Now let's have a look at the mockups to see what we have to do. Okay, the first thing we need to take care of is the lens of the camera. So let's get to it. We'll start by drawing a rectangle of 320 pixels by 423 pixels. We'll use a gradient going from 4D5257 to 2026 to B, and we'll change the general opacity, so not the opacity of one of the stop point of the gradient over here, not here, but if you go back you can change the general opacity of the layer here. We'll change it to 90%. Okay, now let's draw another rectangle, actually a square, of 306 by 306. You can center it and we'll duplicate it. So right click on this rectangle in the left panel, click duplicate and hide this copy for now. Now select these two shapes and subtract the first one from the second one by clicking here. We'll add a shadow to this new shape. So we want Y2, blur 4, that's good, and a black with opacity of 50%, so we're good. This will give the illusion of a hole here. And this hole will be the lens of the camera. So let's call this shape lens. We also need a border around the square hole, but if we apply the border to the whole shape, there will also be a border on the outside, and we don't want this. So we'll unhide this square, make sure it is well positioned just over the hole, and select the fill so it becomes transparent. And now we can use the border. So we'll have two borders. The first one on the outside, 1 pixel. You want it to be white, semi-transparent, 20%. And the second border will be on the inside, 1 pixel too. Oh, this is this one. Inside, 1 pixel black. With the white border outside and the black border inside, this reinforces the sensation of depth. And we'll call this shape frame. Now, let's add an image below the lens. We'll use the same one as before. You can find it in the assets folder of this course. So here it is, the photo. We'll drag and drop it just over here. And we'll try to resize it. This is way too big. Okay, maybe a bit bigger. We want it to be big enough to be able to see it through this big black shape, in order to show that the user is using a camera and taking a square picture. So let's put it below the lens. And it seems fine, we can see it below the whole black shape. This looks a bit messy, so let's use a mask to hide what's outside of the screen. In order to do that, we'll use this shape in the lens shapes. So select it, Alt-Alt, and drag it below the image to duplicate it. We'll group these two and use the rectangle as a mask, like this. And we'll rename this group image. Okay, what's next? Let's have a look at the mockups. We need a cancel button and we need to take care of the lower part of the screen. Okay, let's start with the cancel button. We'll start with some text, so hit T and write cancel. You want to make sure it's Helvetica Neue, with a size of 12 and a color of white, and also make sure that you have a tracking of 0.46. Select the text and add a shadow. You can use shadows on text too. We'll change this to 1 and the blur to 0, and make sure you have a black shadow with an opacity of 50. See the black shadow? Now let's take care of the button. We'll draw a rectangle with a height of 30 pixels. 30. Place it just below the cancel text layer. Give it a radius of 3. And you want to make sure that you have padding of 10 pixels on each side. So let's make it a bit smaller. What does it say? 10 and 12. So okay, 10 and 10, we're good. Now let's change the color of this button. We'll use a gradient, going from 3C3E40 to 27-A2B. Now work on the recessed look of this button. We'll add a glow at the bottom using the shadow tool. You want to put 1 in the white field and 0 in the blur field, and we'll change the color to a semi-transparent white with an opacity of 20%. And we'll also add an inner shadow with Y1, blur 2, and black 50%. It should be the color by default. We also add a border of 1 pixel inside, and you want it to be black. Group these two layers and call the group cancel button. Zoom out and place the button correctly aligned on the left with the frame. Okay, let's take care of the lower part of the screen now. We'll start by drawing a rectangle. We'll give it the proper size, which is 320 by 145. Make sure it is aligned at the bottom. And we'll use a gradient. The first color is 5C6062. And the second one will be 121515 again. Okay. We want to add a border at the top of the shape, and because we want this rectangle to look like it's overlapping the lens, we'll use two inner shadows, a black one and a white one. So the first one, we put 1 in the white field, 0 in the blur field, and we want it to be solid black. And the second one will have 2 in the white field, 0 in the blur field, and we'll choose a semi-transparent white, opacity of 30%. Make sure that this white inner shadow is under the black shadow, and it has to be 2 pixels large because the first line of pixels will be hidden by the first black shadow. So what we'll do is that we'll deselect it, we'll place it below the first one, the black one, and we'll select it again. This gives us two 1 pixels lines, one which is black and the second one is a semi-transparent white. Okay, let's now take care of the camera button. We'll start by drawing a circle. We'll give it a radius of 45, so a diameter of 90 pixels. Center it. We'll use a gradient going from 3 times to 0A 3 times. Okay. And as usual, we'll use a white glow on the outside. In order to do that, we'll use the border tool. So outer border on the outside 1 pixel, and you want to choose white with an opacity of 5% should be enough. Yeah. We also add an inner shadow, Y1, blur 3, and black 50% by default. With these two effects, this looks like a hole. And we're going to draw another circle inside of this one. Let's put it above the first one. We want to have a black border of 4 pixels, so we need to have a circle with a radius of 41 pixels instead of 45. So that gives us a diameter of 82 pixels, like this. If we center it, we should have a black border of 4 pixels all around. And you want to change the color to white. And finally, we'll add a blue circle. Again, the white border will be 4 pixels large, so our radius will be 37 pixels. So we'll have a diameter of 74 this time. Center it in order to have a 4 pixels white border. We'll use a gradient. The first color will be this blue, 9CC5E5 to 03275. Okay, We'll also add an inner shadow, Y1, blur 1. And for the color, a black shadow would be a bit too dark, so we'll use a shade of blue that I've selected. The X value is 082C5A with an opacity of 70%. Okay, let's zoom out to see what it looks like. This looks okay. We need the camera icon on the bottom now, so we'll go to the first page. In the navigation, the bottom bar, the camera tab, and you want to select the camera. You can copy it and paste it on the button. Okay. Let's resize this icon because it's a bit too small now. 36 by 36 should be enough. We'll change the color to solid white. And you can get rid of the inner shadow. And we'll keep the shadow, but we'll make sure that the opacity is 30% and not 50%. Okay, I think we're done for this button. Let's group these and call the group camera button. Now, we also add a way for the user to pick an existing picture. This wasn't in the mockups, but since we've shown our mockups to people, a lot of them have told us that they would like to be able to use existing pictures. So we'll do that by adding a button over here. We'll start by creating a square, give it the proper size, 52 by 52. We'll add a radius of 6, and we'll use the style from the big black circle here. So right click on the name in the left panel, copy style, and then paste style to this new rectangle, like this. We'll also need a mask for the picture we're going to use. So we'll use the rectangle tool, make sure it is 44 by 44, center it inside the first square, give it a radius of 3. And now we're going to use the image from the assets folder in this course folder. You want to select the photo preview. We'll change the size to 50 by 50. Place it on top of the previous square. We'll group these and we'll use this square as a mask for the new picture we just added to our design. Use this mask. And we'll just add a frame on top of that, just like we did with the lens. So we'll duplicate this square, Alt Alt and drag it just on top of the image. Then right click and select Use as Mask and select Ignore Underlying Mask. And uncheck the fill option so we can see the image. We'll just add a glow with the in shadow, Y0, blur 1 and spread 1, so it's all around the image, but we don't want it to be black. We want a glow, so we're going to use white. This is a bit too much, maybe 20% should be good. Yeah, this is enough. Okay, and I think we're done with the first screen. We can take a picture, a square picture, and we can add an existing picture. Before we move on, let's just rename this group. Photo preview, and we can fold this. Okay, for the next screen we'll create a new page and we'll copy paste this artboard in this new page. Let's just rename these pages. You can just click on the names. We'll call the first one home, this one camera flow 1, this one camera flow 2. Okay. We'll keep the lens because this is the picture that the user has just taken, but we'll set the opacity of the lens to 100% in order to keep the focus of the user on the outcome of the enhancing process. Okay, now duplicate the cancel button and put this new button on the left side of the screen. We'll change the cancel button to a back button. We'll start by changing the text to a camera. But before we do that, make sure that the width option is flexible, because if it's not, if it's fixed, is what's going to happen, and we don't want that. So flexible, and change the text from cancel to camera. Adjust the size of the buttons so you have a padding of 10 pixels on both sides. We have 10 and 6, so we need to add 4 pixels over here. Yep. Now double click on the button shape, or you can click on the button layer in the left panel and press enter in order to enter the vector editing mode. We'll add a vector point on the segment, so hold Command so that Sketch places the point in the middle of the segment. Now, before we move on, we're just going to move this button 10 pixels on the left. Go back to the rectangle, enter the vector mode and select this new point and move it 10 pixels on the left by holding Shift and pressing the left arrow key on your keyboard. Change the point mode to straight, like this. Now select these two vector points, hold Shift to select them both, and move them 5 pixels on the left, so don't hold Shift but press the arrow key on your keyboard 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Move the text 5 pixels on the left too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And yeah, this looks better. Okay, let's take care of the next button now. We'll change the text to next, so make sure that the text mode, the width mode is flexible, and change the text to next. Same thing, we want to have a padding of 10 pixels on the left and on the right, so we add 14 pixels to subtract. Oh, make sure that is the rectangle, the background shape that is selected. Okay. We'll change the gradient of this button to 00C04E to 00901D. We're using green because green is the color of validation. Same thing for the border, 004E10. Change the name of the group to next button and make sure that the button and the lens are aligned on, not the lens, I'm sorry, the frame are aligned on the right. Okay, good. Let's now take care of the filters at the bottom of the screen. So we can change the color of this big black rectangle to a solid black, and we can get rid of these two buttons. We can also get rid of the effects, the inner shadows on the shape. Now let's work on the first filter, the selected filter. We'll start by drawing a rectangle. We want it to have a width of 94 pixels and a height of 150 pixels. You want to line it on the left and at the bottom, like this. We'll use a gradient, linear one, but this time we don't want it to be vertical but horizontal, so we can move the color stops and place them on the left and on the right side of the shape. We also add two color stops, one here and one here. The colors on the outside will be the same, so it will be 13, 17, 1A. You can copy it and paste it for the color stop on the right, and the color on the side will be 1B1 F23. Copy it and paste it in the Xcode field of this color stop as well. Okay, this is good for the background. Now let's add a picture, the filter thumbnail. You can go to the assets folder of this course folder and select the filter thumbnail. Add it here and change the size to 80 by 80. Center it on this shape and add a shadow with Y1, blur 3 and black 70%. Let's zoom in a bit. We'll add some text. You want to write normal. Make sure that the size is 13. You want a tracking of 0.5. Center the text, and we'll also add a shadow Y-1, blur 0, and we want it to be black 80%. Okay. Now we're going to add a blue rectangle. We'll give it a width of 68 pixels and a height of 4 pixels. Make sure it is well centered. Change the radius to 2 or 4. Yeah, 2 is enough. And add a gradient. The one at the top will be 0A E5 FE, and the color at the bottom will be 007T B2. Okay, let's move that a little bit. Same thing for the text. This looks better. Now we're going to add a shadow to this rectangle to make it stand out. So Y2, blur 4, that's good, but the opacity will change it to 70%. Not bad. We'll also add a glow at the top, so we're going to use inner shadow, Y1, blur 2, and you want a white of 100%, like this. And we'll add another shadow to make it look like it's glowing. So add another shadow. y0 blur 7, and we're going to use a blue 0 5 8 AC2 60%. Okay, zoom out. Nice. We're going to group these layers and call it filter selected. Now let's take care of the filters that are not selected. We're going to duplicate this group and place it next to the original one, the first one. You just want to make sure that it is 1 pixel away from the first one so you can see the white background below, like this. We'll change the fill to a vertical gradient so you can get rid of this tab, this one, and place this color stub at the top and this one at the bottom. Select the one at the top and change the color to 1A, 1E to 1, and the one at the bottom to 2F, 3439. Okay, good. For the picture, we're going to get rid of the shadow, but we'll add a frame with 2 borders, one on the outside, 1 pixel, that's good, and white 10%, and another border inside, 1 pixel, that's good, and black 100%. Okay, good. Now let's change the text to filter 1. Make sure the text is still centered. And now we're going to change the color of this rectangle to gray. So we'll have a gradient going from 4B5257 to 28 to D32. Okay, get rid of these effects. Good. And we want to add an embossed look to the rectangle, so we add a white glow using the inner shadow tool. So Y1, blur 1, and white 30%. Good. And we will give it a recess fill by using a border that looks hollow. So border outside 1 pixel, and you want to use a gradient. The color at the top will be black, so 6 times 0. And the color at the bottom will be lighter, 1D to 1 to 4. Okay. Let me just make a quick side note here. For the gradient we've used before, we picked a color at the top that was light and a darker color at the bottom, for instance like this. This gives the impression that the shape is convex, but if we do the contrary, with the dark color at the top and the lighter color at the bottom, this gives the impression that the shape is concave. And that's what we're trying to achieve with the border here. Okay, let's get rid of this. To reinforce the impression that we're trying to achieve, you should know what to do by now, which is add a glow at the bottom using a shadow, Y1, blur 0, and white 20%. Okay. Now copy paste this unselected filter twice. We'll change the name first, filter unselected 1. Make sure that you have a black space of 1 pixels between the two. Do that again. Okay, we'll change the text here to filter 2 and the text here to filter 3. Let's just change the name of these groups as well. Filter unselected 2. Oh, missing an E here. And filter unselected 3. Now group these 4 and the black rectangle over here in a group that we'll call filters, and use this rectangle as a mask like this. Now we're going to place the filters group below the lens in the left panel like this, and I think we're done with the filters page. We'll finish our work on this version of the app with the last step in the camera flow. So let's have a look at the mockups to see what we have to do. Okay, we have a top bar here, we have 2 text fields, actually 1 text field and 1 button, and we have this element that allows us to choose on which networks we want to share the picture. Okay, so we'll start by adding a page over here. You can call it camera flow 3. Let's go back to this page, copy the frame, the entire artboard, and paste it in this new page. You can get rid of the filters. Also delete this square shape inside the lens shape. You can delete the frame as well. We'll start by resizing this lens, this big rectangle. We'll give it a height of 52 pixels. Let's zoom in. Change the title of this layer to top bar instead of lens, and move these 2 buttons so you have 11 margin at the top and also at the bottom like this. Okay, we'll change the text here to edit, but first make sure that the alignment is on the left. So edit. Check the current padding between the text and the border of the box on the right, so 32. We need it to be 10 pixels, so we have to select these 2 vector points and move them 22 pixels on the left. 1, 2, like this. Now let's take care of this button. This will be the share button. So we have to change the text to share, make sure the alignment is on the left. And like for the other button, we need to have a padding of 10 pixels on the left and on the right. This is 3, so we need the button to be 7 pixels bigger. Let's make sure we're selecting this shape with +7 and yeah, like this. Okay, let's now take care of the image. We can take it out this group. Same thing for this rectangle. So we can get rid of the group image, and you want to make sure that you unselect the use as mask option for this folder. Let's now resize this picture. We'll give it a size of 72 by 72. This is the thumbnail version of the image. And we'll use this rectangle as a background. Let's make it a bit bigger. For the color, we'll use C9CBCD. Okay. Now we need a box for the caption. So let's move this a bit and draw a rectangle. You want to give it a width of 306 pixels and a height of 90 pixels. Make sure it is below the image so I can see the image on top of it, like this. Give it a radius of 4 and change the color to 6 times E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We'll give it a border of 1 pixel. You want it to be inside, and the color will be 6 times B. Make sure it is well centered. Alright. And we'll add a shadow to this box. So white 1, blur 4, that's good, but maybe 30% would be better, yes. And we also want a glow at the top, so as usual, inner shadow, white 2, blur 0, and white 80%. And move the image so that you have a 9 pixels margin at the top, at the bottom, and on the left. Okay, now let's add some text. You want to write add a caption. We'll change the weight to light and the color to 6 times 9. Give it a size of 13. We're using a thin typeface with a light color to indicate that this is a placeholder text that the user can modify. Alright, let's align it at the top and make sure you have a 9 pixels margin between these two elements. Group these layers, so the caption, the image, and the box, and call this group caption. We can also call this rectangle box. Next, we're going to duplicate this box. We'll get rid of the image. We'll change its name to place and change the size of the box to a height of 44 pixels with the same width. Now let's change the text to add a place. But because this is a button that takes us to a list of places and not a placeholder text, we're going to make it a bit bigger. So we're going to use a size of 14, Helvetica Neue medium, and a darker shade of gray. 6 times 3 should be enough. Yes. Let's move the text. We need a place icon over here. We're going to use the icon from the mockups template. So you can copy and paste this icon over here. Let's resize it. Give it a width of 15 and a height of 20. I don't really like this circle. I find it a bit too big. So let's say 5 by 5 and make sure it is well centered. Select these two shapes, click here. Okay, that's fine. Now let's change the gradient. We go from 91 3 times. Oh, make sure the gradient is correctly a line with a color stop at the top and a color stop at the bottom. So the color stop at the top will be 3 times 91, and the color stop at the bottom will be 3 times C0. Okay. We'll also use a border inside. The color will be 9C, 3 times 9C, 9C, 9C. Okay. And as usual, to give it a holo look, we'll use a shadow at the bottom, Y1, blur 0, and white 80%, and a black inner shadow at the top, so Y2, blur 2, this is a bit too dark, 10% should be enough. Alright, make sure you have 13 pixels margin between the border of this box and the icon, and between the text and the icon, like this. Okay, what's next? The share text. So let's use the text tool, write it all caps. We'll change the weight to bold. Okay, fine. And the color to 6 times 5. We'll also use an inner shadow. Y1, blur 1, and white 30%. And align it on the left. Okay. Let's now take care of the social networks we can select. We'll duplicate this box. Let's call it social networks. You can get rid of the place icon, but you want to make the box 3 times taller. Now let's create a rectangle, which will be the divider. So you want it to be quite thin, 1 pixel for the height, and 304 pixels for the width. Why 304 and not 306? Because the box has a width of 306 pixels and an inside border of 1 pixel on each side. So once you've done that, make sure you center it well. And you can call this new shape horizontal divider. To place it correctly, we have to have a look at the box position. So in the Y field we have 284. Let's copy this, paste it in the Y coordinates of this shape, and we want to add 43 pixels because one row is 44 pixels tall and the divider has a height of 1 pixel. Okay. Now duplicate this line. Oh, but before we do that, we need to give it the right color. So choose the color and use the same color as the border. Now you can duplicate it. And make sure you place it just 1 pixel below. And change the color to a semi-transparent white. 80% should be enough. Now let's group these two, and you can call the group horizontal divider 2. That's fine. And we need another one, so copy paste it. Make sure it is exactly over the previous one, so you can just add 44 pixels over here. Okay, we're good. We'll finish the table by adding a central divider, so we need another rectangle. With a width of 1 pixel and a height of 132 pixels. Let's move this and change the color to the same color as the border. Make sure it is well centered. Okay. Now we're going to use this text, but first we're going to change the color to 4C5359. Replace this text by Facebook. And we're going to need an icon, so we'll do the same thing that we did with the place icon. We'll use the icons from the mockups. Select them over here and copy paste them in your file. Just tidy this up a little bit. Okay, put them in place roughly. We're going to use the style from this icon, so copy the style and paste it to all these icons. Now let's adjust the positioning. Okay, and we're going to copy paste this text, but before put the social icons inside the social networks below the text. So Facebook, this is email, this is Flickr. We'll select these three, copy paste them, change to Twitter, Tumblr, and Foursquare. And finally, let's take care of the active state of these buttons. If people have selected one of these networks, it is crucial to show them that it is indeed selected. We've talked about that already. It is the feedback principle. So let's say Facebook is selected. We'll change the color of the text to 005782, and we'll change the color of the icon too. The gradient will go from 004F9B to 2796DA, and we can get rid of this border and of this shadow. Actually, we'll use an inner shadow, a kind of inside border, so Y0, blur 0, and spread 1 with black 6%. Let's zoom out, arrange a few things. Okay, I think we're done with this version. Dealing with that kind of design is a bit painful. There's a lot of gradients, shadows, inner shadows, but I just wanted to recreate the design of the iOS 6 version of Instagram. I think this approach lacks efficiency, and this interface could, in my opinion, look much better if it was simpler. As Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, the author of The Little Prince, said, Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. And I think there is room for improvement here. So come back as soon as you can so we can start working on a redesign that will be quite cool, I think. Bye. Welcome back. This lesson and the next one are going to be pretty exciting, so let's get to work. Design is iterative. Most of the time these iterations will be incremental. You will just be tweaking, modifying, adding or removing things to your existing design as you learn more and more about how your users are using your product. But you might also find yourself having to redesign your app because you pivoted, for instance, and in this case you'll have to start all over again from the start because you're building a different product. Or it can be because the standards of the medium you're designing for are changing. And this is what's happening with Apple's iOS 7, for instance. So let's give our app lifting so it fits well in the iOS 7 environment. The great news with iOS 7 is that there is much less emphasis on using visual effects to make UI elements look real. This means that we won't waste time on finding the perfect gradient or shadow, and that content will hold a more important place. As Apple puts it, we'll focus on the content and let the UI play a supporting role. You will see that on top of dropping shadows and borders, we'll have a greater use of transparency and white space. Everything will be simpler, and this is all for the best. I don't think that iOS 7 is supported on non-Retina display devices like the iPhone 3 or 3GS. Therefore, this time we'll be designing 2x directly. And this is kind of cool because we'll have more precision. So open the iPhone 5 frame template 2x in the folder of this lesson. It looks like this. It's the same template as the one we used for the iOS 6 version, but twice bigger. If you look at the dimensions of the frame, we have width of 640 instead of 320. There are three ways to design an iOS app. The standard way, where the app contains only standard uncustomized UI elements. Custom, where the app presents a completely custom UI that doesn't include any UI kit elements. And hybrid, when the app contains a mix of standard and custom elements. With the first version of our design, we had a custom approach, but we ended up creating a hybrid app because we recreated elements that were similar to standard iOS UI elements. This time, we'll have a hybrid approach right from the start. We'll begin with standard UI elements and we'll customize them when we need to. The main upside of this approach is that it's faster, but it also pushes you to ask yourself why you're spending time redesigning standard elements. Because if your only reason is to make them look better, well, there might be chances that you shouldn't do it. The good reason for redesigning UI elements is to facilitate the task people want to perform and enhance their experience. But of course, I'm not talking about customizing standard elements, like changing the color to make them consistent with your branding. This is obviously something you should do. Open the iOS 7 UI kit and the style guide in this lesson folder because we'll need them. What we'll do is we'll start by copying this top bar. Make sure you select the whole folder, copy it and paste it in there. Make sure you position it correctly. You should have 0 in the X and the Y field. Now do the same thing with this navigation bar. Make sure it's correctly aligned. Should have 40 in the Y field because the status bar has a height of 40 pixels. And finally we'll do the same thing with the button tab bar. You can get rid of everything that's in there, except this rectangle, of course. And same thing for the navigation bar, but you can keep the title. Okay. This time I want to show you a not completely necessary step, but a very practical one if you want to make sure that your visual hierarchy is well balanced, and if you want to make sure that everything is well aligned in your design. So let's check our mockups. And what we'll do is that we'll start by drawing geometrical shapes to represent the different elements of our design and to align them correctly. Let's do that. We have refresh button over here. So we'll draw a square of 50 by 50. And we want it to be aligned with this icon, which is 13 pixels away from the border. So we want it to be 13 pixels away from the border too. Now we need a user profile picture and a username. We put all that in a rectangle. Give it a height of 94 pixels. Make sure it is just below the navigation bar. Okay. Let's draw a square for the picture. Would be 68 by 68. Change the color to something a bit darker. 68 because it allows us to have a 13 pixels margin at the top, at the bottom, and on the left. We want some text as well, so we'll draw a rectangle. The width doesn't really matter, but we'll give it a height of 34 pixels. So we can have a margin of 30 pixels at the top and at the bottom, and we'll put it 13 pixels away from the picture. Like this. Let's make the name a bit bigger. Like that. Okay. Next we have our photo. This will take up the whole screen. So it should be 640 by 640. Change the color to something darker again. Make sure it is well aligned just below this rectangle. Okay. What's next? Likes, comments, and then buttons. So we'll draw a first rectangle with a height of 34 pixels, just like the text over here. We'll put it 13 pixels away from the edge of the screen and 13 pixels below the picture. And in this we need an icon, a heart icon, and some text. So for the icon we'll draw a square of 26 by 26. Change the color so you can see it. Make sure it's well aligned on the left with this shape and that it's aligned in the center, so we still have a margin of 13 pixels over here. And we'll need some text, and for that we'll take up the whole space. So 34 pixels for the height. Like this, and we'll make sure it is 13 pixels away from the icon. Okay, let's do the same thing for the comments. we have 9 pixels between the two. We need 4 more, like this. But this time might be some more text. So we'll make the shape below a bit bigger and we copy paste the text. Like this. And finally we need to take care of the buttons. So let's start by the background of the button. We'll draw a rectangle with a height of 52 pixels. Line it. We have 13 pixels between these two shapes, so we're good. The width doesn't really matter for now because we don't know how big the text will be exactly, but we can already position the icon. So copy the icon from here, paste it here. Yeah, make sure the padding is 13 pixels at the top, on the left, and at the bottom. Then add some text. Okay, and duplicate this button for the comment button. Make it just a bit bigger, maybe 10 pixels bigger because this word is longer, maybe 20. And same thing for the comment text. And we're good. Last shape we need to draw is for the tabs, and especially the central tab. So let's draw a square. This has a width of 640, so we need to divide 640 by 5 because there are 5 tabs, and the height is 98 pixels. We'll position it just in the middle, so select these two shapes and align them like this, and align at the bottom too. Okay. This gives us a good overview of the visual hierarchy of our design, and you'll see that it would be pretty handy when we are trying to position the different elements. Let's now fill the blanks and give life to this design. Zoom in to see the status bar and the top bar. What we'll do is we'll merge the background of the status bar and of the navigation bar, so select these two and click Union. Let's now change the color of this element. We'll use the color that we have in our style guide, this one. So what we could do is copy paste this hex code, but we want to have a top bar and a status bar that are a bit transparent. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this shape like this, put it below, zoom a bit, and add a transparency of 80%. When we do that, the color looks a bit dull. So we'll adjust the saturation, brightness, and maybe hue to see how we can make it look like this color while being semi-transparent. So saturation, maybe a little less brightness. Let's see if we can play around with the hue. Actually, it looks fine like this. Okay, so what we just did here is compensate the fact that it became transparent by playing around with the saturation and the brightness. Now what we can do is copy this style and go back to our sketch file to apply it to our top bar. Now select this shape and apply the style. We also want to have a blur, but not the Gaussian one, the background, which is the iOS 7 blur, 25 pixels. And what we can do here is, if we need this style again, we can just add it here, so it can be reused later. Now let's change everything that's inside the status bar. We want it to be white. Same thing for this shape. And open the signal folder and only select these 4 ovals because this one is not plain. Change the color to white. Select this one and select the border color, not the fill color, and change it to white. Let's now add our refresh icon. We can find it in the template. Select the refresh icon in the template, copy it, and go back to your sketch file and paste it. We'll make it a bit bigger with a width of 30 and a height of 35. Make sure it is well centered in the square. And we can get rid of the square now, we don't need it anymore. And we'll change the color of this to white. Let's put the shape inside the navigation bar. We'll just change the name of this top bar because this is what I call the status bar, and it's called the status bar, and we call that the top bar. This one, the bottom bar. This is more simple. Okay, let's now take care of the title. We want it to be white. And in the style guide, check what typeface is used. Billabong. So let's go back to our sketch file and change this to Billabong. We'll also change the text to InSample. This is a bit small, so let's make it a bit bigger. 72 should be enough. And position it. Okay. Let's take care of the bottom bar now. We'll change the background a little bit with opacity of 50% and background blur too, 25 pixels. We'll use this rectangle as our central tab, make sure it's well aligned. Yes. And we can just reuse the style we used for the top bar, like this. It's very simple. And we'll rename this central tab and put it in the bottom bar. Let's now take care of the icons, but before we do that, we're going to need some space, so we're going to group these and these two. I'm going to hide this group for now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the icons we've designed before in our old design, and we're going to give them a lifting. So you can find the old design in this course folder. In the old design, go to navigation, bottom bar, home tab, and copy the home icon. Now paste it in this design. Don't forget to preview your designs on the device you're designing for. If you're using Sketch Mirror, I even suggest that you keep it connected all the time. Okay, so let's take care of this icon now. We get rid of these. Don't need these effects. We'll go to Edit, Path. Let's select the whole house. Edit, Path, Flatten to make sure that nothing happens when we resize the home. we'll give it a width of 50 pixels. Actually, make sure that the lock is locked so it is resized in the correct way. That's good. Now we'll get rid of this fill and use borders inside. We want the borders to be a bit bigger, maybe 2 pixels, and choose the center. Okay, so we have to adjust the door over here, make it a bit bigger. Oh, but see, there is not any Boolean operation selected over here. So what we need to do is make sure it's above this one and select not union but subtract, just like this. Okay, let's do the same thing with the other icons. You can select all these except the camera, because the camera will be a bit different. So copy this and paste them over here. Make sure you get rid of this effect. That's a relief. We'll give this one a width and a height of 52 pixels. This one a width of almost twice the size, maybe a bit less. Yeah, 52 should be enough. Don't want them to be as big as they were in the previous design. And profile, well, actually this one will be twice bigger. Yeah. We'll do the same thing, so we'll get rid of the fill, but we'll use a border, 2 pixels, and outside, not outside, sorry, center. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to change the color of the borders. Select them all. Go in the border color over here and check what color you should use in the style guide. We're going to use that one, so it's 737373. We copy it and paste it here like this. Now let's put these icons where they belong. In order to do that, we'll use this tab to help us position the different icons. But first we need to duplicate it, so Alt-Alt and drag it outside of the bottom bar. Then move it until it touches the edge of the screen on the left. Select the house and put it on top of this tab, just in the center, like this. Now move this tab. You can add 128 because it is the width of the tab, like this. You can make sure it is just next to the other tab. Select this icon and put it in the center, like this. Now move this tab again. Like this. Do the same thing with the notification, and if you're not sure if it's well aligned, then select the tab and the icon, click the middle and center alignment, and finally we'll do that one more time for the last icon. Good. We don't need this one anymore, so we can delete it. Now let's take care of the last icon, the camera icon. We're gonna copy paste the camera from the old design in the new design. This will be helpful as a guide, but I think the best way to redesign this icon is to start from scratch. So draw a square, 50 by 50, with a radius of 4 to have rounded angles. Then we're going to need another rectangle. Let's see, let's change the color. And change the width to 44. This will allow us to have 3 pixels padding and a height of 25, and make sure you have a 3 pixels padding at the bottom too. So 3 pixels on the left, on the right, and at the bottom. We wanted to have rounded angles at the bottom but not at the top, so we'll do exactly the same thing as we did last time. We'll have a radius of 2, then select these 2 vector points and choose the straight mode. Now subtract. We're going to need a circle over here. 28 should be enough. Make sure it is well aligned in the center and merge it with the other shape. Another circle. Of 22 by 22. Line it in the center like this and subtract it from the other shape. And finally we're going to need another small square. I think 10 by 10 should be enough, but let's have a look. We want a 3 pixels padding, or margin in this case, and we'll change the radius to 1 and subtract it. Okay, we can get rid of this one and position this one in the center of the central tab. Let's select the tab and the icon to make sure they're well centered, and change the color of this icon to white. Last thing we need to do is to change the color of this icon to indicate that we are currently on this home page. So we'll change the color of the border, go to the style guide to select the color, select this blue square and copy its hex code. Go back to the sketch file and change the color to the one that you have copied, so paste it here. We can add the color over here so we can use it later. Okay, let's now put this in a group. We'll call it icons, and we'll put it in the bottom bar like this. And we're done for now. In the next video we'll take care of the content of the screen. See you soon. Let's now see what's next. Unhide the group, and we're going to take care of this. So let's take them out of the group. This one, and this one. And we can hide the rest of the group. We'll zoom in. We can actually use that rectangle, but we change the color to white, transparency of 50%, and a blur, background blur, 25 pixels. For now it won't be very useful, so we can just hide it. Let's call it background user and hide it for now. I'll show you later how it will be useful. This should be replaced by a picture. So go to the assets folder of this lesson folder and select the user photo. Again, it's my face, but you're welcome to use yours. So we'll drag it and drop it in there, make it a bit smaller. Okay, maybe not that small. And instead of using a square, we'll use a circle as a mask. Let's give it a diameter of 68 pixels. In the left panel, make sure that it is below the picture. We'll group these two, and inside this group we'll use the oval as a mask. So right click and select use as mask. You can adjust the picture a little bit. I'll make it a bit smaller, something like this. And we'll rename the group use a picture. Now let's put this group inside this square. See how easy it is to position it correctly thanks to the square. And we can get rid of the square, but before we do that, let's add some text over here. So use the text tool by pressing T, and I'll write my name. You can use yours, obviously. This won't be Billabong, this will be the other font, Helvetica Neue. And make it smaller, 26, and we'll change the color to our blue. Let's now grab it and put it in the rectangle. And now we can get rid of these two geometrical shapes. Make sure to select the right one. We group the background user, the user picture, and the name of the user into a group that we'll call user. Okay, what's next? The big picture. Let's take it out of the group and hide the rest of the group. You can go to the assets folder in the folder of this lesson to find a picture that you can use. So drag and drop it in the sketch file. We're going to need to make it a bit smaller. Actually, let's see, 640 by 640. That's the size we'll give to our picture. And we'll position it exactly where the gray square was. Make sure these two shapes are well aligned. At the bottom or at the top or left side, right side, they should be exactly at the same position. Now get rid of it and rename the picture photo. Okay, let's continue. We want to take care of this now. So these three. And as usual, you can hide the group. Now we need a heart icon for the likes. We're going to reuse the icon we used in the old design. So select the heart, copy it, and go back to the other sketch file and paste it right here. Zoom in, and we'll make this heart a little bit bigger. Let's say twice bigger. And position it at the center of this square. But we won't keep the fill, we'll use a border instead. And we'll change the color of the border to one of the colors from our style guide. So not this one, this is the one we've used before, but this one. Copy the Xcode and paste it in this sketch file, like this. Now we can use the text we've used over here. So copy this text and paste it over here. Make sure it is well aligned. And we're going to change the text, so choose an alignment on the left, because if you don't, see what happens. This is not what we want. So alignment on the left, and let's put the name of our friends, Barack Obama and Luke Skywalker. Okay, we can now get rid of these shapes. We'll do the same thing for the comments. Grab the comment icon from the old design, copy it, and paste it in the new design. Multiply the width and the height by 2. Position it, and copy the style from this to this icon, and copy this and paste it over here. Actually, we only need one name. Duplicate this text field. Make sure it is 13 pixels away from the first one, and change to comment. We'll change the color to the same color as these icons, and the weight to light. Now let's get rid of these shapes. And group these. These are the likes. And these are the comments. Great, last thing we need to do is, if I'm not mistaken, the buttons. So we'll start with the icon. Copy this icon and paste it in there. Make sure it is well centered, and change the color to the color used for these icons. Now we're going to add some text. We'll start with this one, so copy it, paste it over here, make sure it's not in the comments. Same thing for this icon, it shouldn't be inside anything like this. This will be like. 26 is fine, but we're going to change the color, same color as this icon. Get rid of this and this, and we'll keep the background for the button, but we'll make it a bit smaller. We want to have a padding of 13 over here, and we'll give it a radius of 4, but we'll change the color to one of the colors from our style guide. This time we're going to use this color, so copy it and paste it over here. Okay, let's do the same thing with this button. So we need this icon, you're going to need to take these shapes out of the group. center it like this, and we'll copy this text for the comments. Get rid of these two shapes, this one and this one. Oh, we haven't changed the color of this icon. Let's do that. And we need to make the button a bit bigger to have a padding of 13 pixels like this. Now let's copy the style from this button and paste it to this one. And last thing we need to do is add a radius of 4. Now let's group these buttons. Actually, I just realized there is no S here, so we need to make this a bit smaller. Not the entire thing, just the background layer. Okay, let's group these. Let's have a look. Okay, maybe be better if it was 13 more pixels away. Something like this. To be sure that this will look good when the user scroll through its feed, let's duplicate this frame. And move it next to the first one. And we'll move everything except the user. But before we do that, we're going to need to lock the navigation. So select the status bar, the top bar, and the bottom bar. Group them. Unlock this. We can do the same thing in this frame too. Okay, so now unhide the user background over here and move everything up except the user. Like this. Now make sure that the user and the navigation are on top of everything. Okay, so this white background was useful because we wanted to be able to see a little bit of the picture behind it. Now we're going to need another picture to see what it looks like behind this bar. So go to the assets folder, take the photo number 2 and place it here. It's already at the correct size. Place it nicely and make sure it is under the other picture. We'll call it photo number 2. Group these two pictures and create a mask so it doesn't look like this. This looks a bit messy. The mask should be the exact size of the screen, which is 640 by 1136. Place this shape over here inside the photo group and right click and select use as mask. Also make sure that we can see what's between these pictures, so we need to drag the photo folder at the bottom. And get rid of the fill. And of course, make sure that you check what these designs look like on your mobile phone. I hope you like this new design, and I encourage you to try to come up with a design of your own. You can start from the old design or from this one, tweak things, test ideas, have fun. I'm very curious to see what you can do, so don't hesitate to post or to send me your designs. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey, welcome back. In this video we'll redesign the camera flow. Actually, you're going to do that, and I'm going to sit there, relax and watch you. I've already prepared the new designs you'll have to complete. You can find them in this course folder. The file is called exercise file, and you can find the designs over here in the different pages. Your job will be to recreate the same thing, but without copying and pasting anything from my design. This is a very important step. You have to design on your own to figure out how to resolve new challenges to master the art and the tool. So try not to look inside the folders, but if you get stuck on something, you can have a quick look to see how I did it. Before you get started, I just want to show you a few things with the vector tool that you might need now or maybe later. I'll create a new file. Okay, so click on the vector tool over here, then click anywhere in the canvas to add your first point. Click somewhere else to add the second, and you will see that a line now connects both points. Let's add a third point. Click somewhere and hold down the mouse while you drag away to draw a curve like this. The two small dots connected to the new point are called control points. Their position determines the exact curve between the main points, and you can move them around to modify the curves with the mouse or with the arrows on your keyboard. When you're done, you can close the path by selecting the first point again, like this. But if you don't want to close the path, you can also just press Enter or Escape when you're done, like that. Okay, let's get rid of this shape, and we'll draw a new shape with the vector tool. Click anywhere to add a first point. And if you hold down Shift before inserting a new point, it will align it at a 45 degrees angle. And if you hold down the Alt key, the new segment of the path will be a circle, and you can place your point anywhere on the circle. Okay, now let's see how you can edit a shape or a vector path. I'll draw a circle, and I'll press Enter to enter the vector editing mode. There are 5 point modes you can use, and they appear when you select one of the points. The first one is the straight mode, where you have no control points and therefore just straight lines over here. Mirrored, the control points mirror each other, so they are opposite each other and at the same distance from the main point. And if you move them, you can see that they mirror each other. This is the default mode if it's not straight. Okay, next is the asymmetric, where the distance between the control points and the main point is independent, but they do mirror each other when you move them around. Next up is the disconnected, where the control points are completely independent of each other. So I can take this one, put it here, take that one, put it here. And finally, you have the rounded, where the point is rounded as a rounded corner with a specific radius that you can change over here. Okay, let's see how we can use that. Let's say we want, I don't know, an icon with the shape of a drop. We'll start by drawing a circle. We'll select the vector point at the top, move it up a little bit, maybe 50 pixels or 60 pixels, something like this, and change the point mode to disconnected. Select one of the control points and use the arrows of the keyboard to move the control point to be more precise and count what you do. So I'll use the arrow key while holding shift in order to move down the point 10 pixels by 10 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe a bit more. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3 on the right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's move this one up a little bit. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Pretty easy, right? Okay, one more tool you might need is the scissor tool. If you don't have it in your toolbar, just right click on the toolbar, select customize toolbar and drag the scissors in your toolbar, okay? We'll get rid of this, we'll draw another circle, get rid of the fill and add a border, okay? Enter the vector mode and use the scissors. So let's say we want to delete this segment. We can just click on it while the scissor tool is selected and this will cut it. This can be really useful. Now let's say we want to, let's go back, only keep one part of the segment. We don't want to get rid of all of it. What we can do is place another point where we want to cut, for instance over here, and then use the scissor tool to get rid of the segment. Before you get to work, take 2 minutes to try this little vector editor game at shape.method.ac. This is kind of fun and it will show you and you can learn to use the vector tool. And when you're done with this game, go ahead and start redesigning this camera flow. Have fun! Hello! In this lesson we'll talk about how to export the elements you've designed so that they can be integrated in your app. We'll also see how you can make your and your team's job easier by using a style guide. What you need to understand is that the person who will be coding the app will need you to provide him with a set of images that represent individual pieces in your UI. For example, these two buttons could be exported as PNG so the developer of the app can use them. Which case, it's really easy. All we need to do is select these two layers, go to File, and Add Slices for selection. We enter the export mode that you can switch on and off by clicking here, and in the export mode the left panel becomes a list of slices. So this is the command button slice and the like button slice. You can move the slices around like this and resize them if you need to. You can even create a new slice by just clicking and dragging on the canvas. And if you're happy with your slices and want to export them all at the same time, you can click Export All. You can choose the format over here, but I advise you to stick with PNG. So here we have our two slices that we just exported on the desktop. Let's get rid of them for now. You can also export the slices individually by selecting the slice you want in the export mode over here and then clicking export. Note that you have a small preview of what you'll be exporting, and you can even drag and drop this preview outside of Sketch to export it. This little share button will allow you to share directly the PNG slice via email, messages, AirDrop, Twitter, Facebook, and so on. When exporting elements like this, you might not need to export everything. For instance, you might want to export the button with the icon, but not the text. In order to do that, all you need to do is make sure that only include the following option is checked, not the include all layers, because this will include everything in the slice. So check this option, uncheck everything, and just select what you want to export. So we want the rectangle and we want the notif icon. Let's export this. And we now have a common button without the text. The trim transparent pixel option over here can be pretty useful as well. If my slice is bigger, for instance like this, so bigger than the button, and that the trim transparent pixel option is checked, when I export it, it will remove all the unused pixels. So let's give it a try. See, we don't have all this white space, only the button. Last option you can use is the also export as double size or half size. So if you're designing 1x, you have to use the double size, and if you're designing 2x, and that's what we're actually doing, we'll use the half size. So when you export the slice, it will create two slices, a non-retina and a retina version of the slice. Note that the retina version has a at 2x at the end of its name. It's a naming convention that you have to follow. Just be careful with 1 pixel elements like borders when exporting half size. They won't look good because there is no such thing as a half pixel. Alright, just get rid of this too. So, before you do any of that, you have to talk with the developer of the app. This is especially important with scalable assets like backgrounds and interactive elements like buttons. For instance, you probably won't need to export this button as slices because this shape, this background, and this text can be reproduced with code. Actually, the developer will probably create an object with a gray background and rounded corners that will scale to the size of the text. So what he needs is the icon, the color of the background of the button, the color, the font, and the size of the text, and the margins or paddings, which are the spaces between these elements. So there is 2 things we need to do for the developer. Isolate the icons and export them, and document our design. So what do I mean by that? Let's start with exporting the icons. We'll duplicate the like icon and the comment icon. We'll drag them out of the buttons. Just make sure that they're not actually in the buttons over here. Okay. It's a little mess here. Alright. So what we can do is select these 2 icons, like we did with the buttons, go to File and add slices for selection. But if we do that, we have two slices with different sizes. Look at this. The notification, the comment buttons icon, sorry, has a width of 26 and a height of 20, and the like icon has a width of 26, which is the same, but a height of 23. And because it will be easier for the developer if all the elements from the same category are the same size, we'll put each icon in a square of the same dimensions. Let me show you. We'll get rid of these two slices and go back to our icons. What I'll do is I'll create a square, 26 by 26. I'll center it with the icon and group these two layers. I'll do the same thing for the comment icon. We're going to rename this. Let's make sure that it is well centered. Okay, I group them, call that comment icon. And now if I select these two groups and go to add slices for selection, I have two slices with the same dimensions, 26 by 26 and 26 by 26. So this will be way easier for the developer to integrate. So the last thing we need to do now is to make sure we're not exporting the icon with this gray background, because if I export this icon right now, we'll have the gray background as you can see on the small preview. So I'll uncheck this and I will just check the comment icon, and if I export it, I should have just the icon with a transparent background. Perfect. Let's now document our design to make sure that the developer recreates exactly what we've designed. We can get rid of the comment button because the specifications are the same for these two buttons. Alright, so the text is Helvetica Neue, the size 26, and let's see, for the colors we're going to copy paste this hex code for later. Let's add some text over here for the specifications. We write text Helvetica Neue 26 pixels and the hex code we just copied. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so that's it for the text. Now let's do the same thing for the button. So what's important is the height, so 52 pixels. We have a radius of 4, that's important as well, and we want to know the color. Okay, we'll copy that. So, button, we said height of 52 pixels. Radius 4, and the color was, yeah. And we also need to indicate the padding inside the button. So let's duplicate this like button. We'll replace the icon by the 26 by 26 square. Okay, let's make sure it's well centered. I think we're good. We'll change the color so we can see it a bit better. Okay, let's get rid of the icon. We'll do the same thing for the text. We want it to be 13 pixels away. We'll make this rectangle a bit bigger. Okay, we can hide the text for now. This is good. Let's create some rectangles. You want to put a width of 1 pixels, and we change the colors to something we can see a bit better, maybe like this. You can duplicate this first rectangle, put another here. Duplicate it again, place it just over here, one more time. We want to indicate the size of the padding, so we need to do that horizontally as well. Let's create a new rectangle with a height of 1 pixel and the same color. Okay, copy paste it. Alright, now we have a grid. We can add some text. So this is 26 pixel tall. The padding over here is 13 pixels. Same thing here. .26 pixels over here. 13 here. .13 again. And one last one. Just right here. We're not putting anything here because the size of the text can vary. And I think we're good. And we're going to do that for every element of our design. And this part on the left will go to the export file, and this part on the right will go to the style guide. Okay, so I've done all that for you because it would take a long time if we had to do that for the whole design, but don't hesitate to do it on your own. It will be a great exercise for you. Okay, so let me show you my export file and my style guide. So this is the export file. The export file serves two purposes. The first is to collect every element of your design so that you can quickly build new screens if you need to. This is the right part of the artboard, the bricks. These are the atoms, the molecules of your app that you can use and reuse in your screens. And the second purpose of this file is obviously to prepare the slices for the elements to be exported. So on the left part of this artboard, and you can notice that these are mainly icons because everything else can be recreated with code if our designs are well documented. And this is the purpose of the style guide. So this was our style guide at the beginning of the design process, and this is the style guide I've made from our current design. In a style guide, we'll document everything from colors to typography, buttons, content, margins, and so on. One important detail, let me zoom in, when documenting buttons, don't forget to document active states as well. How does the button look like when clicked? For the like button, for instance, the icon becomes blue. This file is for the developer, but also for you and the other designers working on the app, to make sure that everyone is on the same page. These two files will allow you to make sure that your designs are consistent, and consistency is one of the most important design principles. So you can find these two files in the folder of this course. Go ahead and spend some time having just a look at them. And obviously remember that design is iterative, so don't hesitate to change the style guide and the export file as your design evolves. I think that's it for this lesson. Thank you for watching and come back soon. Hey, welcome back. In this video, we'll design an icon for our app. The icon represents your app in the App Store and on the home screen of your customer's phone. It is important that it is consistent with the identity of your app and the iOS style so it doesn't look weird among all the other icons. You want to create something that is simple, that will speak clearly to the users, that will represent your app and stand out on the home screen. Let's have a look at the iOS icons. They're pretty straightforward. The Mail app icon is an envelope, the music player a couple of notes. Finding one simple graphic element that represents your app is a good way of designing a cool and effective icon. The easiest way for us to do that is to use our central tab icon. It's good because it clearly represents a camera for users who don't know the app. And for users who do know and use the app, it will remind them the call to action inside the app. It's also a simple, yet original geometric shape, thus there is little risk that details will look weird or blurred when the icon is scaled down. Open the icon template and the app design file in the folder of this lesson. As you can see, there is a grid that you can hide or unhide here. Apple developed a golden ratio grid system, which can be used to size and align elements on your icon correctly. But feel free to break rules if your icon looks better without taking care of the new grid system. We'll start by duplicating this artboard, so select it in the left panel, hold Alt and drag and drop it next to the first one. You can fold the first one. Open the official grid folder and select the icon edge. Duplicate it by holding Alt and dragging and dropping it just below the background, like this. Then right-click on it and select User's Mask. We'll change the color of the background to our usual base color, to E5286. And we'll copy-paste the camera icon from this file. Let's zoom in a little bit. And open the navigation folder, bottom bar, icons, the camera, copy and paste. Let's make it bigger, center it. Now hold Alt and Shift at the same time while dragging the handle to make it bigger until the borders of the circle in the center of the camera reaches the border of the small circle of the grid. Zoom in. We'll check the diameter of, we'll hide this, we'll check the diameter of this inner circle, 384, and let's have a look on our icon. Alright, this is a little bit too big, so we'll resize the icon a little bit, maybe with one less pixel for the width and the height. Yes, we're good. 384. Let's make sure it is correctly aligned. Okay. So we have an icon, just make sure that it is the right size, width and a height of 686 pixels. We'll change the corner radius of this rectangle, it's a square actually, to 20 pixels. That looks better. Let's hide the grid for now. We'll also change the corner radius for this one to 10 pixels. And we'll do the same thing for this shape, 15 pixels, but as usual we don't want these two corners to be rounded, so we'll select them and click on the straight point mode. Just to remind you, when you want to enter the vector editing mode, you have to double click on the shape like this, or you can select it in the left panel and then press enter. Okay. This looks okay, but let's play around a little bit to see how we could make it better. So, duplicate this artboard, and we'll start by changing the color of the background to a gradient that will go from, let's say, 5591 C4 to the color we used previously. Okay, why not? Duplicate the first artboard again. Let's rename them first. Camera icon and camera icon gradient. You want to duplicate the first one, the camera icon. And we'll try a long shadow. The shadow drain is a bit of a joke, but it can still look good, and if you want to know more about it, read this article about long shadow design. See what it looks like. The link is in the description. Okay, so zoom in, and we'll start by creating a rectangle. We'll make it black, 50% opacity. Make sure it is below the icon like this, and we'll rotate it. Make sure to hold shift when you rotate the rectangle. We'll resize it. Maybe something like this. Okay. You want to roughly position the two corners of the rectangle just below the two corners of the camera. Now double click on the rectangle and we'll add a vector point over here. Drag it over here. And change the point mode to straight. Okay. Okay, why not? This is fun. Finding a graphic element might not be always that easy, but avoid using iOS UI elements or elements from iOS icons. If you do, your icon will probably end up looking not very original. If you don't have any graphic idea, or if what you've come up with doesn't look good, the easiest thing to do is to design an icon following Facebook's example. The first letter of the name of your app with the right font with your main color as the background. So let's try this. We'll rename that one camera icon long shadow. Okay. So duplicate the camera icon artboard and place it here. You can get rid of the camera icon and press T and write I. Okay, this is very small. Where is it? Change the size to something much bigger, 900. And you want to select the correct tab face, which is Billabong, like this. Let's change the color to white and center it like this. This is a very easy but effective alternative if you don't have any other ideas. Let's see how we could make it better. Maybe we can try the same things that we try with the camera. Let's rename it I. Okay, so duplicate this artboard. Select the background of this icon, right click on it, select copy style, right click on the background of this icon and paste style. Okay. So this is the eye gradient. You want to duplicate this artboard again, place it here. Okay, so this might be a bit more complicated. Let's try. Draw a rectangle. Change the color to a semi-transparent black. Put it below the eye in the left panel. Select rotate. You might not need to hold shift this time because this is going to be a bit special, I think. Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's the first step. We'll duplicate this rectangle once it's in place. I'll show you later why. So copy paste it and drag it over here outside the artboard so we can start working on that one. Double click or select in the left panel or press enter to enter the vector edit mode. We'll add a vector point over here, another one here, another one over here, another one like that. And now we'll use that rectangle. Resized it. Make sure it is below the eye as well. I want to do something like this. No, this one. And now what we need to do is merge these two layers. And we're good. Let's rename it eye long shadow. Okay. You can fold these artboards. If you feel inspired, you can also try more complex shapes, and we'll do that by creating a flat version of the current Instagram logo. So, duplicate this artboard, the camera icon. You can fold that one. Let's call it Instagram. We'll get rid of this icon, we don't need it. We're going to change the background color to DBC6A2 and we'll unhide the grid. We'll start by drawing a circle which will be the exact size of this circle, so let's see. It has a diameter of 544 pixels, okay. Center it like this. We'll change the color to E8 DCC7. We'll draw another circle. Oh, I forgot to press enter when entering the Xcode. Let me write it again quickly. So we'll draw another circle. Let's make it a bit bigger. Yeah, something like this. So it's 424 pixels. We'll change its color to. Okay. And we're going to draw another circle. This one will be a small one, so something like 98 should be fine. And we'll change the color to a semi-transparent white, so select white and an alpha of 30%. Now let's group these. This will be the lens. Put it below the grid so we can see it. And we're going to move this small circle and make sure it is just aligned with the inner circle, like this. Now let's draw a square the size of the bigger circle, so a width and a height of 544. Press R, hold Shift and enter 544 pixels, center it, change the color to white 10%, put it inside the camera group over here. We can hide the grid for now. Enter the vector mode and get rid of this point, so we'll keep a right triangle, and select the bigger circle and right click on it, select select only this circle and use as mask. Now we'll draw another rectangle with a width of 1024 pixels. And for the height, we'll divide this by 3, and let's add 1 pixel to have an even number, like this, and we'll change the color to brown 935B 3B. Okay, let's put it below the lens. Let's take care of the colors now. We'll draw 4 rectangles with a width of 60 pixels. So you can draw one and then duplicate it 3 times. Make sure they're well aligned next to each other. Okay, you can group them. We'll call that group colors, and hide the grid, and make sure that this group is just against the white line on the left. If you're not sure, let's check the x coordinates of this line. This will be the left one. Let's see, yes, this is the one. And x 64, so yeah, 64 for the group, that's good. Now let's change the colors of these rectangles. We'll start with the one on the left. This one will be F003C. This one will be FFD500. Next one 008190, and the last one 14A0EA. Here we go. We can drag this group just below the lens as well and put the rectangle inside the group at the bottom and use it as a mask. Okay. And let's take care of the viewfinder now. We'll draw a square of 180 pixels. Let's make sure it is correctly aligned, something like this. We'll give it a radius of 14 pixels. We'll change the color to this color. Okay. Or maybe what we can do is put it inside the colors, and we'll line it with the brown rectangle. So select the two and click this one, align vertically. Now let's make sure that the margin is correct. Okay, so we have a 81 pixel margin at the top and a 107 pixels margin on the right, so we need to change that. We'll move it 26 pixels towards the right, 82, 81. So the coordinates of your shape should be 764 and 81. Let's now draw a circle with diameter that would be maybe a bit bigger than this. 150 might be good. Make sure it is well centered inside the shape. In order to do that, you need to put it in the colors. Let's change the name of this group to top and group these four into a group called colors. You can have groups inside groups, that's pretty useful. We'll hide the grid. Okay. We'll change the fill to white, an opacity of 30%. We'll add another circle, a small one this time, maybe 40 pixel. And same thing, white, opacity 30%. Okay, last thing we can do on this icon is add a shadow to the lens. So we need to have a rectangle, and it should have a width that is the size of the diameter of this big circle, which is 544. I mean the height of 534, not the width. And we'll rotate this, hold shift, we'll change the fill to gradient, but you don't want to have the points on these sides. You want the first point on this side and the second one on that one. You can make sure it is in the middle. The first color will be black with an alpha of 10%, and the second color will be, oh, that was the second one actually. So the first color needs to be black, 10%, and one at the bottom is Y, 0%. So place this shadow below the lens. and make sure it is well positioned. Okay, let's see how we could add a few stuff or maybe remove a few stuff from this icon. We'll duplicate the Instagram artboard and hold on, let's tidy this up a little bit before. This needs to go here, and we'll group these two. Viewfinder. This is the shadow. Let's do the same thing quickly over here. Okay. Now let's duplicate the icon edge and the background. We'll group them, hide it, and change the color of this background. Instead of changing the color here, we'll add a fill to make it a bit darker, but not a gradient, a color. We want it to be black, 10%, like this. And now resize the icon edge so that it looks a bit embossed. So this will be Instagram embossed. Let's put this one at the top and this two at the bottom. Now duplicate this artboard and we'll try one last thing. Try to do something a bit different. So draw 4 rectangles with a height of 70 pixels. You can draw one and then duplicate it 3 times. Change the color by using the magnifying glass and selecting the colors from these rectangles. Group them, call them colors, center it well on the artboard, and put the group below the lens. And for the top folder, get rid of the colors and make this rectangle a bit bigger. Okay, this is an idea. Maybe we can make it even more simple by, let's call it redesign. So maybe we can make it even more simple by deleting this brown thing. Colors. Oh, it's in tab. Toggle. And let's see if we can go even further. And because I love simplicity, we'll finish by getting rid of the viewfinder. We could continue like this for hours, but at some point you have to stop and decide. But for the purpose of this course, try to work on one or two ideas of your own. It can be small adjustments, like changing the colors or the sizes of some elements, or if you feel like it, redesigning the entire icon. I'd love to see what you come up with. A couple more pieces of advice. Avoid using transparency when designing your icon. It will probably end up looking weird. And once you're done, test the icons on different backgrounds. Also, let me show you how to export and preview your icon. What you need to remember is that you need to export without the masks. So we'll open all these and uncheck the user's mask. I'll show you why. When iOS displays an app icon on the home screen of a device, it automatically applies a mask that rounds the corners. This is why the image to provide Apple must be a square. These bounded corners that we have in our sketch file are only here to show you how the icon will look like. Let's rename this quickly. So, once you got rid of the masks, click the Export button and click on Export All, and I'll save them on my desktop, save them wherever you want. Once you have all your exported images, you can get rid of that one because we don't need it, and go to wearemothership.com/work/prepo, download the app by going to the Mac App Store. I already have it on my computer, but you need to install it. Once it's installed, you can open it. And this is going to be pretty easy. Select all your images, drag them here, and we'll select only iOS 7. Click on the icon 76, or the icon 60, sorry, and you should be able to see the different icons on an iPhone. You can also preview your icons on your real iPhone, but you have to upgrade to the premium version of Prepo. To end this video, I just want to show you this website, afterios7icon.tumblr.com, where you should be able to find some inspiration for your icons. Enjoy designing your icon, and again, don't hesitate to post or to send me your designs. See you soon! Hey, I'm glad to see you. Welcome to this lesson. If you're a freelance designer, you might have to show your clients your designs in context. And if you're an entrepreneur, you might want to do the same thing with your teammates or the users you're trying to get feedback from. In this video, I'll show you an easy way to showcase your designs, actually 2 ways. And this can also be useful for your website. Open the iPhone 5 template that's in the folder of this course. Select the minimal iPhone over here, so click on template here and select iPhone minimal. Copy one of the 2 devices. I'll select the black. Create a new sketch file and paste the iPhone. Then go back to the sketch file with your design. You can also find this one in the folder of this lesson, and select everything that's in there except the iPhone frame. Copy. Actually, I'll check this one. And paste in there. Group all these in a group called content, then look for the screen inside the iPhone folder, change the color from black to white, select the screen and the folder, align at the bottom and on the right. And that's it, you have your content inside an iPhone. Okay. Go back to this file and select the iPhone detailed. We'll do the same thing. We'll copy one of these, for example, the white one this time. Paste it in the same file as the other. Now, let's group these two so we don't mix things up. Go back to your design, select all these, copy, paste, group, content, and in this folder look for the screen. Again, change the color of the screen to white and keep this layer selected and select the content folder, align at the bottom and on the right. Then grab this content and put it just below the shine layer. So you have this nice shine effect just right here. And that's it. If you want to use this, you can export them by clicking export, and you can export these two, but we can also export them one at a time. Resize this and create another one. Doesn't need to be very precise. Select the first one and select trim transparent pixels. It will adjust the exported file and trim the transparent pixels. Select the other one and make sure trim transparent pixels is selected too, and click export all to wherever you want. Now if I go to my desktop, I have a preview with an iPhone. With a minimal iPhone and with a realistic one. Okay. So that's one thing that you can do. Another thing you can do is export the content of this frame without the iPhone. So we'll click export. This will create slices for us. Make sure the first one is selected. It should be the right size, 640 by 1136. That's good. And export it to the desktop, for instance. Go to placeit.net, so placeit.net, and select an image you like. We're looking for an iPhone 5 or 5S, and this is an iPhone 4. I think this was in an iPhone 5. Now click upload image and select the file we just exported. Wait for it. And here you go. You have your design in context. And if you want to, you can save the image. I'll save it on my desktop. And here it is. There are other images that you can choose. And here we go, another example that you can save. So, thanks for watching this video, and now you can go show your designs to people to get some feedback. Bye! Hey guys, this is the last lesson, and I really want to thank you for taking this course. I really hope you enjoyed it. Don't hesitate to post or to send me your designs. I'd love to see what you're building. You can easily reach me on Twitter at Maxime Cormier. And if you have any remarks about the course, I'd love to hear them too. This is always a work in progress. If you want to keep on learning, I recommend that you subscribe to hackdesign.org. They send you an email every week with a list of very interesting articles about a specific aspect of the design process, and it's free. You can also check designer news by Layer Vault. As you might have guessed, it's kind of hacking news for designers. And the best thing to do is to keep on practicing and iterating on your projects. Thank you again. I had a great time preparing this course. I hope you had a great time taking it. Bye.